Ready to rock. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the AI Executive Live. We are live. We are here at the SMU Cox School of Business, the DFW Leadership Symposium. We're super pumped, Jason. It's already electric.
For the Kellogg Alumni.
For the Kellogg Alumni, and there's a ton of them here. I saw volunteering and going at it. This is a huge event. There's a ton of energy here, a ton of people, and I'm looking forward to getting people here on the what we're calling the hot seat.
Yes. Yeah, no, this has been a great day so far. Had a lot of great conversations, and we're going to have a lot all day. So we're going to be streaming live for the entire event, and we're going to be talking to different leaders and seeing, what they're about. What are they thinking about AI? How can we help them? And so it's going to be a great time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We've been speaking to a lot of people out at 7-Eleven. So sponsored by 7-Eleven. They have a huge spread over here. Just in case you're wondering, I got some replenish. I needed some hydration. We had some coffee. I mean, we have a ton of stuff going on. Anyways, we'll get to the sponsors later. I know 7-Eleven wanted that plug in there. But so today's theme they were talking about is bold leadership.
Yes.
And I'd love to chat with people about that and go through how they're being bold about AI. And speaking about being bold at AI, we actually have our first guest coming in here, Ben. And Ben, if you want to chat with us, I mean, this is live. Come on in. Yeah, well, right in the hot seat. I love it. Yeah, good to see you, sir.
How far you want to take the conversation?
Oh, we're taking it very far. We're taking it very far. Well, shoot, why don't you? We're live here with the audience. Why don't you walk us through just who you are and what you do?
So, Ben Peary, technologist, geek, love AI, like shiny toys. I got into AI 2.5 years ago when I had a startup that was failing and dying. I was running out of runway. I'm like, oh my God, I need to let people go, but I still need to produce something for the investors. Hopefully I can get the check and keep going. And I was laying people off, but moving stuff to use AI. That was when GPT-3 was released, and it was like, oh my God, this black box of magic can do all that cool stuff for me. Let's do marketing, let's do hiring, let's do task management. And I was so shocked that I was letting people go, and I was becoming more and more productive and running the business with less and less cost, which was like, oh my God.
Let's chat about that, because I know there's a lot of people in the audience. And by the way, thank you for sharing that. And sometimes people think starting up an organization or even now riding the wave of AI is an easy thing to do. Man, the money's there, the investment's there. This is going to be a breeze. We're going to crush it. Walk us through what it's like to actually start your own business, run your own business. You talked about layoffs and marketing.
And that's bold leadership right there, is being able to tell someone that you can't pay him any longer.
So I'll break it to like two areas where I think things are easy and where I think things are hard. So I believe that if I were to start my business journey today, as it was like 2.5 years ago where I failed, I would have been successful today. And that's because of AI. The cost of developing a prototype, a POC, even a investor slide deck back 2.5 years ago was weeks, months of work, graphic designers, revisions, iterations. And today you can kind of like bootstrap a business. You can create a clickable demo and jump and leap over the PowerPoint, the wireframes, and just get to something that is somewhat working when you go to investors or when you're testing the market. And something that would have cost $250,000 to develop 3 years ago is now going to cost you about $15,000 to develop.
I would even challenge you that the technology right now is even more than just a clickable demo. You utilize tools like Data Button or Lovable. You can make a fully functioning app within about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So I use a lot of like Bolt. I use Replit. I use ZeroV.dev by Vercel. All those tools, you need to know what you want in an application. You need to know, okay, I want these clicks, I want this flow, and you go in and describe it, and you don't need to know how to code.
Yeah.
It will just do it for you. You need to know how to operate people. So the way I tell people, like when you use an AI agent, a chatbot, imagine it's a very low talent offshore, somewhere far, far away, that get paid hourly, want to do the least amount of work to charge you the most, and you need to motivate them to get you what you need. You need to explain to them, you need to make sure that the input and outputs are defined, and then things become easy. You don't need to be technical. You need to be a people's person to a degree, know how to manage problematic talents, and then you can manage AI.
You have to understand the process. If you understand the process and you can articulate your process, the AI tools will be able to solve that for you.
Well, here's what I heard, right? And we didn't plan this, right? We were chatting about starting up an organization, and that some people typically think it's fairly easy to do, and it's not, right? We've all been there. Looks like we're moving the camera there. We're gonna get Jason back in the scenes here.
Can we twist a little bit?
No worries. This is why we do it live. I love
There we
it.
go.
What I was getting at is actually what you're saying is it's actually a little bit easier to do if you know how to use the technology to leverage it, right? To leverage it to your advantage.
So you moved from human years to dog years. That's what happens. Everything is like multiplied in speed. Your success, your failures,
right,
and your moat also doesn't live that long as well. So you're out, and you don't want to develop in isolation because then you cannot test the market.
Right.
But once you're out, your moat, and most time there is not a lot of moat, because now with AI, someone else can make the same application in 30 seconds.
Such a good point.
And maybe he has access to better investors that have more capital than you, and all of a sudden he can scale up faster than you, use those tools, and deliver faster. So it allows you to bootstrap faster. It allows you to succeed or fail faster. It allows competitors to try to penetrate your market faster.
Replicate, yeah.
Everything becomes fast.
Yeah. So what you're saying is the barrier to entry right now with everything going on is actually pretty low because of the replication and the tech that you have. And do you need to go raise as we did in passing and jump on that ship right away, or can you bootstrap it knowing you don't really have a lot of expense line items for the most part? What are your thoughts? I mean, I know there's two arguments there.
Bootstrap is a trigger for me because I bootstrap my business, and I lost so much money doing that.
Yeah.
And I think that bootstrapping is good, but it's also kind of like lullifying you into it. It's like if no one else believes in your idea and you're the only one who bootstrap it, is that really a good idea? Like, you need to be a believer in what you're doing, but do you need to go all in or commit suicide over that idea? That's a whole different question. So I'm believing in bootstrapping. I believe in like the founder, the owner needs to put some of him inside the company, should not be the only one. If you're the only one, maybe the idea is not the right idea. If no one else understands the idea to put money in so he can make money, why would someone buy it without making money of that idea? So I think that's a challenge. When I did Memory Gardens back then, to build a product was a lot of money. I had to go ahead, do a pitch deck, go raise money based on an idea and a vision. These days, I will go around it really different. I will go ahead and bootstrap. By bootstrap, maybe 5K, 10K, not even that. Like 1 week, sit, take vacation from work, build a micro product, go to the investors with the micro product, and then you're gonna have all your SWOT, all your time sum, all the other stuff, so you can actually get the fundraising that you want. But sorry for the people that are older than me. That I'm 40, by the way.
We'll edit that out. No, just kidding.
Decks are for boomers. Decks are dead. Like PowerPoint should not be used anymore.
Okay, let's talk about that.
The barrier.
What would you use in replace that?
A micro product.
Yeah.
A workable demo. Why would you spend the time on making something
manually?
So when you watch a movie, you get visual, you get music, you get the speak. When you're trying to explain a movie but with a static picture that is a slide, and you only have 50 seconds to explain it to the investor, if you're live with them, and if it's not, it's maybe recorded or they need to read that. The amount of information that can be conveyed in that short amount of time to get them to understand the vision and the product is let's say 50 kilobytes. But if you do clickable demo and you can show them that, like how much information you were able to transfer at the same time allotted to you with those investors.
I think about just storytelling, right? I was part of an executive training with a gentleman by the name of Sean Barnes. I definitely look him up on LinkedIn, but we were walking through how important it is, especially now with so much automation in AI to be able to communicate and storytell, right? And a static PowerPoint. And by the way, and everyone knows who watches the AI Executive, and you know this, Jason, I'm a big Microsoft guy. I like Microsoft quite a bit. I love their ecosystem. But you're right. The PowerPoint is, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be around for that. It is. And you brought up Lovable.
Yes.
Can you walk? I mean, so I know a lot of people ask us, right? And we have a gauntlet of tools, including the tools that we've built ourselves. But I think maybe we use this live broadcast to start sharing some of those tools because people keep asking about it. What's Lovable?
We've got 8 hours to talk about all the tools. So we've got plenty of time to go through everything that's been released.
Some 7-Eleven coffee, and I got my replenish.
Get some more of these these fusion energy drinks.
We're going to go through it.
Yeah, so Lovable is a AI capability that was released a couple weeks back where you can use real language to be able to explain what you want your website to look like, and it will be able to generate that. If you want your top right corner to have it spin, it will do all that for you. So you can now start telling it just by utilizing natural language to be able to automatically generate a website or a prototype. And I think, Ben, you're absolutely correct. I got much more impact from someone when I gave them a workable demo than if I give them a PowerPoint, because a PowerPoint allows them to make their own assumptions.
Right.
Correct.
A working demo shows you exactly what the vision could look like and the future could look like.
So you're saying
it's facts versus assumptions. It's like, here is how it's going to look, and it's like, this is how it can look. It's
right.
Like, okay, here it is. It's like,
here's how it is versus what it can be, and we're all about no theory. It's all facts, right? It's like, what can we execute on? And Jason, just to unravel that, because I think there's people in the audience that will want to know more about Lovable because they're using Wix.
Lovable.ai. I believe that's going to take over.
Lovable.ai. And because people out there are using Wix, Squarespace, what are some of these other, even Gamma. Although I like Gamma.
I think Gamma could potentially be your marketing material.
Right.
So it does
like a Canva.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you can build out your.
For saying that. It's like, we're not Canva.
You can build out your marketing material once you have your idea, once you have your working prototype, and you've got to go to that next phase. All right, now we've got to start bringing in customers. And customers are going to want to take something, put it in their hand, look at it. The working demo will give them the feel, but they need all that background. What is the use cases? What is the value prop? How can you do that? And I think we've been using Gamma quite extensively. And it's a great way to be able to put a lot of good information that, Ben, probably when you were first standing up, that was a lot of money to pay an illustrator. And
so let's put it out there.
Yeah,
I can build a website today. I know how to develop. I just hate it. So I can do that. But to me, writing code is like going and cleaning toilets. I really don't like to do that.
I love it when it works the first time, but once you got to troubleshoot, figure it out.
Correct.
Why doesn't this agent
it's
work?
Boring. It's stalled. It's like, oh, semicolon. Oh no, I had the space in the wrong spot. I'm terrible in spelling. Oh, I have a spelling mistake. I'm like, damn it! I just want to put intention and get results. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. But now with AI, you can do that. I spent about $25,000 on creating the website for my business.
Wow.
Something that you can do today, in my opinion, with less than 100.
Wow.
With less than 100 and get probably about the same results. Now, when you use someone to go ahead and build a website, and when you use AI to build it, user journey is important.
Can I pin that a little bit? Because you just said two things, right? And I like to get controversial with it a little bit around, is it augmentation, right? A tool that I can use in my toolkit now, or is it, do we even need that role? Can replace? So you just said, if you get someone to build your website, or if you use, or maybe you use AI, do we need web developers anymore?
So the way I see AI today, it is not start to completion.
Okay.
It's a bootstrapper.
I see.
A lot of times you don't know what you want. I need a website for my business. I think I need this. I think I need that. You think about things that you might want and need. You don't know how to put it as a cohesive idea. When you're going to go to designer and you're going to go and explain what you want, and you're going to get some wireframes like, oh, I don't want this. I want to change that.
Right.
Once you're going to say something, you will know this is not what I want. You will still have trouble to tell what you do want. That process of self-discovery of what you want, what you desire, is something that is best served with AI, because you're going to get really fast iteration. You will get fast ideation of what you want, what you don't want. When you're going to hit that outsourcing company to take that product and productize that and make sure it's scalable, it's resilient, you have monitoring, alerting, logging, PCI compliance, SOX, HIPAA, whatever you might need. There is a lot of guardrails that you need to add. But a lot of the time,
and AI can't solve that now.
I wouldn't trust it yet.
Yeah,
It's
That's
not.
good-
It's
that's good
not
feedback.
there. Like it doesn't do the last mile yet.
Uh-huh.
This is where you need the experienced human. But don't waste time. Like you're going to the attorney, 90% of the time wasted on the paralegal cost, and only like 10% of the time you actually spend with the attorney. Paralegal out.
Yeah.
It's like the AI can automate that process, and then you're gonna go and you go to the web dev. You're gonna go to the outsourcing company, whatever that might be. Finish that last mile. This is the idea.
You're saying save your money.
Yeah.
Save your money. Don't get charged for that email to that lawyer, please.
Yeah, no,
Save your
and
money.
I think that's absolutely correct. You're still going to have these roles. You build a website, but now, all right, you got a million customers hitting it in your first week because you just went viral.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you have the auto scalability set up? You're still going to need those engineers to be able to build that out so you can be able to support that scalability. So I think
Goes
that's
back to your foundational, basic, repetitive, maybe even mundane, right? Some of the infrastructure work initially can be done by artificial intelligence, by this technology.
to get your prototype up
To get
and
your
running.
prototype, your
It's a
MVP,
great
right?
tool.
Yeah, to get your MVP out there now, in order to connect all the dots and close the loop, to be strategic, right? Positioning your product. You still need someone that's an expert, subject matter expert there.
That uses AI.
I like that.
Uses
That
AI.
uses
Here's
AI.
the thing: the AI, like let's look at the timeline, like start to finish.
Mhm.
The first, it starts with a lot of AI, a little bit of human, and as you go into the completion, it's less AI and more human. So you start with all the tasks, are 90%
Interesting.
done by AI, and you just give it some things to guide it. And as you refine the idea, the human becomes the deciding element, the building element, and the AI takes more of a supportive role. I wanna, like a couple of days ago, I saw like a post on Reddit. This guy works in a big company. They use a cursor. It's
Can you explain what Cursor is?
cursor. So IDE, where you build your code, is where you are developing. Cursor is a plugin that you can use their own development suite, or you can plug it to your other IDEs to connect AI to your coding. And you can tell it, oh, do this thing for me, modify that for me. It's kind of like similar to Replit and Bolt and the others, but this one is more low level. You need to know how to code, and that's like an assistant on the side. It is not replacing the developer, it's adjacent to the developer. So a developer used to be a one person on a computer, and now if you guys watch the Despicable Me, he's becoming Drew, and he have all those minions that are the AI agents that are helping him to do that stuff. The problem that most of them are kind of like silly and sometimes can be dumb and can do mistakes, and you need to be very cautious about that. So there was the story about this guy. He didn't do a git commit, and then he went to Cursor. He just wanted to add like a new view to a table, and Cursor just trashed the entire code, like in one run. So as the product becomes more complex, as you have more plugins, connectivity, you have Stripe, you have Datadog, you have other things connected to your applications, and you have hundreds of files that becomes very, very long. This is where AI starts to kind of like, okay.
This is where you need that architect. And this is where your solution architect is a key role in the future of AI.
Correct.
Interesting. Walk me through that. Yeah, I'd love to hear
So
about
solutions architect's responsibility is to put all of these different tools that are required to build out your application and make sure that they're working correctly, make sure that they're connected properly, that they're providing the right level of information so you can monitor it, so you can ensure that it's compliant. And so that is their responsibility. And I think there's going to be a big drive for that. To be a solutions architect, you've got to have a vast knowledge of software development, API management, operations, product management, and you've got to understand all of those and how to wire them all together.
I like it. And so just to kind of simplify what we're chatting about here, what I'm hearing is it's actually on the more of the augment side. Look, some of these things are going to be replaced as far as like tasks and some of your basic things with AI. It's your launch pad. I like what you said. It's your bootstrap. It's your launch pad. However, people are going to be repositioned. There potentially is, and what I keep hearing is there's a net positive in the labor force because we're still going to need these supervision or even subject matter experts that understand how to close the loop, right? To, in this case, an architect that knows how to take it to that next level, because it can't just be basic if you're really trying to find a competitive edge. And if you want your workflows to all make sense and work together.
And having the dashboards to show all of the connectivity, uptime, downtime, everything that you need.
Right.
You need someone there to be able to set that up correctly.
So
because AI does not know that yet.
when you build an app, when you build a website, it's one thing out of a biodome that you need to create. You have let's say you create a micro SaaS and you create a landing page for that. You need to create a whole ecosystem around that. You need a ticketing system.
Right.
You need a call center. You need a CRM of outreach. You need a way to track all the logs, how people are moving the mouse around the website, where they're stuck. You need to understand the churn, when you're losing the customers. There is a lot of tracking and monitor that you're doing that. There is components that you might want to do. When you're sending emails, you might want to integrate a Pixel or Google Analytics to go ahead and look at that. You need to create a virtual twins of your customers to make sure you're targeting the right personas and how you're doing that. You need SEO, like so many things that you need to do. Building the app is just one item out of the thousands that you need to do when you're starting those types of things.
Can we hit on the SEO? I'd love, because I keep just hearing just differing opinions. SEO's dead. No, it's not. It's enhanced by AI.
It's dying.
Yeah, walk me through that. Why is SEO dying? There's a lot of people in our audience are from the marketing space, so I think we're hitting quite a few things, including their own roles, right? But what we're saying is, and I think there will be a positive sentiment to it, is look, no, use AI because you will be the future as a subject matter expert. That being said, SEO, that's a huge topic. We have multiple clients that always ask us about the SEO optimization. You say it's dying. Why is that?
So I'm living like to N plus 5 years. So I'm like living somewhere else.
You're in the future.
Here's what I see. Perplexity, if nobody knows what it is, it's a tool that allows you to do research and searching online. It's kind of like competing with the agents like OpenAI has and Google has that can go search and give you some conclusions based on scraping and things. They introduced 4 months ago a shopping model inside that you can actually use the AI agent to go ahead and do shopping for you. Today, the person is doing those shoppings. So we have a person. If I'm going to a store, it's a person to a system. When I'm going to Amazon, for example, the future is a person going to an AI curator that helps me and give me the proper customer experience.
And it may be your personal AI agent bot.
That's next level. So the next level is why do I need to work hard, right? I'm going to have my digital butler going and doing those things for me and negotiating price with the AI on the other side to make sure it is okay. And when the package is late, it will negotiate a discount because it didn't arrive in time. So consumer to consumer is going to move to machine. SEO is targeting consumers. Machine do not go to Google and search.
And I would also challenge, I think, I don't know if SEO is dead, but they need to evolve. Because currently SEO is single modal. It's only text. But now as you start getting into multimodal and you can, talk to your chatbot, to your assistant, how are they going to be able to get that? So how are you going to be able to start targeting people and be able to present that information coming from a different modality than what you had?
If you're going to use Perplexity today, you can tell it, research the product based on YouTube videos.
Yes.
Wow, how do you inject SEO now to all the videos that you're doing as a company? So static content is gone. Now here's the thing. Me, you are different people. You might want to target different SEO for each one of us. Maybe it's not the same wording. Why is it static based on one engine that gives the same source of truth for everybody? We are not all the same. So there is a direction now that it's going to AI injection of SEO. Like, how do you go ahead and you get OpenAI to train on how you want your firm, prices, and products to be perceived by the LLM. So if someone goes and asks the LLM without searching the internet, what is the base information your company, your products, your offering produce? Most companies do not target data injection to the AI models today.
Right.
And that's going to be the next big
Okay,
thing.
we
in
have
my
to talk
opinion.
about that. That is amazing because people are. I mean, I was just
I mean,
having a
that's the
conversation.
biggest complaint that everyone has is, oh, this was trained on data for a specific date.
Exactly. Or what I'm hearing is, well, we got to get our SEO keywords. But what you're saying is the agent is
Target
not
the agent, not the user.
Yes, target the agent, not the user. What is the best way if someone was listening right now and is like, shoot, we got to scrap this whole SEO, whatever we're doing here. We put so much emphasis on it. What is the one thing they can do to their, let's call it website. Let's use website for example, since we're chatting about it. What can they do today so that the agent targets them or they are targeting the agent? What do you put on your website? Is it a chatbot?
So I would attack. It's a very complex problem to attack. So one way to solve it is bribes. You go to Perplexity, OpenAI, hey guys, here's $1 million. Go crawl this text file and make sure it's part of the model.
If I'm raising funds, I'm like, so what is your fund allocation? We're gonna bribe Perplexity. So that's where my money's going.
But that model is there for the big players, right? It's basically they're creating a channel that way.
Right.
They're funding a channel. For a small business, how would I do that? That's a big question. I will create content the way I want it to be consumed by those chatbots and go and get generating conversations around those topics with the chatbots to get them to learn those things and embed them hopefully in the next iteration.
Yeah, so you're instead of putting all of your money into the text-based SEO, now you got to diversify your skills. You want to make sure that you're providing a newsletter. You want to be able to provide a YouTube video. You want to do a podcast. All these different modalities, so that when these models start picking that up, now it's going to know you in your company based on all of this different information. So I think it's diversifying your skills, diversifying your media, diversifying your advertising.
You're going to kill me for doing this. I keep shouting you out about this. Can we talk about N8N and how you use an agent to scrape, pull article? I mean, people need to hear this because I'm going around and when I bring it up on how this agent is literally replacing 3 to 5 people that are doing research, writing newsletters, writing blogs, writing show notes when we're not for this one, but for some other ones. Can you walk us through what is N8N? How do you use it, and why should people be using it to do? Let's just give them one example, because I know you use it for a lot.
Let's focus on that. So N8N is a no-code agent building solution. It's a very easy to learn, easy to consume. It doesn't matter your technical expertise. You can be non-technical at all, or you can be a developer, and you can be able to get value out of this. And it's based on workflows. You define what your trigger is. So is that an email? Is that a chat? Is that a scheduled event? And it then goes to an agent and you give it a task to do. So the task that we have for our weekly podcast is provide us 3 to 5 most current AI news that is relevant for an executive. And you've got to use prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is how you communicate effectively with agents and as well as with large language models. And you build out how you want to do that, and it will then do that. And you have tools at your disposal of how you can use that. You can use your own personal company tools. You want to store memory to make sure that you're not repeating the same story every single day. And as well as then how do you want to have that outputted? So I know you are very high maintenance and you want it in a specific way. So I've designed and created the prompt.
It's amazing.
So it sets up and gives you everything that you need and be able to do that. So it's a way to be able to build out this automation for a specific task to be able to do that. So it's an easy thing to learn, and love to hear your opinion.
I would like to jump in. So N8N.
I know. By the way, we had breakfast this morning, and we cannot.
It's like breaking my teeth.
N8, and they got to change the name.
Oh my god! Great product. I like it. There are others like that, like Copilot Studio and a lot of others. you can use it for anything that you want. And people don't understand that it doesn't have to be a business idea or complex thing. Like here's a simple thing that I'm doing, for example. My daughter's school spam me with emails about meetings and things like guys learn how to write in bullets. Like I don't need to read half a page for a
They're
meeting
educators.
date.
They don't write bullets.
But it's draining resources. It's draining time for me. It's stored. I don't like that. So I built a bot. Look for all the emails from ISD. If there is a meeting or a due date, add me a thing in the calendar. I don't need to read that bullshit anymore. It's done. It's there on my calendar. Every time there is something my daughter needs to do at school, I have an alert of that on my calendar without even reading all those noisy communications. Those agents replaces virtual assistants. If 4 years ago you would hire someone in the Philippines for $12 an hour to do the things for you, now you will have hundreds of those virtually doing the same thing for you and delivering you value on anything that you're doing manually today that you can automate almost.
So you're saying that the human virtual assistant's dead?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, we're gonna get so much hate mail. We're gonna get, but it's true.
Like
It's true. I mean,
Yeah.
The example you just gave and what you just gave, it's true. What do you?
I have a virtual assistant that does all of my mail management. So every email that comes in, AI powered, it will categorize it based on the categories that I've set.
Yeah.
If it is high priority and requires a response, it'll generate a response. It will look at my calendar when someone asks, "Hey, what's your availability?" and provide 3 options in the next 10 days of what I would like to meet. So it's already there, and it is very powerful.
Like for warming up connections, for funnels, for cold outreach, it's like, and it's opening like so much door. And now you can actually connect products like 11 labs and have like your agent makes live voice phone call for people. And it's gonna change everything. Like
it's changing it already.
I'm gonna pivot a little bit, and we're talking about AI and responsible AI. We're gonna see a lot of shenanigans going on, and
I love that you brought this up.
as the barrier of good things is reduced, most of the time whoever adopts new technologies are not the players wearing white. It's going to be the players wearing gray and black that are usually the first to adopt that because they don't have any guardrails or governance that prohibit them from adopting that. So today you have all those cameras in federal countries sitting in big complexes. A lot of them, by the way, most people don't know, they're actually prisoners, and they have to kind of like serve the masters by running scams and have like quarters per day.
Yeah, and they're all human trafficked.
Yeah.
They are.
Most of the time, it's really sad stories, but it's I don't want to say even. It's also sad for the people who lose the money.
Sure.
Those organizations are starting to move to use AI. AI becomes relevant. It's easier for them to switch the human labor with AI to get low-hanging fruits and warm up their connections for the scams. It's not just for valid sales, it's also for scammy sales.
Scam, phishing, social engineering.
Yeah, like you need to be very careful on how you look at things. Like validate the source of truth of what you're getting. I think the fungibility about what we are seeing is going to be very, very challenging in the next coming years. Can you believe what you see? Can you believe what you hear? Through what lens did that information got to you? What was the bias along the way? Everything and anything has bias. Recognize the bias, embrace the bias, and act to balance that bias with maybe more AI agents that have different biases, maybe people that offset the AI bias, or maybe put AI to offset the boomers you have in your team.
So this is
I'd love to go into a little story of kind of a public safety announcement for the audience.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine, he got a call, it was probably about 3 months ago, and it was from his sister's number at 12 o'clock at night.
I wouldn't answer.
He didn't, he's like, she never calls this late. This has got to be an emergency.
Yeah, emergency, yeah.
And it was her cell phone number, and the guy jumped on it and said,
was there a voice?
No, it said, I've got your sister hostage.
Wow.
You need to pay this amount of money or we're going to kill her. And they had a voice clip of her, and he said, show me. And she, she jumped on it and was able to talk, and it sounded just like her.
Wow.
But because he was prepared already, and this is a public service announcement, they had a code word that no one else knew.
Excellent.
And
What was it?
I'm not
Just
kidding.
kidding.
But this is something, especially as your non-digital parents and things like that.
I know. Yeah.
I've already told my mother, I will never call you for money. I will never be held hostage to be able to call you for money.
Right.
And if we do, use this word, ask this question.
Or just let me die. I'll take the bullet. This is so good.
It's like I'm coming from crypto, being
Yeah.
in that space for so many years. It's like the default assumption is everything is a scam, and then validate that to not be a scam. And high fidelity voice replica can be created after 1 hour of conversation. So I can take that recording of this podcast today and then generate a replica of you and try to scam your entire family. It's that easy. It takes $15 to generate that replica.
Wow.
It's
So here's
such
the
a
thing.
low barrier.
For this topic, Ben, I think I like when we bring it up because I think it is okay with anything, including this technology, to offer some skepticism, discernment. Here's the thing, though: we have people in the audience, or maybe not even in the audience, that potentially want to lean into AI. They hear some of these stories, and it's just like, no way, I'm not going to
No,
let things.
it's the opposite, because here's the thing. When you have a new way of doing crime, you need a new way of solving that crime.
Sure.
And you cannot use a person to solve an AI crime.
Well, what I'm saying, though, is you have business executives that are saying, we are not going to invest in this until there's far more people fighting this crime so that we don't lose our data, we don't get sued, there's not ransomware.
But they're already being penetrated. That's
a great
so
point.
so when you need to go ahead and decide what is my cybersecurity program, what do I go ahead and do, how will I protect my assets, right? You need to look at all those different scenarios. This is a real scenario. How you embrace AI within your organization to generate sales might be a different way on how you integrate AI to protect yourself from cyber threats or scam threats. Like the fact you don't like to drive
Because there's accidents. Yeah, good point.
because there's accident. Like,
Right. Need a seatbelt.
things happen.
Sure.
Know that they are happening. Learn how to protect yourself. Understand that there might be harm that is happening. Like I can drive and it all can be okay, and all of a sudden there is a plane engine falling from the sky. Like there is no such thing as zero risk.
Yeah.
There is always something. The fact there are other players that might attack you using AI should not be involved in your decision on how you want to use AI.
Right.
It will actually drive you to use more AI eventually, as you need to protect yourself from those attackers.
Yeah.
API is a big thing. API vulnerabilities around products, bots attacking, scanning APIs. Today, a lot of those are still people running command and control operations, but those are moving to become automated agents. So in the next future, I can see an AI entity that is a hacking entity that is running a campaign, and it's an autonomous system. It's running on decentralized GPUs, and it's doing shenanigans.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah, but small scale.
Small scale.
So Ben, as we start wrapping up, where can people find you? What are you doing now?
So I'm a solution architect at Enterprise Mobility at my day job. Do a lot of emerging tech for those guys and some cyber. And I'm doing some advising on the side for some AI companies. Hit me up on LinkedIn, Ben Peary, or benpeary.com.
And that's P-E-E.
Peeri.
There it is.
Yeah.
Hey, and we also wanted to gift you this book. It's the Handbook for Chief AI Officers, and actually one of the co-authors was our CEO and founder, Nick James. He signed it for you, and we just wanted to say thank you for jumping on. And I know there's a big story, right? When we talk about the hands of our logo.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to get away from us about this one. So we had a podcast recently. Well, everyone knows Nick James, our founder and CEO. And if everyone follows us on LinkedIn or some of our other social platforms, including Spotify, we do the AI Executive Podcast as well, where we had Ryan Eggleston, who is one of the hands. Yep. You have Nick, who's one of the hands. And I'm like, who is that? Who's that third hand belong to? And we met him today here at the event. So, Ben, you want to walk us through just your experience with White Glove AI?
Yeah. So as my business was dying, I met this guy, his name is Ryan. I'm like, oh, okay, let's.
He is cool.
Like, I started to really like getting red pilled with AI as I was automating a lot of things around my business and letting people go and trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. And I'm like, oh, this guy is really cool, and we're talking, and we kind of like hang in the same neighborhood of crypto, and I know Nick for many years from that space. We met in one of Ryan's meetups, and we're like, okay, let's talk about doing something. We came out with this ideation around, okay, let's help people embrace AI. It's like there's a lot of fun and scares. Like we talk about, oh, there are people looming in the dark. It's Skynet. It's this. It's that. How can we make people feel warm and fuzzy about that and get them on board and adopting? So we started that journey. I left Nick to continue that and joined Enterprise. I was tired of being a founder. I needed a break, and I got a corporate sabbatical to a degree.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, we're so lucky that we had this opportunity to chat with you. I know we'll keep in touch and enjoy the book, and we'll be in touch. Thanks for letting us know where we can find you, and great chat.
Thank you, guys.
Mini Skynet.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one. Thank you so much. Wow, that was amazing. Oh my goodness. We chatted about a lot there. I think a lot of the folks that are in the marketing space are definitely drooling over that one, because there's a lot of shifting that a lot of people out there in the marketing space will have to do. And then we gave a couple of examples like Lovable and N8N and some other ones. I had a Grant Lee. Grant, if you're out there, from Gamma, right, the CEO of Gamma, I'm really hoping he finds a way to be less of the designer space, right? Because it's beautiful, great Canva. I mean, it's amazing, and they're not Canva, right? Canva does great too, but Gamma's on another level. I just love the text image to prompting to your slides.
And it's so easy to get
so easy to use. Now, can they do what Lovable does? Like, why can't he take it to that next level?
That may be where they go. We'll see what's on the roadmap.
All right, so we have our next guest coming on in, and I'd love to introduce them. Look at that. We're already signing books over here. You guys can't see behind the scenes. Nick's just signing away. We have a ton of books. How are you? Albert Ramos.
Albert.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Jason,
Nice to meet you. Wonderful.
Yeah, so we've been having guests on the show. We're live, by the way. So here at the SMU DFW Leadership Symposium. That is a mouthful.
You're always missing out.
Kellogg. Cox. How many names does this thing have? They got a lot of good food, and it's sponsored by 7-Eleven. We love it.
Is it a brand salad?
It is a brand salad, but I like it. It's been an amazing event, a lot of energy, and we have people from all over. But let's chat about you. Why don't you introduce yourself? And we have a pretty large audience that's tuning in, and we'd love to learn more about you.
Thank you, Albert, and thank you, Jason. I'm Venki Shankar. I'm a professor of marketing, and I hold the Harold Riley Chair of Marketing, and I'm also an academic director here at the SMU Cox School of Business.
Amazing.
And I am a director of the institute called BICE, stands for Briley Institute of Customer Engagement. So there's a lot of names in here, but I am excited to be part of this. I'll be speaking today, and I'm also an alum of Kellogg, so it's a double pleasure.
This is excellent. And
it's a great campus. Yeah. I mean, thanks for inviting us. And
you're welcome. Awesome. Yeah, when you get a chance, make sure that you visit every corner of the campus.
Oh, we can't wait. It's beautiful. I was just I parked by the stadium, and I'm a previous college football player, so I can't wait to check it out. Nice. I went to a school called Occidental College, small little private school out in LA. Go Tigers! Yo Triumphi! This is perfect timing. We didn't plan this. We just had a whole segment here earlier with Ben, and a lot of what we were chatting about was marketing and how AI is transforming the marketing space. We touched on SEO. We touched on using agents to capture certain things to drive article or content or newsletters, and
also the multimodal piece,
right?
And how that's going to change. That it's no longer SEO based on text. It's how you do SEO based on voice and video.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I'm curious, in the classroom and in the university, what is now kind of the run of show of being taught that we have this new technology at our fingertips, right? So the traditional marketing models, right? The traditional education around marketing, I'm sure, is evolving.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're living, breathing as we speak.
It's
This is the
ever-changing.
evolution. This is an exciting time to be in the classroom, in both teaching as a student, because
Oh, I
we're all
love that.
constantly evolving and learning as technology is evolving, AI is evolving. In fact, as a matter of fact, I teach right in this very venue a
Really?
class on digital marketing and
Beautiful.
AI, particularly the EMBA students, and we are actually doing exactly what you're talking about. We're actually implementing some of the things in AI. Students, I call them participants because EMBA students are very experienced there,
Sure.
having their day jobs.
Right.
They're still coming and doing. Hats off to them, and they're learning to use all the AI tools. They're learning to learn better,
Yeah.
and so that they can perform better. And also, my job is to really give the frameworks and make them think more creatively, and how they will be envisioning themselves and performing in a future world where AI and human will be complements to each other.
Yeah.
So how do we best make use of the hybrid to be more effective managers, more effective leaders, more effective marketers?
Let's
right?
walk through it. I'd love to cut through it, and I do this quite a bit, right?
Right.
Is I like to chat about, well, is there augmentation, right? Do you have another tool in your toolkit, or is it replacement, or a mixture of the two? And in the marketing world, what does that look like? What role that existed maybe even 12 months ago, 24 months ago, what roles don't need to be filled anymore because of AI and agents and all of that agentic workflows? We were touching on that a little bit earlier, but from your lens, and as you're working with, I'm sure you have a ton of C-suite, including chief marketing officers in there. What is everyone seeing? What is everyone talking about? Well, we don't need this, but we need that.
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
It is evolving even as we speak. As you rightly said, agentic AI is here. It is actually enhancing generative AI, Gen AI. And what we are witnessing in the marketing spheres, if you think about marketing, fundamentally it's all about customer value enhancement, right? How do you identify customer value? How to create the customer value? How to deliver that value? How to capture the value by revenues and pricing and profitability. So what it means is to also deliver a world-class experience on a continuing basis.
Right.
So what it means is that when you use agentic AI, which refers to systems that can autonomously
Right.
do the decision making, and it can also do with minimum human interventions, right? It can optimize the workflows, right? And then also react dynamically as it encounters things in the marketplace. Think about the whole value chain of the business, right? Right from no matter what industry you are, what business you are, whether it's manufacturing, services, or a hybrid of that, and how do you basically work back from the customers, right? So starting with the customer interactions, right? It will be hyper personalized with agents. Now you can Albert, I can give you the offering that you've always dreamed of.
Hyper personalized.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can treat Jason like he's the king, right?
He likes that.
and of course, who doesn't want
Yes.
like that? Right. So that's from the customer interaction. Then what about the customer service angle, right?
Right.
How can we dream to get your problem solved intelligently, quickly, optimally, efficiently, right? And from the workflow standpoint of view, managers should not be under stress, right? I can delegate tasks to the agents. The agent can learn and then perform that. And I can be an orchestrator, right? And a manager of agents, right? And that is going to be the vision that we are moving forward to.
I love that. And so there's a couple of mentorship groups and leadership groups that I'm in, and people are asking, well, what does the leader of the future look like? And it's exactly what you're saying is you will be an orchestrator.
Exactly.
Your communication skills are more important than ever before. Your creativity and your vision, being a visionary is so important, because in the future, actually now,
Oh yeah.
I get so used to saying it's in the future.
is here.
It's actually now. You need to be able to delegate, know who and what to delegate. And I say who, is it human intervention? Is it some sort of agentic workflow, agent, right? I know Nick likes to really get out in the future about humanoids and all that, but it's coming. It's being built. We see it. But as a leader, and I'm sure many in your classroom, that's what you're teaching them, right? To think this is different. You have to think differently. It's no longer just human task, human this and that. It's much different than that. And it's not having to be technical, right? You mentioned lovable.
The bar is now for technical ability is level for everyone. Anyone
Right.
has the ability to do that. But one of the questions I have is, what is the biggest challenges your students are facing as they're learning this new way that they're going to take back into the organization of adopting AI?
Right. So if you think about my student audience, I'd like to think in terms of different groups of people. So if you have the undergraduates, you have the graduates who are include the MBA, then you have the executives. They're all different levels in terms of learning, in terms of capabilities, in terms of responsibilities. So we want to see, if you look at the undergrad, they are mostly digital natives. We were talking about generations. We were talking about most of the Gen Zs are, and now Gen Alphas may be coming into the classroom very quickly in a few years now time. And we have to start thinking about what are they natively endowed with, what are the mindsets, and how do they change. So if you look at the current landscape, we have a lot of Gen Zs in undergrad, and they're very exciting. They have tremendous
digital natives. They
natives.
grew up with their own iPhone.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say, is that they already have that, and so they're looking forward to really seeing how they can use all these things and still be a responsible leader going forward. And so there are some uncertainties about how this might play in. So they need opportunities, they need jobs that leverage their skills, and also they need an environment where they can also learn about the mature world of tomorrow, right? And so that is there. If you look at the MBAs or master's students, they already have the basic training and framework, and they are trying to see at the advanced level, how do I actually incorporate all this technology and become a knowledge worker. If you think about the term knowledge worker, is somebody that actually is now going to orchestrate, as you said before.
I stole it from you.
Right, exactly. We're both orchestrating.
Right. Yes.
So orchestrate the knowledge, basically. And how do we actually...
Knowledge worker.
Right. So the knowledge work itself is becoming the item that is optimized, where the workflow with the agentic and future towards where we can instantaneously optimize, right? AI is going one step above the humans in terms of the speed in which it actually performs things and the precision, right? The precision is improving. And so when they have the capability to make decisions on their own, on the fly, in the environment, and they can execute things better than human beings, that's when the human beings have to look at that. And if you look at my executive audience, that's what they have to be looking at, say, hey, how do I plan this whole? So think about an artist, right? I'm actually having a palette and I'm designing how this landscape is going to be. How am I going to orchestrate? How am I going to put the paints, the backgrounds, the sceneries, and other things? I've got a lot of agents in here, right? Human agents and AI agents, and I am trying to optimize that, right? And I want to be in a situation where my value to the organization or to the world, a society, is higher. And how do I perform that? For that, I need an understanding. I need some forward thinking. I need also the tools that you talked about. I need to know how to use this.
So I'm curious about this as you're teaching your executive MBA students to be that orchestrator, right? Now, we at White Glove, we talk a lot about AI adoption. We have a framework to do that, right? And one of the things we say is don't go quickly to integration, right? There's the evaluations, there's a governance, and different
setting
ways.
A strategy, understanding what your goals are, because many people have tried. They've got a solution they want to automate, but the technology is not there to do that, and so they waste a lot of time. So we would love to hear about how you think people should be adopting AI.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, because right now people are in a state of shall we say, shock.
What is it?
Yeah, because the shock is happening because almost every day you open anything.
We have a morning show. We know it's literally what is going on. There's something different every day.
You have the DeepSeek coming out with this game changer.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, OpenAI is releasing 2 or 3.
Grok.
And then Gronk comes
right,
out,
Grok
Kimmy comes out.
Right. So people are like, oh, what is going on?
Sure.
Right? Paralyzed. So do I take a step back? And I mean, people cannot think very clearly, and also they don't want to invest in it and so on. So much so that Apple, which was sitting on the sidelines, everybody's now thinking Apple's doing a good thing because they didn't move too much and then lose something. But is that the good thing? That's where I think the human.
Can we talk about that? Because we were just chatting about that. I'm a big Microsoft guy,
Okay.
right? And
now, let's not get into.
I'm just saying.
Battle.
I'm just saying. And you're right.
Yeah.
Apple's been on the sidelines. They have the most cash. What are they doing?
Right.
I'm just, anyways.
So the point is, let's leave aside the tech companies,
Right.
but most of the companies are basically users of technologies, right?
Yes.
And so they are trying to figure out, how is this landscape going to evolve? How should my business evolve? And so it is almost like, you have an ecosystem.
Sure.
And you have user companies, you have technology providers, you have service companies, and you have manufacturers. All these sectors have to come together,
Right.
Because it's no good if your company's all on the leading edge and your customers, let's say you're in B2B, your customers are not there. So all your adoption is not going to add value. But at the same token, your customer's already there and you're not there, that's a big problem, right?
So what's your recommendation? What are your students going through? And is there any specific case studies or maybe even capstone projects that we can release here early?
Yeah.
How are they using what they're learning in the marketing front to close that gap? We're trying to do the same thing, right? Because you're right. There's so much out there. People take a step back because it's just unknown. It's almost like I'm not
AI
sure
literacy is going to be something that we're going to have to invest in
Right.
as a government. I know it was part of the new National AI Advisory Council
Right.
as a key thing of focusing on AI literacy for the entire country.
Right, definitely. So there are two aspects in here to keep in mind. One is, understanding and distilling what is going on, right? Which is in a way that's meaningful for learning. And let's face it, the face of learning has changed,
Yes.
right? The pace of learning has changed. The face of all of it. We are now. You said multimodal. We are multimodal learners. We are continuous learners, and we are constantly learning. Everybody's learning, including me, every day, right? The greatest thing about my job that I love is I learn much more quickly, and this is great.
Love that.
So one is the learning aspect. The other thing is implementation aspects. Whatever you learn, you have to put it to use for the value generation for your organization. And so that is where I think we have to, the good strategic thinkers are thinkers who are thinking like, here, I from my learning, I understand this is how different scenarios are going to look like, right? This is how we need to be prepared, right? And here are, almost think like a decision tree, right? Here are the ways in which we can evolve. Here's how I can be prepared. So what's the minimum investment I have to make in this? And what's the boldest investments that I can make in here? Where is it that I can make a difference to my customers' value?
Our audience is getting a free MBA course right now. This is
So
excellent.
I would
Thank you.
love to get your opinion. Both Albert and I have young children, 5 to 7.
Sure.
What do you think the future of education is for those as they get to your class when they get into their undergrad?
We may not be able to sit here and predict. If I were to predict, I'll be a sage. But the point is that I think the greatest thing about the future of education is that we should be willing to learn differently.
Yeah.
We should be willing to adapt our learning, right? So your children, who are probably Gen Alphas, and then, by the way, 220, 2025, today's children are going to be Gen Betas,
Yeah.
right? So we're really fast approaching a lot of different kinds of generational shifts in terms of technology, in terms of learning. So one good thing is that we don't have to, they will figure it out, right? And I think that's and by, who knows, by 2030, in 5 years from now, we will have a lot of changes that'll be more permanent, that we'll say, okay, this has come here to stay. And this is probably a passé fad, and this will move on. And what's the next generation, right? And I think that is where the scope is. I think we should stop worrying about what our kids are going to be, how they are going to be. They will integrate and evolve, right? And just like we just have to be willing to, right? Willing ourselves to learn and evolve, and let them learn and evolve, right?
So curious, because we've been talking a lot about agents and AI, and we've chatted about this on the morning show a bit. What I feel like is flying under the radar, speaking of tech giants, Meta,
Right.
They have a pretty sizable investment in virtual reality,
Right.
which is flying low key. And I think it's something big's going to happen here. In the marketing space, I mean, when I put my Quest Meta, whatever, 3S, whatever it is now, that's all I think about is, wow, the marketing capabilities that this thing can have. Are you all chatting about that? And where should we feel like that's going?
Yeah, this is what I call the imagination verse,
Oh, I love it.
right? So in other words, we're basically alternative universe, alternative realities, right? You can call it virtual reality, augmented
You seen that
reality.
movie Ready Player One?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like that.
That's an old. So,
love that
we are all human beings. What separates us from maybe machines? One of the characteristics is that we can dream and think differently, different scenarios. Our mind is infinitely capable, tool that we can, and so we need those every now and then to go and really, go there, experience it, come back
Sure.
if you want, if you like the real world. That's why we take vacations, escapes, as whatever you call. So there's going to be a vibrant market for that, right? When we talk about metaverse and all of these things. The question was, what Facebook threw ahead of its time? Probably yes, because the infrastructure and the ecosystems were not developed, and also COVID hit, and we had a lot of, when people's basic needs started becoming more important,
Right.
The growth takes a, backseat. But having said that, with all these new uh, developments coming in, gaming is an eternal need for a lot of people, right? Because um, uh, we want to be enjoying, some things, that experiences that we cannot get in real life in good measure. And so that's why I think there's going to be that. But what is interesting is that because the technological capability is going to enhance, so we are going to see it as alternative imagination verse going to be as good as real. So we are going to be torn between, how much
Wow.
do we have to be in imagination verse versus this, right?
Yeah, what if you enjoy it more?
Right. And that's where I think some of the ethical issues will start
Sure.
happening, right? Because what is right? Can somebody be, spending all their, 90% of their life on that? We cannot probably do that, right? Because we have to have some physical needs.
Now, you mentioned customer experience, right? And experience in general.
Right.
I see this imagination reality, this virtual reality being a big part in it, right? I'd love to attend your course, but if I can't physically be in your
Right.
classroom,
You can experience it.
I would love to be immersed in the experience, be as almost as if I was this close to you
Right.
in real
Exactly.
life as we are now. And I see that's where it's going, right? We're seeing it in the sports venue. I think they're starting it in soccer, but imagine being able to be on a podcast and the marketing licenses, the seats that you can license out, right? Or the sponsorship opportunities in an immersive experience.
Absolutely. You're thinking along the right lines. We have to be in a free agent verse where anybody can avail of anything, anytime, on demand, right? Whether it's imagination verse or whether it's a reality, they can have a combination of that. And if you have that kind of capabilities, it'll be an embarrassment of riches, right? You have so much to choose from.
Right.
But now you need a coordinating mechanism, right?
Exactly.
Because you need, people guardrails, and also you have to help guide people, right? Because not everybody's able to decide everything, what's the best thing for them. So that's when we use some of this agentic AI as an optimizing tool. So think about what we are talking about, agentic AI for businesses. If every individual has it tomorrow, right? If I have the power to delegate agents to do all the job, right? So think about today, I had to set an alarm. wake up in the morning, do my morning stuff, and then come here.
I got a 4 a.m. morning call from Nick, and he's right next door. I'm like, Nick, I'm awake. You can hear my alarm. Why are you calling me? I'm right next. I'm in your house.
Yeah, 4 a.m. is.
It was more. It was
tough.
yeah. It was an early morning.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that if I can delegate many of my jobs, and even have a thinking agent which says, do I really need to do this? Do I really need to do that? How do I prioritize my life, right? And so I imagine if I were to spell out what I love most about in life, what I don't love, let it optimize on a day-to-day basis what I should be doing, right?
You can do that now.
So
that's great.
Yeah, if I can do that, then I don't have to. The greatest challenge for human beings is, how do I go about my life, knowing these are the things I like, those are the things I like. I have to sit down and do these choices myself. I have to scan the environment. I have to do all this.
Right.
What if it's all done for me, right? And
here's the scary part. We were talking about this at breakfast, right? So we start to rely and leverage these tools, right? And it knows what we love, so we'll continue those, right? That's to our benefit, our utility, and the things that we don't, let's offload. That being said, there was something recently that happened to me in the workspace, and it was like, hey, you need to go do X. I didn't have my AI available, so I'm like, wait a second, I can't remember how to do this, and that was a little scary to me. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, we are so dependent on these tools. Think about Google Maps, right? I don't know if you remember, there was a time in which we used to drive without maps.
The map book, my dad used to bring out the map book and like E7. I'm like,
how did I navigate some of these complex cities?
Exactly.
I just stopped and asked someone.
Exactly. Now, if your maps is not working, or if you're out of juice in your navigator, or if you use a smartphone, then you're stuck, right? You have to pull over somewhere, and you have to
go to 7-Eleven. Go to 7-Eleven and ask them, like, do you have a map?
Exactly. Or AAA. AAA trip. But it's like this. The world is coming to a situation where we're going to be dependent on a lot of these tools. So that is why I emphasize in my class, I teach the frameworks, the fundamentals, so that if you want to be successful managers, if somebody comes and says, this is the optimal decision today, right? Spend $100 million on this. You got to be able to tell whether it makes sense or not, right? And so that's the capability that I want to make sure that everybody who is in my class understands. They don't just use it as a black box. They understand what are the capabilities, what are the questions I need to ask to make sure the agent did the right job, or the Gen AI gave me the right answer, and so on. So that's the capability. For that, think about it. How we have evolved in terms of our learning, right? We used to use tables, right, for multiplication tables.
Yes, I remember that.
Wow.
So we used to use the slide rule. I don't know if you heard of it, but it was before our times. But slide rule was used to calculate, bigger mathematical items. And after slide rule, we came calculator, right? Everybody started using calculator.
That one I know.
Right?
That one I know.
So before that, people were to use to memorize, and then used to do quick computations and so on in our head. And so then the PCs came, the computers, right? And now, we're now not even talking about PCs. We're talking about all kinds of tools, co-pilots, Gen AI tools, and it'll just keep getting better and faster and superior. So, but behind the scenes, you have to be able to understand, does it make sense, right? If you're not able to, and if you're saying, okay, the Gen AI tool told me that I have to make this $50 million investment in this, but I cannot tell why it is, right? Then it's a problem, right? But I have to really figure out that it does make sense. So what we need that is the ability of the human brain. The human brain, we have what is known as intuition. We have an able to look through the back of the envelope and say, hey, does it make sense, right?
That gut feeling people say.
Right, all of the holistic, and that's what we have to develop. But also, we have to understand, does it make sense? What is Gen AI trying to do? What is agentic AI trying to do? We may not do all the calculation. We may not do all the things that it does in the background, but you should be able to tell, well, for this kind of inputs, this should be the kind of outputs that I should be.
So
It
much,
makes plausible.
so much value, right? For those that are listening. I mean, again, I know I was kind of joking, but I'm really not. This people out there are literally getting an MBA course around. This is excellent, right?
Right.
I'm not the full course, a portion of it,
Right.
obviously. But what you're saying, a couple things that I heard is number one, check that feedback loop.
Exactly.
Go back and follow up. Trust but verify, or some others, reverse that.
Continuously learning.
Continuously learning, right? The continuous learning loop. The other thing that I really love that you said, and I'm a student as well, and what I'm learning about this is your scenario-based modeling or your scenario-based decision making. Right? Don't just focus on scenario A. What is B, C, D, E? Especially if you're thinking about investing some large amounts of money.
Right, and
I love that
prioritizing
you're
everything.
prioritizing.
Life is about prioritizing, right? If you think about it, right? All of us would be better off if we know what align everything to priorities and execute them, right? And that's what it's all about. And that's where I think we should shape. We should also. Why are we even having guardrails? Why are we even having this discussion? Why are we having this forum? Because we all, as a humanity, want to advance in a way that it is what we call Pareto optimal or mutually optimal for all of us. If somebody is advancing at the expense of the others and it's not fair, it's not going to work.
Not equitable. This is excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. My pleasure, Albert.
Yeah, great meeting you, sir.
Wonderful.
And where can we
Jason,
find you?
pleasure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
If you want to let the audience know, just again, where can we find you? Where can we follow a lot of this advice? I'm hoping you're posting some of this content because we need to continue to learn from you.
Absolutely. Like, first of all, they can reach me at LinkedIn, Venki Shankar, and also, my email is venki@venkishankar.com.
Excellent.
Feel free to email me, and I'm happy to, direct them to all the resources that they can actually help themselves. And I have my own webpage, which we need update. Which
we can help you with that.
We can go to Lovable or we can go to Data Button. You can do your entire webpage for you.
Yeah, please do. I'm going to, because the way in which I'm rapidly, my kids keep joking that, that I'm 24/7. I'm wired, as you can see. And I myself need to really keep up with a lot of these things, so it'll be a pleasure.
Well, you just provided a ton of value, so thank you
My
so
pleasure,
much.
yeah.
Wow, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Really great meeting.
Great again.
Yeah,
Thanks for
Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Great
you.
event. Good energy. Oh, we got more guests. They're lining up. I love it.
So this is my copy or your copy?
No, this is your copy. I'm so sorry. There you go. Yeah. No, thank you so much. Wow, that was amazing.
I use a Gen AI tool to.
Yeah. Use a Gen AI tool to read it. I love it. There was a ton there, right? So we had Ben, who was talking about building startup, right? Some of the grassroots bootstrapping and some of the challenging of different thoughts. And then we had Professor Venki here, who, just at a whole nother level.
I think one of the things I took from that is I was reflecting back on his answer on what is our future kids going to do. And I remember my guidance counselor, all of the roles that I've had since graduating high school, none of them were even envisioned at that time. There's no cybersecurity. There's no solutions architect. There's no AI professional. All of these things are going to evolve, and they are going to adapt, and they're going to figure out, and they're going to be able to start doing that. So I think, yes, absolutely.
You know what's interesting about that? And we heard it at the beginning of this year, kind of like the tail end of last year, is, hey, quit thinking about the role. To your point, I don't even know what it's going to be in the future. Upskill.
Continuously learn.
Yeah, upskill, learn as many skills. And right now, what's hot and what's really in the, finding its way in not just the mainstream and the news, but the infrastructure of how we do business or how we interact with each other, how we operate is artificial intelligence, agents, etc. So learn. It doesn't mean build, right? And I love that because you're very technical.
Yeah.
Don't let him fool you. He's very technical. And you do a lot of the other great things too, but it doesn't mean you need to be technical, but understand the basic in and outs and use it, lean in.
Yep. So I think we've got our next guest coming in.
All right. Great. Love it. How are you, Vishal? Good to see you.
Jason, nice meeting you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me here, guys.
we're just chatting. It's been value packed already. Obviously, we feel the energy out there, and we're really excited. If we can get you just closer, a little bit closer to the mic. Yeah, I think I'll move my knee so we're not touching that. But yeah, so we've spent a lot of time with Ben Pieri, with Professor Venki. It was amazing. We're just chatting about just the value and scenario based and all of that. So introduce yourself. We met out in the lobby.
Yeah.
I actually did some research. I was taking a look at your content and what you put out on LinkedIn. Very impressed. I was really
Absolutely.
excited to meet you, and we didn't chat too much out there, but now let's chat.
Absolutely,
We're gonna have a
I'm
conversation.
all here. So yeah, thank you for having me here, guys.
Our pleasure.
Vishal Modi. I have a tech startup, and we're slightly into a different space of integrating AI into utensils. So you're talking of a combination of a hardware and software that helps you eat better, eat more mindfully.
Oh, I love this. Let's chat about this. So walk us through what led to this company being started up. What was the vision? Why? Give me the story. There has to be a big story about this.
Yeah, no, for sure. So and this is a common denominator in some of the founders that I've talked to is like it starts with a personal pain.
Sure.
And in my case, it was my weight loss. Like I struggled with weight to an extent where I was bullied when I was a kid, right? And so that wound was still somewhere within me, and I didn't do anything about it until COVID, and that's when things started. World shut down on me. And things went downhill. Here I go to a dietitian, and the first thing I'm being told is like, hey, here's a diet plan. You got to measure your food and then cook and then eat. And I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, just do it for 3-4 times a day. And I come from a background of consumer tech. I saw the evolution of iPhone from day 1 to Gen 15, which just came out, right? So I'm like, this is dated. This is not. And that's when literally I took a pen and paper, drew a picture of a spoon with sensors, cameras built into it, and said, you know what if there was something that could say, I scooped the food, I put it in my mouth, this much I ate, it should measure me. How about if we can use that to and tell me if I'm eating too fast or too much and stop me from doing so.
Oh my goodness.
And then weighs like 20 pounds when you eat too much, so you can't even pick it up.
Exactly. And I've got like, as I went through the journey, people have come up to me and it's like, hey, so I really want it to push me to stop eating. Can you give it an electric shock so that it just drops from the hand? I'm like, well, that's too extreme. But but so yeah, that's
so let's get to that because I'm curious. I wanted to challenge a little bit there, but let's walk through the actual product and your organization and how the tech works of what you can share.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Love to share. So you're talking literally of a fork and a spoon. There's no magic in it. This is a spoon which has multiple different sensors, including a camera that's built into it. We can identify plated food and non-plated food, meaning barcode or prepackaged food, if you will. And all you got to do is just take a scoop of food and start eating, and the sensors kind of track your hand movements. We track the weight. We have a proprietary sauce that determines if the food actually is going in your mouth. So if you scoop up a food, put it on the side, it's not a bite that we consider. And so we precisely know how much you are eating, when are you eating, how much time it takes you to chew a single morsel of food in your mouth.
People don't realize that's very important.
It's very important,
speed
right?
of digestion and all of that.
Exactly. So it takes your brain 20 minutes to really understand that you're full. And I am guilty of it too sometimes, is I eat too fast. So within that 10-minute, 11-minute, I'm done with my meal. My brain is still telling me that, hey, I'm still hungry. You need to grab another serving spoon of that food and continue eating. But what's happening is you're just overeating at that
Yeah, you're just not satiated.
Right. So, and that's where we come in and say, if you're eating too fast, our tool or spoon would auto learn and say, I eat roughly 3 scoops a minute. But in a stressful situation, if I end up 5, 6, we use haptic feedback. Think of a feedback that you get on your watch. You are the only one that will know that, hey, there's something that's telling me to look and notice. We give that haptic feedback to alert them.
So just to simplify, you have a nutritionist in your hand at all times.
100%. That's the goal, right? So our ultimate goal is to be that personalized nutritionist who can help you cultivate healthy eating habits.
So my only challenge, right, and I bet you already figured this out, I know you have the answer already, is there is one step prior to is the selection, right? Because it doesn't, when you get to the point where you're about to eat, for the most part, you selected already. Is
Yeah.
there's a step before to make sure that what's getting on your plate is healthy? Does your product provide, or do you have an app for that on the
So we
front end?
have a companion app, and that's a great question, right? So the way we look at it is we solve the mile zero problem, or to even put it better, we are the bridge that brings between your food and
Food to mouth. Yeah.
food to mouth, right? So right now, I think our overall objective is to help people eat more mindfully, which then eventually then translates into like those mindful decisions, right? So if you look, there are about U.S. adults typically make about 221 food-related decisions in a day, majority of which are mindless. So what we believe is that as you start looking at your own eating patterns, looking at that data, did I really eat this much?
Right.
Did I finish this much in like
Oh,
5
yeah.
minutes? You're automatically then going to translate that
interesting
into a
data.
behavioral change.
Sure.
And that's what we're after.
Yeah, because I know once I had to start writing it down, then you're like, oh wait, I did eat more than I expected.
Exactly.
So yeah, having a tool that's able to calculate that for you and be able to give you that feedback of, okay, yeah, we need to think about what is our size limits. What are we trying to do?
Yes.
So I come from quite a few years in the health and fitness space. So that's where I like to play a little bit, right? And so nutrition is a big thing. And I've been out there talking to a lot of people around. You have to optimize the ecosystem. One of them being nutrition, right? So it's not just, I come from a lot of brick and mortar health and fitness based studios, things like that. Well, if you want to create better brand loyalty and recognition, create raving fans, you got to meet people where they're at, outside of your four walls. So there's that. Now, a couple things. Do you foresee, and are people, and I would bring my utensils too, because it'd be a lot easier at home when I'm gonna select healthy foods. I'm going to use my utensils that are extra smart. My nutritionist in my hand. I'm going to do well at home for the most part. If this is really my goal, and I really want to get results. But I don't know what someone else is cooking when I go over their house. For the most part, right? So I'm bringing I'm bringing them with me.
Yeah.
or going to a restaurant.
Or going to a
Exactly,
restaurant,
right? So
man, that's going to get a lot of eyeballs. Like, what the heck are you using over there? I mean, what does it look? I would love. I'll see it later. I'd love to see them.
Well, let's see. The perception in the industry is changing with people being more open to using tech for their health benefits.
Right.
We are
So
seeing
true.
even like fitness junkies using CGMs because
Oh,
they
I do
just
it all.
want to monitor.
Yeah,
everything.
I'm a nerd. I love
Right?
biomarkers. I want to see when I eat that snow cone at my son's my son's t-ball game. Like, what does it do to my blood sugar?
Yeah.
And I'm never going to have another one again in my life.
Right?
It
So
skyrockets.
that perception is changing where people want to try gadgets so that they know what's going in their bodies. I think so. So to answer your second question first, would people be okay? I guess the world is changing.
Yeah.
People are being more open.
Well, I can see a nice little box that has your
Exactly.
utensils in
Think
there.
of it an AirPod case, right?
Yeah.
An AirPod case that charges the spoon. So we charge to a power bank,
Wow.
right? And we are targeting currently an 80-minute of battery life. So that should last you to 4 meals a day.
Sure.
It's easy to go. Now, here's where the technological limitation comes in. People cook food differently, right? They put different amount of butter in a mac and cheese versus what you put, I put, or you put. And so we are in our second generation looking at spectroscopy sensors, density sensors that can tell you more granular data in terms of the percentage of fats in that scoop of mac and cheese that you're taking. And that will allow us to even further refine and give more granular data.
So-
We won't be perfect, but we'll be getting more close.
So coming from this health, wellness, and fitness space, I know the selection process, right? What I hear a lot in this space is macros.
Yes.
I need to know my macros. So that's why I bring up the selection part first. Okay. So
Yeah.
we chatted about that, and you have a way to be able to scan and
Yeah.
all of that. Now when I'm at the table, let's call it that, right? And maybe I know it already, or I'm going to a restaurant, or I'm going to a friend's house. Now I have technology that will keep me in line with my macros.
Mhm.
It's amazing, right? So it's like, wait a second, this is on my plate. This is not based on what the technology is telling me. I shouldn't eat that.
Well, it depends, right? And so I think that's where human technology can only guide you to a certain extent.
My
It
next
cannot
question was
Well,
around willpower.
exactly right.
we
So
went out to breakfast this morning, and we went to a nice little place, and Albert wanted to show off AI. So he pulled out his phone and took a scan of the menu and said, "I'm trying to be healthy. What should I eat?" And then he picked the exact opposite,
I
the most
did.
unhealthy
I
food
did.
possible.
right. So and that's where the willpower comes in, like
Yeah,
Albert
I've
said.
not.
So it's like if I had, and see, I look at the analogy of a fit, not even a Fitbit. Think of the parameters that we used to have,
Yeah.
right? When I knew that I was at 9,500, I was lacking 500 more steps to cross that 10,000 goal. I
Walk in place.
just yes, I would just walk
Couple
up and
jumping
walk in
jacks.
something to reach that goal. It was data motivating me to do it.
Right.
I think we are looking at the same psychology.
I see what you're saying.
And you know, it's interesting what I have learned as part of this journey is humans have been taught to think positive all throughout, right? But when it comes to food intake, that positivity works in a reverse way. You always are going to underestimate and tell your brain that I'm going to eat this cake, but only half, and half is actually 3/4,
Right.
right?
Well, and I'm sure that you have this, but the gamification and the competition
Sure.
is the next thing that really motivates people, as we've seen with lots of these new tech things. They're like, oh wait, I'm on the leaderboard. Let me get a little bit
Yes.
better. So
All right, so I'm going to take it to the next level.
Please.
So I don't know if my wife's in the audience, but are these tools washable? Like I could put them in the dishwasher and
So the way we have designed it, and that's a great question, we get this often. So the way we designed it is think of a toothbrush. You roll the toothbrush head, wash it. You don't do anything with the handle. Handle is where the brains are,
I see.
and that's sealed,
Okay.
right? So
That's pretty easy.
so it's
Yeah,
easy, and
that's easy.
we can put in a fork head or a spoon head. So it's one device that can be used as a fork or a spoon. So that's our current generation. What we want to do in the future is try to make it IP68.
Oh, so it's interchangeable.
It's interchangeable.
Oh, that's excellent.
So
I love that. You know what I would do? I was just thinking, and this is really cool. I think it's. By the way, thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your story, and thank you for finding a solution for those that. I'll tell you, I struggle with eating. I'm at late night, and I got little kiddos. But the problem is, I eat all their snacks. Like I eat all their snacks. I need the technology. So this is a really cool solution. What I would do, because you're right, Jason, I lack the willpower. I got the French toast this morning when I'm not supposed to have the carbs. And I just replace all my utensils, like force myself to only use I would go to I need utensils, but I only have the smart utensils. I get rid of everything else.
So you won't have to look for
But I need my hands.
than
I'm like,
us,
forget this.
because one of the things that we're working on right now is a plate.
Excellent.
It's in a plate. So, and then we already talk to physicians and clinicians, and the request that we keep getting is like, hey, we need a cup.
Okay.
More nutrition is coming these days from liquids than solids.
Very
So
true.
how do you tackle that, right? So our vision is to have an ecosystem of utensils that can talk to each other and give you that holistic insight that you had this much of soda, which gave you this much sugar. You had this much of cake that gave you this much sugar. And now we reach your threshold of 36 grams of sugar that you are supposed to have, and it alerts you. Now, well, I can't give you a shock and drop the can or the cup or the spoon, but at least it tells you, your brain knows that I should be done. You won't be there the first time. You might end up at 40, but then comes 38 and comes 37 and 36.
Yeah.
And then one day you'll be like, yep, I hit my
Amazing.
goal.
It's outstanding. It's great to see.
So
where
what?
the
So
tech's
can you tell us where you are now? Is this prototype? Is this out in the market?
So
or-
we are at an MVP stage right now. We have partners with whom we are going to pursue our clinical trials. We have LOIs with a few partners across the country. So, and our goal is to get this product out, our first iteration of fork and spoons out in the market by Q3 of this year. So that's the goal that we have.
Excellent. That's
But
exciting.
what's the price point that you're targeting?
So we are looking at somewhere. So we're exploring two different price models, like a full SaaS based, which is a common in the industry. We have seen Aura and Aura Ring, Whoop, try that model.
Right.
The alternate option is you buy the hardware once and then pay a low monthly subscription fee. So we're going to try those two models.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think the second one resonates more is like you buy it once, forget it, and then you just pay a low monthly subscription fee.
I mean, this is a lifestyle change, right? You're using the technology to change behaviors. It's a
Yes.
lifestyle change, and I think, especially in this world of nutrition, health, and fitness, right? It's what's very well known, and you spoke of some brands there, Aura and Whoop.
Whoop, yeah.
They're subscription based. I
Yes.
think that's a great strategy. I think people, since COVID, right, are investing far more in their health, and they've made it a monthly reoccurring investment, and less the other items maybe that are unhealthy. We're seeing, right, just disposable income going more into this monthly reoccurring for their own well-being, health, mental health, physical health, all of that. So I think that's exciting. I'm really excited for you. Nick wrote was a co-author, and we wanted to give you this, the Handbook for Chief AI Officers Leading the AI Revolution in Business. Yeah, so he signed that there, and if you want my signature, I'll put it in.
Absolutely love it, man.
This was so good and so timely. We switched gears from the marketing department, and we went into something very practical, something that a lot of us think about every single day, right? And we feel it too.
And how AI can be used to completely transform
for good.
Vertical.
Yeah. This is amazing, right? I can't wait. I'm going to be a big fan, and
Absolutely.
send me when it's fully launched out. I'd love to invest in and be a customer.
No, absolutely.
And I'm fine being a beta user. I love getting on the early edge of things.
No, absolutely. We're going to open up our alpha trials to public probably in the next 2 months or so. So obviously we'll reach out to Nick and then get you guys on board.
Perfect. Cool. I love it.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
It was a pleasure sharing the journey.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was amazing. Wow.
Thank you for the book, man.
How strange how everything works out. Like, we're having breakfast, we're literally using AI to scan a menu. It tells me what I should eat.
What you should. Yeah.
I decided not to, and I feel like if I had another tripwire, that I blame Vishal for not giving me the utensils, because I wouldn't have ate it. I would have you know what? I don't need the French toast. I need the eggs only and bacon.
I would enjoy the shock when you get the.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, got it. All right,
no carbs.
I gotta lose some weight. I know, I get it, Vishal. That's great. All right, so I think we have another guest coming soon. It looks like they're just having a little chat, but some good stuff here. I mean, this event is full of. I mean, we have American Airlines in the house. We have some other AI tech companies in the house.
Mexican consulate. I'm looking forward to talking to her later.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. I think we even said to some of the team there, it's like, shoot,
ServiceNow sales and how ServiceNow is going to be transforming using AI.
Right, and I heard her chatting about something in her partnership with Disney. I wanted to ask her about that here on the show. I think it's interesting just what is changing in a lot of the roles we were chatting about earlier. My brain's fired up around just orchestrating. I never thought about it that way. As a leader, how do you orchestrate not only the tools, but who are using them? Some human intervention, some what we call digital species. Looks like our guest is here and he's ready to rock. He took some fuel. We should shout out 7-Eleven. They have Fusion. They got Replenish and the coffee.
He wrote the founding documents of our company.
I love it. Wow. So speaking of White Glove AI and just foundation and the founding documents, we were actually chatting about that, but we will now. Wow. I'd love to hear all about the founding documents.
Hello,
Jason. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm Albert Ramos. Nice to meet you.
I'm Saurabh Nathani.
Excellent. Here, we'll get you a little closer to the mic. I'll scoot back here.
Okay.
And so we've had a ton of guests on, and I'm sure the audience heard it. Nick was whispering in my ear that you were responsible. You're responsible for a lot of things, but one of them being the founding documents of White Glove AI.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm Saurabh Nathani. I work with White Summers. I'm off counsel with that. We are legal counsels, and we have startups put together the founding documents, like you mentioned. And we also help startups through the life cycle, which is your VC financings or your mergers and acquisitions, stock options plans, whatever is on the legal side. That's what we do at White Summers. In addition, on the investor side, also we help set up funds. We help set up angel investor their own LLCs and advise them on that side as well. So essentially, from a startup perspective, White Glove is we met on the internet, and he was looking for a startup lawyer, and that's how I connected with him. And that's how we put together this.
That's amazing. All right, I want to get right to it. Right, documents.
Yeah,
documents. Not only for startups, but for organizations, and just having a solid legal framework of compliance and risk mitigation, all of that. What I'm finding, and I'd love to hear your point, how is AI transforming how your business does business, how you come up with these documents and drafts and review, and I mean, what does that look like now?
Yeah, actually, so in the legal tech space itself, legal tech has taken off in a big way in various pockets within the country as well as in the larger ecosystem. There are various companies out there that have been funded that are creating legal tech tools for AI to deliver legal services to the clients more efficiently, thereby driving the cost down, driving the time spent in executing the work lower, and that is ultimately going to benefit the client at the end of the day. How it's been able to help us, we're currently testing, and I'm actually, as we speak, demoing several legal tech products out there. And so the way it helps us is it helps us automate the execution and delivery of the documents to the clients themselves. It also actually automates the process of client providing us the data inputs through those documents as well. So in a way that the time taken for us to get from a start to finish is a lot shorter, and that drives also, of course, lower the costs of the client to hire legal services.
That's great.
And that, I think, is one of the benefits of AI being used in the legal space. But in addition, it's driving out the mundane tasks of,
Right.
let's say, form filling
Yeah,
away from the
and
lawyer's desk.
that's something that we've heard, and there's a lot been out there of, paralegals are going to be disrupted with AI because a lot of that mundane work. What do you think the opportunity is that where paralegals will then be able to fill different and more impactful roles?
So this is something that I heard by somebody, I can't remember who, but somebody wise in the internet, when the talk was about
Was it Nick?
no, the talk was about, oh, the AI is this, they're going to take us our jobs. And the comparison, the analogy was in the 1950s or 40s, when the docks, the ships used to come into the shipping docks at the ports. Uh, Back in the day, when cranes were introduced, the manual labor got reduced because now the cranes could do the heavy lifting. They could lift containers, and
Do it
now you
faster.
see, yeah, they're faster, and now you see larger and larger containers and ships and all of those expanding. The thought back then was, oh, the laborers and the workforce, they'll be out of jobs. Sure, they went out of jobs, but they upskilled and they got replaced, or they transitioned into some other higher paying jobs or higher level jobs, or some other way that they were able to provide meaningful value. Essentially, AI is going to help us achieve that, and so we'll probably get to a point where really what will matter is our individual cerebral capacity, our individual cerebral abilities
Yeah.
on how to push that boundary.
Let's walk. I'd love to go deeper there because we're hearing a theme today, right? It's not just this augmentation. It's not even just about replacement, but there's also this in between, like upskill, learn how to use it, lean in, right? So that you are an orchestrator of the agent's human whatever, right? Now, you're taking it, you're saying it a little bit differently now around our cerebral capacity, and I'm very interested now. My brain's
Yeah.
firing up again. Can you walk us through what you mean by that?
Um, Today we look at, let's say, the technology that we're seeing. Um, you know, every Literally every other week we're seeing some other new AI agent or Gen AI agent, let's say Gemini or whichever other, let's say ChatGPT 4 or whatnot.
Yeah, Claude will be releasing theirs next week.
Yes, exactly. So we are seeing all of that in real time. On the DeepSeek came out a few months, literally last month, and quite disruptive,
It
from
was.
from an open AI perspective. But those things are going to happen, and that is actually what I'm basically looking at as a reflection of the human geniuses. That these human geniuses is because we need to think about something, how to be more creative and maybe drive costs down, and that's what probably was the motivation for DeepSeek
Right.
folks to drive it down to an open source situation, so that developers don't have to, or software companies don't have to spend so much money to license those Gen AI engines from the larger companies. So I think when I say cerebral is going to really matter, is that's what I'm basically at. That whoever has the larger vision, that'll help solve more problems
Yeah.
or more issues.
So there it is again, right? We
Yeah.
chatted about the orchestrator, the visionary, you being able to think creatively, right, and strategic. And so there's a lot of people out there that are wondering, well, how do I lean in, and how do I even some that are like, I don't want to get replaced, and I can foresee the current task or current role being replaced. What do I do next? And there's some really good feedback today, including yours on, well, here's how you reposition yourself. You upskill, you tap into your, what I've called God-given gift, right? Your creativity to be able to strategize better and orchestrate everything going on.
And using the AI as an assistant, and it's a partner
Correct.
with you, but
Yeah.
it's not your enemy.
Right.
It's a complement to your skills and your knowledge and your experience.
So what's different, and I want to kind of go back, right? We were talking about the paralegal, and I'd love to hit on that a little bit more, and how AI is being used for some of the things that you do, and then what also came up to mind, and not to throw out more brands out there because I really think we're talking about a lot of brands, but how do you differentiate yourself? What's your competitive edge and differentiator versus like a LegalZoom? Because there's a lot of people I talk to, especially starting at Bold Entrepreneurship, LegalZoom or Rocket Lawyer.
Yeah.
Walk me through your differentiator.
I think one of the biggest key differentiators is that we actually provide legal services, and most of these platforms will have a disclaimer saying that they don't provide legal services.
I see.
And so these are DIY platforms. There's no doubt that the quality is getting better and better, the quality of the legal documents. However, they do have that issue where they're not providing the legal services because they're just a platform and it's a DIY. You do it yourself, and you just get a bunch of documents. It's a different matter if a platform comes up and says that, okay, we also do provide legal backing and legal services, and you have a lawyer to talk to. That would be the game changer for sure. That would certainly drive down costs.
Curious. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
So one of the things, how are you combating hallucinations? And there was a big early adoption
You're reading my
of
mind.
AI where a lawyer went and came up and found a case that was just made up. So how are you balancing that? The AIs are not always right. So, we want to make sure people know, go in with cautious optimism when
Right.
you're using this, but there may not always be perfect. So how do you balance that?
The reason I said is that it's not just a lawyer; it's several lawyers who've
Okay.
used ChatGPT and in real life
They didn't learn
litigation
after the
cases.
first one got
Yes, and so some have burned their fingers certainly, and obviously the learning from that is that we shouldn't be relying entirely on that when it's obviously as grave as a legal case in a court of law. You've obviously got to do your due diligence. You have to do your findings properly through the correct traditional legal sources. Yes, ChatGPT certain or some of these GenAI platforms certainly get you information real quick, real fast. But of course, just like a doctor's profession, it impacts somebody's life. So obviously, you've got to be obviously vigilant and careful about that. And that's probably why we've heard in the news that some lawyers probably lost their law license as well, or got suspended.
That being said, I'm curious, right? Because so I come from the finance space, as
Okay.
Jason does as well, and a lot around the finances, it's mathematical proof, right? It's black and white for the most part, right? So there's a lot of roles right now, especially in bookkeeping, AR, AP. Now we're seeing things in the cash flow P&L space that an agent can now go do because it's either right or wrong, it's precise or not mathematically. And in the legal space, what's interesting is a lot of it's set on precedent, right? And documents, case law. So could there be an argument made that, well, why couldn't an agent be a lawyer?
There can be certainly an argument to be made over there. I would say so. There are spaces within the legal space that can be automated, and there are certain other spaces where you will require a little more cerebral or fact checking and fact finding, a little more litigation and court cases, presenting your court case before a judge. There is a certain level of obviously due diligence that the lawyer has to conduct, as well as you know persuasive writing. Persuasive writing is also what a lot of it is involved in a court case. That part, okay, you could argue that an AI may be able to, creatively write something really, out of the case law. But it's, I don't know. We'll probably see in the next few years how legal tech tools come out in terms of writing these persuasive case laws and cases.
I think you're probably weeks and months the way that AI is moving. Things don't happen in years anymore.
I agree. Well, I'm just
Right.
thinking, I'm
Fair
envisioning it
enough. Good
already.
point, yeah.
Right, I'm envisioning it already where you have an avatar, you have a screen, you have all case law that's relevant loaded within the knowledge base. Why couldn't it be done today? What is the creativity? What's the creative missing strategic link that I'm not thinking about, so that all the lawyers that are watching aren't thinking like, holy smokes, I might need to change jobs. What do you think it is?
Actually, there are platforms that are already doing this. The larger platforms that are already investing in these are the Thomson Reuters, LexisNexis, and Bloomberg, and all of these. The legal side, they already are putting in enough resources.
But there, I think there's also a lot of education and soft skills that are built in as you went through law school that helps when you're going through trial. I can't imagine an avatar sitting there on trial and the judge is like, no, it's not going to happen.
No to you, Judge. No, because I was big shout outs to Signal AI, and we were testing something out where they were using voice and avatar to invite me as the case subject to an event. And she asked me, well, how would you like that invite? And I said, I would like you to send it to me with a Hogwarts owl. And quickly she starts laughing. It says, you joke too much. No, how would you really like your invite? And I'm like, this is where we are. The ability to express, I don't even know how you say themselves, right? It's a digital species. This agent to express itself, to understand that I made a joke, to laugh with me quickly, and then to say, no, hey, quit joking around.
Refocus you.
Right, to refocus me. So I'm thinking about a lot of these roles, and not just the legal space, right? And this is just what we're chatting about, the accounting space. All of it it's just something to think about. Something to think about when thinking of your own role or the role of others within your organization. What can this technology really do, and are we prepared for it?
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, a point, and that's a point that's been discussed, by the way, in these podcasts among legal professionals who are on both sides of the table, on the side of the practitioners table, as well as on the side where people or lawyers are actually working with company in-house, companies that are actually developing legal AI tech tools. The fact that you have this whole 3 year of law school program that lawyers or students go through, they come out of law school, they have this gestation period of 2, 3, 4, or 5 years before they become really well versed with the craft. What will happen to that learning if AI just comes and just simply replaces that? So that's just something that's a problem that hasn't been solved, or people are probably still struggling with how to get
I'm even
solve
thinking,
that.
okay, so say it does take over that, then what?
Right. No, it may take over what? It may take over the repository of experiences of multiple
Yeah,
lawyers.
that's always been the hardest thing for me to articulate right now is how do you become an expert now that AI is your assistant? Because you don't have to go through a lot of the bars that you had to go through and all the steps as an associate and working your way up the chain.
That's right. Yeah, that is a key issue to be thought about as we push the borders.
Or does that bar and that expectation of how long it takes those steps, does that come down? So once you graduate and go through law school, now because you have this assistant there, you may not need the amount of time to soak into the job to become an expert.
Right.
That's
Well,
right.
you were part of the founding docs of White Glove AI, and so we wanted to gift you Nick's founding book. No, I'm kidding. The Handbook for Chief AI Officers Leading the AI Revolution in Business. And we wanted to just thank you for your time. And where
Thank you very much.
where can people find you and your organization?
Absolutely. I'm with White Summers.
White Summers.
Kathy and James. We're a California and Oregon-based law firm. I'm based in Texas. We also have an office in Budapest in Hungary.
Wow.
Because
So you're
Europe has,
international.
we're international, and Europe specifically has several pockets of startup ecosystems as well. And so there's a lot of activity happening in Europe as well. So we see a lot of cross-border work, Europe, US, India, US, Singapore, Asia, US in general as well. So yeah, that's where we're
Excellent.
based. So
Well, great
happy
meeting
to-
you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your time.
Thank you very much.
So thought provoking, and it's going to give us more to talk about. So,
For sure. Have a great one. Thanks a lot.
all right, thank you. Enjoy the event.
Thank you.
Looks like everyone's eating. I saw cookies out there. I saw sandwiches.
That was
where
a
are those
great,
utensils?
That was a great conversation,
It
and it
was.
made me reflect back on something I was saying back when we were adopting cloud. Is when back in the 50s when you're flying airplanes, it took 6 pilots to do that. Once they created autopilot, that didn't just stop. That allowed more pilots and more flights and drove down the cost. So I think AI is going to be very similar. It's going to disrupt what you do now, but it's going to give you other opportunities to really expand and go deeper on things. So I think
I'm just curious about that lag time, right? Because we're saying it's going to be net positive for sure. It's for sure going to be net positive on the labor force side. It's just how long does that dip, right? Because we're seeing some of the dip, right? Workforce. Who are some other ones that recently happened? Meta. Although Meta, well, they write it as they're underperformers, but it was just a reinvestment in a different.
I mean,
roles.
the federal government. There's been a lot of cuts.
They're being doged.
Yes, they are.
They're being doged. Oh my goodness. Well, we have some more guests, and we're gonna bring them in. Looks like they're lining up here, so we'll get set. But that was we got some good guests.
Some really great conversations.
Great conversations and some relevant conversations too, especially for a lot of the people out there. All right.
How are you?
How's it
Yeah,
going?
Jason.
How are you? Albert Ramos. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Javid?
meet you, Javid.
Javid, I'm Albert.
Yeah, I was listening to one of your podcasts.
Oh, good. Which one was it about?
The DeepSeek one.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Okay, so and I haven't chimed in on anyone. Yeah, if we want to get you closer to the mic so people can hear you. I haven't chimed in because we've heard DeepSeek now a couple of times, and I'm just waiting. I'm wondering if you're going to say it first or am I going to say it? Because we've had some healthy debate about DeepSeek. What were your thoughts about that? So people can find it on our LinkedIn, but also Spotify. It was one of our season 2 roundtables.
How about let's get to know him first?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was going to go right into it. You got me so passionate about DeepSeek. No, yeah, walk us through. Who introduce yourself and let's start there.
Yeah, sure. So Javed Muhammad. So actually, I run a dev studio called Bitsol Technologies. So we started back in 2015 with the focus of helping startups. Even actually before that, I ran my own startup.
Oh, excellent.
Got paid, right? It was not a success. So then I imagined I can help others as well. Not to what to do, actually to how to avoid those failures.
Watch out for it.
Yeah, because I learned from that. So it went well. So we helped till now more than 100 startups. But we got a good chance to work with the likes of Johns Hopkins, headquartered Abu Dhabi, the Libyan government during the COVID time. So those some big brands as well.
Wow.
So now we are into AI. Everyone is into AI, so we are also into AI.
I love it. I always say success leaves clues, but so do failures, and it's okay. We learn from them, right? And I wish more books. I think valuable books, leadership books, are actually the ones that tell you what not to do or what to watch out for. Kind of like a parent.
Here's all the challenges I went to. I just finished reading Shoe Dog, and
so good.
It was, half the book was all of his failures and how hard it was to be able to become a multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah, it's so good. That's a very timely book. I mean, you can go back to that one a ton of times. Well, that's exciting. So you know the ins and outs. We had someone that is currently, actually 2 guests that were.
It's a very entrepreneurial group.
It is bold entrepreneurship. That's the theme.
That's the theme, and everyone is up to for that.
Yeah, it's been exciting. Well, here now let's get back to DeepSeek. We're back. DeepSeek, we're back because I want to talk about this. So why don't you walk us through so that people can find it on our Spotify, LinkedIn, all the platforms, right? So we had a pretty lengthy chat because it disrupted. Someone mentioned that earlier. It disrupted the market. NVIDIA. It had some bold claims about the investment that it took to get there and the cost reduction and all of that. Although I think there's a lot of noise around the chips and the hoppers and anyways. And then the data security. So as you watch that and use your, doing your research and homework, especially for these startups in AI, what were your thoughts? What's your thoughts on DeepSeek and what's going on even outside of that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm not that technical now.
Me neither.
I was technical, but I feel like it's actually a big win for the even the US market as well. The reason I'm talking about because we are working in AI domain. So before that, getting that ROI of AI still not defined, right?
Right.
So we are doing a lot of stuff, but we don't know how to make money out of it, right?
Interesting.
So we work with many startups. Those went into shelf just because they don't know how to get the money that is being invested,
You're
right?
saying their idea was just they just got put on the shelf.
So yeah. So the whole product actually. So the main core reason was actually how to get the investment back, because now running the AI models, like, these are costly, right?
Right.
So with DeepSeek invention, I feel like the other big players now started to thinking how to make it cheaper, right? Because they need to stay in the market, they need
Sure.
to stay in the competition. Otherwise, the competition is gone. So that will bring the cost of not only the building AI, actually running those models as well. So when those models cost come down, so then the ROI will come actually, even for the smaller companies as well, especially for the startups, right? They are targeting a smaller businesses to get the revenue out of it,
Right.
and they don't have that much budget, so they want a cheap models or cheap solutions the model can run on, right? So
But they want it to be knowledgeable, and I think that's a great thing, because limiting that capex cost that it's going to take to be able to build out a model and build out your product. DeepSeek completely disrupts that, and that's going to definitely be a net positive. So I anticipate you got a lot of different products that are brushing off and rethinking their strategies again.
yeah, that's true. And another positive impact that I see is like a lot of investment was going into the infrastructure as well. It's still going on.
Yep.
But at least there will be some thoughts about that as well now. So might be some investment will come on the software side as well, right?
What are you seeing in we don't have to talk about the exact product, but maybe the category? What's been like the maybe surprising or the hottest, I like to use the word sexiest, area that dollars are starting to go, not infrastructure, but something else? What are you seeing is really the upcoming that maybe people are thinking about, or if you're allowed to share?
Yeah, so I was reading actually article. So in January there was 12 unicorns, and out of 12, 5 from the healthcare industry,
Interesting.
right? So that tells a number that where the investment is
Was
going.
one of them
in
these
future.
smart utensils? That was one of our guests. Wow. And so the healthcare space now.
But that's absolutely right, because healthcare has been on legacy technology
Oh my
for
goodness.
years. Just dealing with the antiquated systems just to go to the doctor's office is they're ripe for disruption and
Right.
change.
Well, think about documents too, and we have a case example at White Glove when, we're working with municipalities that have a ton of medical records. And Jason, I know you've been really close with this, and before we kind of loop back here, do you want to just share what we're doing in McKinney and some other places?
Yeah. So we've got our products embedded in a few proof of concepts where we're able to digest vital records for one of the largest companies or one of the largest counties in Texas. And we're able to, within 5 seconds, be able to take a document from the 1930s all the way up to the 1960s. And, they write different than the way that we do now, and stamps are all over the place. And we're able to process it with very good accuracy results. So it's definitely something. We've got a couple other opportunities. We're helping with documentation for, you get done with your consultation, and doctors have to write up, or traveling nurses have to write up all of that information, and it's not always correct, or you do it at the end of the day and you just met with 7 patients, what happened to that one at 9 o'clock?
Right.
So being able
it's
to
a data repository, which I love. And the other thing about it, right, just doing the math, this project, which would take this the city about 42 weeks to do with a team of 20, right? Think about how much they're being paid on a payroll, and let's just assume this is all they're doing during their 40-hour work shift. It's over the year, it comes out to about $600,000 that, as a community member, I'd like to know that what our city is doing, what they're spending on. Well, that's what they're doing. But yet you introduce this new technology that can do it in 5 seconds, and they're no longer have the guardrails of a 40-hour work.
24/7. It's not 40
and
hours.
24/7, right? And I won't throw the price out there, but let's just say you're saving about close to $600,000, close to $550, let's call it, to the bottom line. As a community member, I love that. And now we get to reposition maybe some of those funds elsewhere. It's just amazing what the technology can do there. Healthcare, so interesting. Now, when you say healthcare, is it more of like the hospital medical office, or is it health and fitness? Is it wearable technology? What do you mean by healthcare?
So I think it's coming in almost in every field of healthcare, starting
Okay.
from even the biotech, from
Right.
the digital health. So all that part is disruptive. So
Love that stuff.
one reason is because healthcare always have a shortage of staff, right? So whenever AI is coming to solve those problems, it's not going to take those jobs, but it will be facilitating them
Right.
to do more work. Like if a physician is taking 30 minutes to do a documentation part, like
Describing, yeah.
describing,
Soap
or even
notes.
filling the forms like 837, right? So now AI can do all that part.
Yeah.
Not only AI can do that part, AI can even suggest do better than at times humans, right?
Right.
Because AI can go and see those cracks that generally
And
would
they don't
miss,
have the
right?
same constraints.
That's true.
So if we have, for instance, I had my best friend from college. I was talking about my college earlier. His name's Jay. He's an orthopedic surgeon, and I know whether it be the soap notes or I think what scribing that they'd have a scribe. They don't have to do that anymore. That being said, I'm sure the question will be, well, what's the investment? Like, what does that look like? Is that fairly affordable for, let's say, a surgeon or some sort of a doctor to say, I want AI baked within my infrastructure so that everything's transcribed. I don't need to write anything, nor do I need to hire someone to write it.
Yeah, sure. So one of the startup actually we work with, and they're doing good as well right now. So they are just charging around $10 to $12 per month. That's nothing, right?
Compared to
So
the payroll and the time,
yeah,
especially a physician's time, right?
Right.
That's an expensive minute and hour.
right. So with that kind of like pricing, I don't see it's like even a pricing is a question now,
It's a no-brainer.
right? So it's the only thing is how accurate that model is. So the output is will be the key factor right now, especially on the scribing side, because there's a lot of companies, there's a big competition. The pricing is down. The only problem is right now the quality.
And the privacy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah, I'm
another thing.
curious about that. Let's talk about that because we've talked about risk mitigation and privacy, data privacy, but HIPAA, when you throw HIPAA in there, it's even more guardrails and red tape you need to get through to make sure, right, nothing's being leaked out because that's a major issue, right? I mean, you're done if you break some of these HIPAA violation rules and all that and regulations. What have you seen?
I think the minimum fine on the HIPAA regulation is 10 million. Think about a startup, right?
Yeah.
So
That's it.
over.
It's closing the doors.
yeah, so that's a problem. But the good thing is, like with all major EHRs, so they provide standard API Firebase integration. So you can read that data, you can write that data back, and if you keep that part like the modeling part and not saving the data in your own database and all that part, because you already have the system in place
Sure.
that can use to read as well as the write data. So you need only data for the processing purposes, right? So you just need to take care of that part. If that part is covered, so I think you are good to go.
And I think that's why healthcare hasn't been disrupted. And now with AI, it helps augment a lot of that. Why it's now able to, because you can build that security and you can make, provide that governance and enable that to make it so that you can start disrupting this market. So it makes complete sense of why AI is now being driven very effectively across the medical space.
I'm excited about the medical space and healthcare. Any other industries you're excited about?
Yeah, so we are working in education as well. So
Yes, I was
education.
hoping someone would chat about this today. Now we did talk to our professor earlier. Yes, but we lightly touched on it, right? It was more marketing focus. But I'd love to talk to you about the education space. What are you seeing? What's going to happen?
Yeah, so actually, I was attending a couple of education conferences as well. The last year, the big ones. So right now, the technology is divided mainly between the teacher side, or I would say the educator, and then the student side. But the 80% of the work is being done on the educator side.
Right.
So the student side is still not covered. People are still not able to digest, even if AI is applicable for students or no. But I think other way around, because those are the people who can use those technologies, right? You can't keep them away. But how to use that ethically, that's the
Well,
that's the big question.
so we've got a proof of concept under White Glove to do that as a tutor that's there to help them, because we see the same problem. We've spoken to teachers, and the teachers are teaching to the middle of the class. The ones that are ahead are bored because the curriculum they already know, and the ones that are behind are too afraid to ask the questions. So having that digital tutor that's there to help you learn the concept, not give you the answers, because you've got to tone it back from what you get from ChatGPT and other Gen AI tools, because it'll give you the answers. You've got to be able to help them learn, and I think that's where we've got a product that I think is going to be very influential that we're starting, and I think that's really where we see the market going, is being able to be a tutor and an assistant to help the students.
Yeah, and
I love it.
and even the bigger part is the personalization. So if you are able to add anything related to the personalization, because my teaching needs are different as compared to you, right?
Exactly.
Even we are in
Yeah,
same
some
class,
analogies
same
work
teacher,
really
yeah.
good for me that don't work for you.
Yeah, so I have a different personality, I have a different culture background, right? So everything is different. So if we can build that in, and I think like a personalized AI tutor for students, something, if someone able to achieve that, I think we will be very close.
Well, you can do it right now, right? So my son, his name's Jameson. He's a 7-year-old in second grade. He's doing 8th grade math, and it first started at 5th grade math, right? And I said, he's a mathematical whiz. He won't play sports. I try to force it. That's my second boy, Henry. He's the athlete. Jameson is the math guy. He's the Minecraft guy, right? And it's great. Yeah, I love it. He's a builder, and he thinks at a different level. So I said, I just got to pour into that, right? And so I built a GPT, right? Configured it to chat with him. Jameson, your mom and dad love you, right? Like, it's on our side. It's telling him all these positive affirmations, but then it's going back and forth. It will not give him the answer. They'll give him clues if he asks for it, but he cannot wait to come home and go on it and say, give me a hard math question. Give it to me harder, right? If it's too easy.
So let's start getting them in to start building some of these apps.
I know, right? Yeah,
it seems like a perfect.
we need a technical person
engineer.
in the Ramos family. Yeah, so so he started doing that, and I'm like, wow, I'm so interested in the educational space. I know we have our product as well, White Glove AI. I think this technology can really enhance our kiddos, our students, right? Especially domestically, we need it. Like you see the stats, you see where we're at domestically when it comes to education. We need the technology to really give us that boost again, and get our kids back on track. So
that's true. So one comment on that. So eventually technology will get in, right? So our kiddos, they will be using that. How they will be using it, that's up to us. If we build a better technology that can safeguard them from the bad things, that will be even better for us.
Yeah, that's great. Wow, such a pleasure. We talked about a lot. We talked about education, right? We talked about startups. We talked about the healthcare space, medical. Yeah, and I'm sure I could continue to pick your brain and go through. You're probably dealing with a ton of different, as you mentioned, startups and ideas. And I'm glad they're off the shelf now, that it's cheaper, right? We brought up DeepSeek, and we didn't hit it too hard. But
it's a long day. You got to play the long game.
Yeah, we got to play the long game. Come back. We'll talk about it. So great. Thank you so
Nice
much
to
for your
talk to
time.
you,
Yes,
and,
great chatting with you too. And where can we find you? Can we find you on LinkedIn?
Yeah. So Javeed Muhammad. So I'm just search with the name of BitSoul, so you will be able to connect with me.
Excellent.
Just send me the.
Yeah. So make sure to reach out, and if people are thinking about starting up, is that where they would go? Find you on LinkedIn and.
Yeah. So anyone have any idea? They are thinking, okay, so how to start it? So we are the team. So we start with from. Like creating wireframes, sketching it out, even do the discovery part.
Wow.
to understand actually
Yeah.
What that person is trying to do, because we work more than 100 startups, so we know what to do, what not to do, right? So we can help them, and then definitely on the development side.
Yeah. I just met someone that I'm going to share your information with them. It's in the travel agency space.
Oh, okay.
Very curious about where that's going to go, including just being powered by agents and AI, and I think that industry is also going to be transformed a bit. So we'll chat.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, great chatting with you too.
Nice to
Wow,
meet
that was
you.
amazing. Woo! It is energized in here.
It is. All over.
I mean, healthcare space, which I love, and I love that one. That one's an interesting space because I think there's not a lot that I think is at risk for full-on replacement because it's so specialized.
Right.
I'm curious what the audience. I'm curious what you
I think
about.
I think there's probably a lot more than you're expecting because it hasn't been. It's been neglected technology
Right.
for years.
Right.
And now that you can start easily understand what the HIPAA requirements are,
Right.
how to build those HIPAA requirements, it's not as expensive as it used to be. So this allows you to disrupt it. And I think we may get Bindu in here later. She's got some really great use cases.
Yeah, I saw her earlier.
That we may be able to dive into of how we're helping, but how she's thinking about the healthcare space and how to disrupt it.
All right. Well, I think it's looking at the schedule here, and we have an Alok Mascara who is with Lennox, actually was on one of the panels. So I think we're ready to rock. We're going to wave him over.
We're going to get 1 minute. I've got to go.
You got to. Okay, no worries. Yeah, here. Yeah, too much 7-Eleven Fusion. Yeah, sponsored by 7-Eleven. So, yeah, so I'm excited because we have a lot of bold entrepreneurs as the themes are. And good. All right. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to meet you. I'm Albert
Ramos.
Yes.
Albert Ramos, nice to meet you. I'm
Here,
Alok
okay.
Mascara.
Yes, I saw that, and you were actually on one of the panels.
I was.
Can you walk us through? Well, one, who you are, and then I'd love to kind of do an after party of your panel and talk about. Let's see what you're talking about, and go from there for those that couldn't make it.
I'm a chemical engineer.
Okay.
Current role, I'm the CEO of Lennox. Lennox is an HVAC company. We make heating, air conditioning,
yes.
cooling, ventilation, some refrigeration equipment. We are traded on New York Stock Exchange, public company.
Excellent.
14,000 employees. We have $24 billion in market cap.
Wow.
Good company, very good products.
And how long have you been with them?
I've been in the company 2.5 years.
Okay. And over the last 2.5 years, and now that we jumped into 2025, and as you look over the next 5 years, where do you see Lennox going?
Lennox has got a massively strong history. We're 130 years old. So it was founded back in Marshalltown, Iowa, 1895.
Heartland.
The heartland. And since then, it's had a continuous growth trajectory. We have kind of used to make riveted steel furnace. Now we make air conditioners, heating, cooling, fancy thermostats, and that continues. It evolves with the industry. We have a unique proposition that we don't sell to distribution. We sell directly to the contractor, which means we are much closer to the contractor compared to anybody else in the industry. That gives us an advantage. So to answer your question is, in future, the distributor business is becoming a little bit obsolete now, right? Because if you think about the digital technology, inventory management, local networks, freight, all that's become easier. So we are very well positioned to continue gaining share, continue serving some of the bigger contractors and smaller ones, and introduce new products. A lot of those are through AI, because now you can't build a thermostat unless you have AI technology.
So I was going to ask you about that. So when you were chatting about what Lennox does, and by the way, I'm a big fan, big follower, and I've seen the growth and great job. And you being at the leadership helm, obviously.
Well, thank you. I have a good team.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's great. I thought of smart home, smart commercial building, right? That's a huge focus, especially on the sustainability front.
Right.
Can you walk us through what you all are investing in from a technology side, and then also too with this heavy need for and passion for sustainability? How does Lennox support that as well?
Sure, no, I'll do both. So I think what are we doing, right? If you think of any building, let's say a home, the largest energy user is typically your HVAC system. Whether it's a gas in a furnace or electric in electric. Living in Dallas, you definitely would know it, right?
Exactly. Especially now that the temperature has changed dramatically, it's
going to flip out. Right. So that's the biggest user of energy. And as you know, energy is the largest source for carbonization. Right. Or working on energy efficiency is the best way to work on decarbonization. We are proud to make not the one of them, the world's most efficient air conditioner. We make products which are 28 SEER. You don't need to know what SEER is, except that everybody else is lower than that.
It has lowered my energy bill. I had a new Lennox installed last summer, and the price has just dropped significantly. So efficient.
When my contractor who installed it, Sean, was telling me, he said, this thing sips energy, it doesn't drink energy compared to the old system. So we do that, right? So that's, first you got to make the products energy efficient. Second is, you can modulate when the product runs. you leave your air conditioning on the entire time. You're never home 24 hours, right? We're going. So the new thermostats we have, the apps we have, they can
Do it from your
self-modulate.
phone.
Not just that, they can also, if you set it the right condition, they'll automatically modulate, like self-learning mechanism. So we have sensors in there, so we have technology, and you have remote sensors. So typically problem with air conditioning is some part of the house is too hot, some is too cold, and now you can have a sensor that you can literally carry with you, and it'll get you the temperature of that part of the house to right. So we have those technology. Finally, we have a joint venture with Samsung. And Samsung, as you know, is number 3 brand in global, largest sellers of things like TVs and now appliances.
So the IoT, the
The
Internet of
IoT.
Everything, yeah.
So we are 100% compatible with Samsung Smart Things. So now you can use Samsung Smart Things, put it all together, your energy, your appliances, your TVs. Of course, we are compatible with Amazon Alexa and Nest and everything else. So we want to make sure our system's compatible with anything else you're using on residential side. Same on the commercial. We're compatible with all BMS systems. So we're kind of open protocol. Anybody can book with our protocols and make it work. So from that perspective, sustainability is as defined is one of our guiding behaviors, which simply says we care about our planet and we care about the communities where we work and live. So this is about the planet, but we do a lot of work on community work as well. So
As you saw, Jason being a customer, I mean, if he cares about that, it's a great. I mean, he feels great about investing in your product because it's making a difference.
it does. The other thing we do, which you might know, we have a program called Feel the Love. So every year,
Feel to love.
Feel the Love,
Yeah.
which every year between 500 to 1,000 units we give free to deserving homeowners. And this could be about veterans, needy family, church volunteers.
Wow.
And we do it in partnership with a contractor or a dealer. The dealer will give labor, they will give supplies, we give the unit. And it's the largest program of its kind where a lot of deserving families get their free. So we want to be not just a good company, like we want to be a really good company, care about the communities.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, so I mean, we talked earlier about hyper personalization. It sounds like this is where you're going. That I may want the temperature at 70, and my wife may want it at 75, and so based on where she goes, the temperature will then increase.
My advice is listen to your wife. Yeah, number one. So first of all, I don't know if it's a technology advice or anything else, but let the temperature be whatever she wants, right?
Advice forever. Always
Just listen to her. Let the temperature be what she wants.
Here's the beauty of live, by the way. I'm just going to quickly just reposition us a little bit just so we can get Jason in the shot as well. No, this is great. I'm curious, right? And not to put you on the spot on this one. Where from a categorization, right? Because you do multiple different products. What category is thriving and that you're really excited about? And then what are maybe some of the categories that you're hoping for better growth over the next coming years?
Sure, I'll tell you something, sir, which is interesting. People don't realize this, but the HVAC industry is similar in a way to the automotive industry. So let me give you an analogy, right? Just like you have EVs and electric vehicles,
Right.
we have what's called heat pumps. Just like we have gasoline engines, we have furnaces, right? And then there are hybrids in between. The reason I'm drawing that parallel is for us, the hybrids are doing very well. And that's a category we like a lot. Because that means, let's say it's a really cold and it's 15 degrees outside, your furnace would run. Because at that point, the heat pump's not very efficient and may not be able to heat the house properly. But on a normal day, when it's 45 or 50 degrees outside, you would run a heat pump. So you get the best of both. So you get the right kind of natural heating with natural gas. But most days you don't need that. You just use a heat pump, which is 200 to 300 times more efficient than a traditional heating system. That's a category that's growing very well. Hybrids, which heat pumps are also growing. Hybrids are growing well. And furnace is something that we're proud of, but it's obviously 20 years from now, people may not have furnaces as technology catches up. So that's kind of where we are. One of the things that we're also doing very well is now you may have a product in your main home, but you want to just put a room above your garage, or you're doing a bedroom addition. In US, it's very hard to put that room in the appropriate way without doing duct work and ripping out drywall.
There's a lot that goes into that.
So we have a joint venture with Samsung where we sell products known as mini splits. Very excited. Now this will be called Lennox, powered by Samsung.
Wow.
Unique proposition because Samsung usually does not co-brand.
Right.
But our partnership with them in such a way that you can use that for home editions.
How'd you do that, by the way? How'd you get that deal?
Lots of tips. You got to go to Korea and you got to drink a lot of soju. You drink a lot of soju, you go to Korea, you get a Samsung
That's
partnership.
excellent.
It's easy.
That is good advice. That's amazing.
So
Go ahead,
let me talk about the other side of it on the factory side. I think that's another one where we're starting to help out some companies using some humanoid robots to be able to have that AI to start building that. How automated is your factories, and what are those other opportunities that you're thinking of where AI could disrupt that?
Could be more automated. We have run very good factories. They're large factories. If you go to one of our factories, there'll be a big air conditioner coming down the conveyor every 30 to 40 seconds. So you can imagine. So our factories are pretty large, automated, but it could be more. The challenge of labor has always been there. It's getting a little worse, and it's probably going to get a lot worse.
Right.
We do majority of our manufacturing in US. We do quite a bit of manufacturing in Mexico as well, but that's mostly because we can't find the appropriate labor in US. Factories are in.
Unravel that a little bit. What do you mean by the challenge of labor and then the labor in US? Are you talking about from a cost perspective?
No, availability. We are
For
we have factories.
the actual specialty.
Kids wanting to work in manufacturing. How many kids come out of high school and say, I'm excited to go work in manufacturing? Well, I'll move widgets from A to B all day long for the next 60 years. It doesn't happen anymore. They want to do
They're
different
spot on.
things.
They want
to do
they
gig
want to
economy.
program the robot
Yeah,
that's
they
making
want code
move from
whiz.
A
They
to
want
A to B.
what is the Minecraft? Like they want to go build. They want to go do things digitally.
They want flexibility. They want to be in a gig economy, right? They want to
economy. Yeah.
They want to do other stuff. Just the charm of manufacturing is sort of worn off of people, and they're hard to attract. The other thing is these factories are not in midtown Manhattan, right? We have Stuttgart, Arkansas, which is a very rural area.
Sure.
Yeah.
A lot of that migration from rural to urban is hurting us as well, because you just don't have enough population pool in those areas, right? Because all the jobs are moving in that way. That's a challenge there. We are typically, when we are, let's just location Stuttgart, Arkansas, we're the highest paying employer in that area.
Yeah.
So it's not about the pay,
Right.
but we still have to open a factory
You
somewhere
have
else.
to have that quality of life also. So once you're out of the office and out of the factory, what else are you doing?
Exactly.
So what's the solution then? How do you go find? Is there some training programs that Linux is doing?
We do. We invest a lot in training. We go to trade schools. We work with
Excellent.
trade schools on that. We have a foundation where we spend a lot of money on education. We have, I'm trying to count the number, but let's say 10 plus training centers across US where we train ourselves. We call it Build a Tech Program, BAT. So we build our own technicians. We train our own workers. We have
Build a tech program.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And do you know if is there any of those locations in Texas?
Yeah, our headquarters in Richardson. We have a training center
You have it.
right in our Richardson
It's amazing.
center. So yeah.
My background's in finance and economics, and I haven't been on any quarterly calls recently, but I'm curious, just as you mentioned, there's some international exposure as well. How do the tariffs with the new administration impact Linux and the bottom line?
Very soon, and I'll do an SEC filing about this issue. Right?
Hold on, editors.
Listen, the tariffs, first of all, the costs go up, right? But on tariffs, we have a fairly well-defined strategy that we've talked to all our customers and all our employees. The first thing we will do is protect our customers. So, because the customers are often small contractors, they get nervous. They don't understand. In fact, one of them just texted me while I was walking over, right? Protect the customer, protect the supply chain. We do not want to disrupt the supply chain. We don't want a repeat of COVID. We don't want to be shortages. We want people to have access to air conditioning and furnace and all. That's the number one priority. Number two for us is try and mitigate the impact of tariffs as much as possible through productivity, through currency. So let's take Mexico as an example. If there are tariffs coming from Mexico, Mexican currency goes down. We got to take advantage of that. We got to push our suppliers who work in that currency to make sure they take some burden. We got to get our material source there. So I think push some of that out, right? And then finally, we'll have to pass through the extra cost in the most disciplined, most respectful way, while working on long-term solutions. Because the tariffs, the way it's going on is none of us will have the time to open new factories or move new factories. That's just quick. That takes 2 years.
Yeah.
You can't do that. So I think for us, 1, 2, 3. protect our customer, get productivity, and unfortunately pass on the rest as cost increases.
From a payroll line item, does it impact there? Does it impact the people, internal?
Not in the short term, no. I mean, part of this just comes down to is no factory is flexible. We have, as I said, multiple factories in the US. We have 3-4 in Mexico as well. You can't shift things back and forth that quickly. That takes years,
Right.
So you can't have any impact in the short term.
Makes sense. This was excellent. Wow.
I appreciate
know
being
you're
here.
I know you're super busy. We're so lucky to be able to have you here, and I'm already getting texts from Nick and some other attendants that were there for your panel, and they're just blown away. So great meeting you. I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you.
And
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you for everything
Take care.
you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Shoot,
that.
I think you're gonna get a second customer. You have one already there.
Thank you. One
Thank
more.
you so much. Yes,
appreciate
have a
it.
good one. Oh, great. Oh, here, I'm so sorry. We have actually this book. It's the Handbook for Chief AI Officers.
Okay.
And we have a co-author here that signed it himself.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
it.
sir. We
Thanks.
really
Take care.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Nice suit, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, so we got some talent. We got some talent. Oh my goodness.
Very much so.
That was impressive to be on that. I know Mr. Mascara was on the panel earlier. I was curious what he would want to chat about, and he gave it to us real.
Absolutely.
Right? So we kind of going backwards, the tariff situation, because I know a lot of organizations are thinking about that and how it's
How it's going to
impacting
impact them, how it's going to impact their
customer
factories.
base, the factory, the supply chain, their team members, right? And clearly it's a well thought out conversation with him and his team. I love that he also loved on his team, because it's a great company. Lennox, that's an amazing organization, and to hear what they're doing.
And even having the factories here in the U.S., not a lot of companies are doing that anymore.
Yeah.
So having that there.
And he brought up some states in the heartland, like the central part of Arkansas, Iowa is, I think, where they're originated from, and they've been around for 130, 140 years, he said. So great company, and also, right, because we've been talking a lot about startups. This is a mature enterprise that's also being
staple
innovative. Staple of the U.S. I mean, within every home, commercially as well, not just residentially. And they're also thinking about AI. He's also thinking about ways to have more of a competitive edge, give back to his team members, give back to his customers, right, with great product, help the climate and the environment. So there's just a lot of things going on there that I'm excited about. So I'm looking forward to continuing to be a fan, but being a customer too. I mean,
Yeah, no, it's been great. Yeah, the energy efficiency has been just night and day of going into the new Linux.
I learned a ton around not just the automation, but it can actually learn through the climate, the environment, and make adjustments there. Which I had some questions about. Well, what does that do to like the maintenance worker and all of that typically would come in? But
they're still necessary for maintenance. But it's completely updated and improved that process.
Yeah.
And those resellers are then working on maybe more.
Yeah. So our next guest, I mean, you all better get ready for this, because
Yeah.
I saw his jacket earlier and I want it. I might ask him for it after
Sell it
this.
to you.
He'll sell it to you. All right.
No problem. Sell it to you.
I'm gonna start a share fund. See how much we can raise here for it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it looks good. Look
Yeah,
at that thing.
it's
Mr. King.
the light's a little bright on you guys. Sorry about that.
It's all right. It looks good. Yeah. Well,
Well,
I'm Albert.
Hey, Albert.
Yeah, Mr.
Well,
King.
you know you are at the Kellogg Network of Texas
That's
Leadership Symposium here, so we have
were
to,
just saying it's a mouthful. I love it. Well, first of all, I love your hat, and great event, and thank you so much.
Oh.
It's
Well, it's nice that
outstanding.
you found a little place.
We
to,
did. We found this little nook.
It's worked out great.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it's great. Well, why don't you walk us through who you are, share with the audience who you are, and walk through the event and all of that.
Well, the official, the Kellogg side, I'm part of the board of directors, so we have done this for the last 20 years, basically.
Yeah.
And that's why we have 300 people here right now, is because it's earned the reputation
Sold out.
from other people, and then we do an awful lot of time, a lot of promotions of it. But anyway, I'm a chief strategy officer with a company called Exploria Technology.
Yes.
So following your AI stories, you guys are pretty good at this AI stuff.
Thank you. Well, we're always looking to improve too, and we appreciate you following along. Chief Strategy Officer, walk me through some of the different case studies or pain points that you've recently had to solve for? And
Well, a lot of our customers are going obviously after the data and the
Right.
AI side, so we put together teams for that. Xforia works both offshore, nearshore, and in people's domestic groups. Obviously, we need to incorporate some of your guys'
Yeah.
programs into it because you've done a nice job with putting that manage platform together.
yeah, we're excited about the managed services platform that we've done with White Glove AI, and let's have a conversation. I'd love to know, from your experience and those that you connect with, because you're right. I mean, this place is sold out. The energy was great. But what I found, and anywhere that I go, is you have those that are adopting AI, using it, and want to go further, and some that are a little hesitant. Where do you find yourself, or maybe those that you interact with, in that spectrum, and what's the why behind it?
Well, it's early adopters, and there's adopters are getting on. I mean, I'm even one of them. I use it for sales and marketing quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the organizations that we deal with want to do it right. So they want the right people in, and they want the right type of approach. You guys can take them even another step further. We're getting them the precious resource, which is people
Right.
that actually can help them with it.
Yeah, and that's where we recently released our AI AMF, our adoption management framework.
That's sharp, yeah.
And that's exactly what it was for, is to help companies to know, here's that entire list of things that you should consider. And we know not every company is identical, and so we've made it to be very flexible to show you, but it takes 6 major steps in order to do that. You want to evaluate, you want to set your strategy, set your intentions, understand what your organization looks like, and then you go and you start governing that and making sure that you're setting a good governance documentation, because we've seen lots of companies that just go and do and then realize, wait a minute, I've got to untangle this and build governance around it. So when you build that governance early in the adoption phase, it makes your process much easier.
Yeah.
Well, after 20 years, we incorporated White Glove in our selling process of the Symposium, and it obviously helped with some of the efforts that we have out there. So we appreciate your sponsoring it.
No, it's been great. And so, I mean, working with you and some others that are helping organize the event, it's been so seamless, and it's definitely first class. And to see some of the people that actually are attending, I mean, we have people from American Airlines. We were just talking to the CEO of Lennox. I mean, there's some heavy hitters here, and we're excited to
You have
chat
a
with them.
very, very strong alumni network.
Yes,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Well, that's
So-
a great part of networking.
I noticed on the name badges, and I've been looking at everyone's, right? And you'll see bold leadership, bold entrepreneurship. Can you walk us through what was the intent behind that, and what's the overall theme that you're wanting people to leave this event with, specific to that?
Well, we've been bold leaders. One of the recognitions we got in there from one of the professors was that our club is considered one of the best in the Kellogg network, probably, a lot of alumni networks. But we have, Kellogg's done a great job at pushing leadership. And bold leadership is one of their big things. So we kind of added that on top of our theme. But we have examples of people who are bold leaders to actually brag about. So.
I saw that the alumni and speaker lineup that you had, and I did some research, and many of them I knew already, but just to take a look at some of the initiatives that they're going after or have accomplished, I'm like, wow, that's a lineup. So you all did a great job when you're speaking of bold leadership, those heavy hitters, those that are out front, creating change, making an impact, and bringing others along with them. Very excited about that.
So one of the challenges with technology is the adoption, and I think that overlays with the leadership expectations. So you talk about like what it takes to become a leader that's really helping that change management as you're adopting new technology, new strategy.
Well, I think the word adoption is sort of a weak word, because the word commitment is going to be a lot better, because it's not for the faint of heart, because there's magic. You can get sucked into the magic, but then there's also a process like you guys do.
Right.
So, I mean, that you don't just wave a wand and it comes.
Yes.
So,
yeah, there's a lot of hand-to-hand
although
combat.
you get around and chat GPT, and then all of a sudden you feel like
You feel
there's
very
all
smart.
sorts of magic happening. So you go, I said, did I just say that? That's good.
I review some of my emails. I'm like, wow, I sound really good there.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So,
I love it.
I like seeing the fact that the next generation is actually going to learn grammar from them, or so, because communicating through your normal writing techniques hasn't been very impressive.
Yeah. Sentences have not, they've just gone and died.
It's emoticons now, right? But now we're getting, although I did a emoticon policy on one of my GPTs the other day, and it just will not, I don't know what's going on in the hard coding on the back end of chat, but I cannot get those emojis off. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that. Speaking of strategy, right? So there's a lot of tools out there. One of them called Scan AI, actually, our chief marketing officer, Encore, he brought this up to me. There's tools out there that allow you to do scenario-based decision making, or on the finance side, scenario-based modeling. And we had our a professor too come and sit with us earlier about just strategic decision making and having scenario A, B, C within your strategic decision making process there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, especially when you're creating a category. So we're an innovation company too. So we invest into things that are about to break right now at the end of February. And, you can kind of visualize, you put something on paper, but it's always great to run it through some kind of AI program to show you the steps, or check your logic.
Love that.
Some of the things that I've brought to my team, I've been able to kind of say, well, don't forget that part of the introduction. Don't forget about this part when we explain it to this constituent, because it's going to, you kind of you run in enthusiastic and you're ready to make some jumps and hurdles, and then all of a sudden you forget some of the little details of the path. You need to be on those.
Yeah, and that's where the new reasoning models have been great, and I've not thought about it that way. They if you expand it, you can see the step-by-step approach that's taken. I've been just grabbing the output. I need to spend more time on that step-by-step approach and making sure that the logic that the reasoning models are recommending for the output are actually the ones that we're thinking.
Well, step-by-step should have the GPTs or whatever system thrown at it too, because there's they just put a little don't forget to and make the parents of your product inspired to use it.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
not to put you on the spot, but I mean, you're the organizer of the event, and there's a lot of people out here, and there's amazing people here. Who are you the most excited to chat with that you haven't chatted with in a long time?
Well, I never chat with too many people because I am a introduction person. So I usually pick
you can't be an introvert with that.
I was going to say.
I usually bring you to there, or I usually introduce my sponsors to that guy. And
well, who should sit here? If we have an opportunity to chat with them, is there anyone that you think should sit with us to really pick their brain?
We haven't talked with Mark Howard.
There we go.
His business is really interesting.
Mark, where are you, Mark? That's amazing.
I'll get that. I mean, there's there are a bunch of people. I can't let you know all the leads. You guys are gonna take it for the white glove, and I won't have anyone to talk to.
That's so funny. Well, no, we really appreciate your time. Thanks for bringing fun to a very executive event. I love it. I saw you as soon as I walked in. I'm like, I want that jacket. It's so good.
Yeah.
But seriously, you put on a great event, and I said it earlier. I was saying it to our guests. I mean, first class. Right, with the sponsorship of 7-Eleven, they're amazing.
7-Eleven, they put together. Look how many people they have just to take care of us.
At it. I mean, one of the things again, the finance side of me, I'm like, Jason, how much do you think they spent in inventory? I mean, this is they did a great job.
Supporters. They're supporters of leadership. They love.
That's why their business continues to expand. Their international footprint, if people don't know, I mean, it's a massive organization. They do a great job.
Okay, guys.
Great.
Appreciate it. I got to go
Thank
back
you so
to
much.
organizing.
Yes, yeah.
Go.
Nice to meet
They're
you.
looking for you. They're looking for you. All right. And I didn't forget Mark Howard.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you so much, sir. Wow. That was amazing. I mean, he brings the energy.
It is all about energy. It's about leadership.
It is.
it takes strong leaders to be able to do this, and so it's great to be a part of this and just.
Well, just watching him, he's a master connector, right? He's not giving himself a lot of credit. I was watching him out there. He's hard to miss, and just watching him just interact with everyone, that was really cool. And then I just love, right? He's been in the game, right? And a chief strategy officer, and he's already leaning in. He's thinking about ways
the future,
sees the future,
and using it on a daily basis.
Yeah, and teaching others. That's what I really appreciate about his feedback is use it. Like, don't be afraid of it.
There's nothing. Yeah, it's not scary.
Right, exactly.
It's very easy to do. Once you start asking it questions, it'll give you responses. Validate those responses,
right.
and see what else you can do.
Well, good stuff. I know we have some more guests coming through. Looks like people are getting some food. Actually, I think we might need to get some food here soon. I actually see it on the table. Maybe I should just walk it over. I mean, we're live. Y'all want to eat with us? Is it lunchtime? Yeah, let's all eat together.
Lunchtime.
Let me grab it.
We should do a pause.
Yeah, actually, no. This. You good? Yeah. All right, it's digital transformation, correct?
Excellent. All right, we're gonna.
All right, we're gonna
eat a little later. Yeah, we have a guest. It's way more important, more exciting.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
Good to meet you.
Todd Townsend, nice
Hey,
to meet you.
Jason Hess, nice to meet you.
Albert Ramos. Good to meet
Townsend,
you.
nice to
Oh
meet
man, you got some white teeth. I like it. Man, I need your strategy there.
Part of marketing, right?
I love it. Well, shoot, let's talk about you. Can you introduce yourself and
Sure.
what you do?
Sure. I yet another Northwestern graduate, no surprise today. I have been in marketing my entire career. For the last, for most of my career, I've been in businesses where you have data on your customers and non-customers. So I was in telecom and cable for many years, Sprint, ran sales and marketing for Time Warner Cable, and then I've worked in financial institutions as well. Had a little side trip in restaurants at Sonic Drive-In.
All right.
So that was fun, including the advertising. But I'm currently at TTCU Credit Union.
Okay.
We're a mid-size to larger credit union based in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay.
We, like all financial institutions, want to keep pushing the digital offerings.
I love it. And
of course, the AI-driven experience roadmap, as well as what you're going to be able to offer people that's customized real time to their needs.
Excellent. So let's break it down. FinTech, right? It's hot right now. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about?
This will be the suck up of the day to White Glove, but no, it really is AI.
Yeah.
And the reason is because having a digital presence of your offerings is not new.
Right.
It's older now,
Right.
or getting older. What the next evolution, I think, is creating customizable real-time solutions for people, even as they go through different parts of their life.
Right.
So, for example, someone is in a retail environment. It's a Saturday. They have their primary financial institution elements, checking, direct deposits, salary, et cetera, with us. AI can help inform us of when they're in that scenario, what the likelihood is that they're going to be needing. So if it's a Saturday, they're probably buying groceries, maybe some other things that you'd find in a Walmart, Target environment. But let's say they've only got $150, $200 in their checking, yet because they hold an account with us, we know they're going to get paid direct deposit next Thursday at midnight. We can send out a message saying, hey, we know you may need some extra funds to get you to be able to do what you need for your family this weekend. We want to offer you $200, maybe a small fee, probably interest-free, and we've got the security of knowing it's going to come out as soon as you get your direct deposit.
It's much better than the payday loans where you're getting
That's right.
30%.
Interest rates are through the roof.
That's right.
I would never. never
I mean,
advise anyone to do that.
that's just great for the community and really helping people that, they're doing their best, but sometimes, they get a little bit stretched.
People always get stretched. I mean, one of the things that's very common is, no matter income, by the way, on this,
Right.
people spend so much over their available cash / salaries during the holiday season.
Yes.
January, we had a situation recently in the financial industry where a number of huge banks, including Capital One, were literally shut down for 48 hours plus.
Oh yeah.
If you remember
I made a joke. It's like, what's in your wallet? Nothing. Nothing, Capital One. Where's my money?
And the terrible thing is, yes, the commonality there across all those big banks, Bank of Oklahoma was one. They have a common provider that manages their core infrastructure data. It's due to security, ironically, and a bunch of other things. But that company had a problem. But yet, to you and I, if we were with that bank or financial institution, we don't care.
No.
We want our money, and our money. You telling me my money's in there? I literally. Also, you're telling me I can't get access to it.
Yeah, that's scary.
So,
but to kind of sum it up too, is the experience, the hyper personalized experience,
yes.
And you all are hitting that really well, right? Even knowing, hey, we can even predict your future behaviors. Let us cover you financially. It's a major experience gain, and I'd imagine a customer that works with you all from a loyalty perspective. I mean, that's a game changer because others aren't doing that. They'll never leave.
And we've got work to do before we can make that scenario I just described happen. But we believe that it's out there for the taking.
Absolutely.
There's others that are doing some forms of it, especially the all digital FIs tend to be more progressive historically. But now, especially with AI, in my opinion, it enables even the more, quote, traditional FIs to get into the life experience game.
Mm-hmm.
And that being in real time. So it's not just, hey, we saw enough of you that have this scenario, so we created this, quote, product for you.
Right.
Products are going to be a thing of the past, I think. It's going to be in real time. I need these features. Some may be with a fee.
Yep.
Some, another big issue with people, as you know, is with financial especially, is just security of their data.
Right.
And yet, despite LifeLock and all those that have been out for years, they either don't know about them or don't want to pay the fee.
Right.
Maybe we can offer a white label with that.
Yes. So I know we're chatting a lot about AI, but since we have you with us, I'd love to chat about the economy and interest rates. How is interest rates impacting your institution, your credit union, and just banking as a whole too?
Yeah, it's interesting right now. You got, as always with the economy, you've got so many factors going on.
Right.
For one, all the inflation, right? But there was
Which doesn't seem to cool down too much yet.
Not from what I read, not my wheelhouse of intelligence there, but so you've got that going on. So people, their money's not going as far as it did.
Right.
Bottom line,
right.
Even 4 years ago, much less 8-10 years. Now, for wealthier households, they've had the stock market gains as well as the interest rates on, certificates of deposit, for example, to prop them up, so to speak, a little bit, right? But for the majority of households, they don't have those kind of funds and investments that they can use now. That's for retirement, typically.
Right.
So economically, we're in this strange period where you've had this inverted yield curve. You have had interest rates that are coming down from where they were, but are nowhere close to yet activating the home market.
It's just stalled.
Right. Auto loans, people will typically get the auto loan no matter the conditions.
Yeah,
but, when you look at the other issues there, people have been saving less for their retirement. People have been staying where they are with their home. Haven't been doing a lot of work because it was high interest rates. When those cool, that part of the economy will certainly pick up.
Curious on the marketing front, right? Knowing you have those variables going against that side of things, how do you acquire more people to join you all?
So again, a few different dynamics at play in all moving against each other. The first is younger aged folks, married or single, do not use traditional FIs at the same rate as previous generations did.
Don't trust them.
Don't trust them. They've heard about the 2008 thing, they've heard about, different FIs, sign up people for credit cards, where they approved it, et cetera.
Right.
And at the same time, if you think about it, a lot of it from a younger person's point of view is, what do I really need that for then?
Okay.
I can get everything I need maybe out of Venmo.
Sure.
I'll hold my cash there. I don't know if they do direct deposit. I bet they do.
I'm sure they do now.
Right.
Because they're offering credit cards too.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are.
I've got a debit and or credit card with them. So what I need to go to, I don't need this physical thing called a bank, and I'm not worried about the guarantee of my money that's probably in there. It's less than $2,000. Right?
And I'll shop around for when I'm ready to buy a
That's
car,
right.
for a loan.
That's
but
right.
It's not the one-stop
Savvy.
shop. That
I'm not
more
beholden to the traditional FI that my parents did. We had our checking account, so of course we had our mortgage and auto loans there. And we, as a credit union, which have been known for better interest rates, whether it's on the deposit side or the loan side.
Right.
That's one advantage that credit unions still have, is we are able to offer generally and willing to offer generally more competitive rates on either side, deposit or lending, than some of the traditional financial institutions.
Excellent. So interesting, right? To how things are transitioning from the financial space. Yeah, these next generations are just, they don't do things as we've done in the past, which is like with anything, right? So it's exciting. And then I love how AI is sinking its teeth in within fintech and just the financial platforms.
And that's what I noticed. I work for one of the largest FIs, and I wanted to give back because AI has now leveled the playing field. You don't need 70,000 engineers
That's
anymore.
right.
You can get by with a few really good people and the right tools in their hands with the right regulations and the right guidance. They can be very, very powerful.
And for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is sometimes regulatory.
Yeah.
You have to have other parties involved anyway, and the way your data is held and managed,
Yep.
or the member customer data is held and managed. So yeah, there's still a lot of complexity and overhead, if you will, to a financial institution, even if they're fintech, right?
Yep.
We don't kid ourselves thinking that the younger potential members need a physical location to make them feel secure,
Right.
or for convenience sake. In fact, quite the opposite, right? At the same time, the financial institutions that can really deliver when they say we are community-based and support the community. So for example, I don't know why this was done before I arrived at TTCU Credit Union, but we're the only financial institution in, from what I can tell, Texas or Oklahoma, that has a broad program offered to any school system, that we produce a debit card with that school logo on it. Well, a lot of FIs do that.
Yeah.
But what we do is we give them back a percentage of every swipe. So
just give them back to the community.
Just give it right back to that school system. Let them do with it what they want.
That's
so
awesome.
Nobody disagrees that we ought to support schools. But we're out there trying to do that, and doing it in a very literal. We publicize how much the check was for that year for them, et cetera. And that's just something that we've been able to do that has built community awareness and affinity for us that transcends generations. I mean, as soon as you become a parent, if you're 20 today, in 10 years when you're a parent, your child's entering that school system, you start having different priorities.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious. We're speaking a lot about the customer journey, but let's talk about the executive or professional that's looking to get into the finance space and marketing space within that too. What's your recommendations? What's your guidance to the future on how to position themselves to get to the level you've been at and have the success that you've had? How do they? What can they do today?
Yeah, that marketing in some ways has never changed as far as its upside, downside, no matter how you look at it. In some ways, of course, it's changed, like most careers, greatly. What's not changed is, even with all the data we have, and I thought 10 years ago, we're there, or we're almost there, right? That we would, harder when I was at Sonic, So it was pre-loyalty app gathering transactions of at least a select few of our customer group. Problem you get into there is that's your most loyal people that do that. So, you know, another 60, 70% are out there that aren't as loyal, that you don't have the data on. But again, when I was in cable telecom, financial institutions, what I love about it as a marketer is I know so much about my customers / members, as they're called in credit unions. First, I know when I was in cable and telecom, if they didn't have broadband or wireless with us, it wasn't because they didn't use it.
Right.
They're just getting it from someone else. And so for someone getting into marketing, I would encourage them to really think hard about what's going to give them satisfaction. The sexiness of going to work for, you pick it, tech startup, fashion brands, whatever it is, even restaurants, right? Or as a mentor that helped me learn about Northwestern said, there's only two kinds of marketers out there. The ones that love the thrill of spending money, or the ones that enjoy the pride of making money. He said, everyone will tell you they're the latter. Well, of course I enjoy the pride of making money.
Yeah.
But my challenge to younger generations is the same as I challenge my generation, which is look at the cover of Advertising Age, which is still the kind of the publication, but look even at the Wall Street Journal. You're not going to see so-and-so increased share of spend, by X% last year, usually because it's proprietary data.
Right.
You're going to read articles about, look at our new Super Bowl commercial. Look at this crazy thing we did in Times Square on a Tuesday.
Right.
That's nice to say it's really cool, but when it comes time, when those sales go down and they're saying, what has marketing done for us? Because it looks like it's doing nothing. Sales are
we
going
got to
down.
chat about this.
Without data, you're done.
So I love this. We work with a lot of people in the marketing space, and I'm so glad you brought this up because coming from the finance world, right, and even the operations world, that's always been a challenge for me. And I love having the conversation with marketing folks and teams and executives. How based on what you're doing and what we're investing in there, how is that impacting that campaign, impacting the bottom line? The good news is I'm seeing that answer is coming far more precise with a lot of the technology that we're seeing. Speaking of data, right? And there's some great companies out there. I mean, actually recently, I was getting demoed on something where I thought when you go on a website, you had to leave your email address or your contact information for that company to know who you were.
Not with cookies.
Not with cookies. I didn't realize that. And I know that sounds basic, but not only do they know you're on their website, but then they can identify based on all the information that they have on you, if you're the ICP, right? Yeah. If you're the target market. Now we're going directly to that hot lead per se, right? So the investment in some of this technology, if I'm able to get that data and they, book something or buy a certain product, well, I know I have a direct correlation of what's going on there. And the sales pipeline is far stronger as well.
But doing it ethically, and this
Correct.
is what I was so impressed with our conversation is TTCU is doing it ethically.
Right.
They're giving back to the community. They're not gathering all this information and using it to raise their bottom line.
Or sell
They're
it.
using it to affect the community and make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy for me to say this coming from the perspective of someone that works at a credit union, but if you think about it, because of the very charter of credit unions, we are officially not-for-profit.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, the salaries of people that work at credit unions is not what it is of the traditional banks. But what comes with that is a expectation and a very fair expectation that you're really going to do what's in the best interest of your members and your local communities that you serve. Everyone says that they want to do that. I think credit unions have had a record of really demonstrating that in ways that I think are unique, but still, I hope, like I said, relevant no matter what generation you're talking about.
That's great. Well, I'm really excited that you brought up what you all are working on, right? Especially the predictive analytics.
Yes.
Right? The predictive analytics, the behavioral, that metadata that you've gathered or you're gathering so that you can impact the community in a positive way to cover them. I got you. We got you.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to do that in real time, unexpected. You're thinking of something they didn't even know existed as a solution for their challenge, whatever that is it's a really, in my view, it's a really fun way to do marketing, because if you do it the right way, it won't feel invasive, right? We're not saying, hey, we know your exact balance in your account. What we're saying is, if you need some help until next payday.
I'm telling you, I was in college. I was the NSF king. It was bad, and my dad would call me and rip me to shreds.
Yeah, the fees.
Yeah, the fees. So if I had you all back then, it'd be a lot better conversations with my pops. Trauma. Now I'm going through. I love the ecosystem. I have been talking to a lot of companies about that. Is you need to get out of the brick and mortar four walls, even your digital four walls, as I like to call it. Get into the behavioral life cycle. What is the lifestyle life cycle? What are they doing? What is your ICP? What's your customer member? What are they doing? And integrate using this technology within that, right? It can't just be transactional. Well, when I need to get something from your service, great, and then I'm out, and then that's it. I never hear from you. How do you integrate your brand in everything that someone does? And you all are finding a way. You're
That's
checking that out.
that's the goal,
That's
right?
great.
That's the goal, and we'll
What do you
keep
think about it,
using
too?
more traditional stuff like the school pride debit card,
Right.
as well as what AI, I think in particular, is going to provide for us, which is this more real-time integration with someone's journey.
Yeah.
And what I also enjoy from a personal satisfaction standpoint about working in financial institutions, if you're with the right ones, which I'm very lucky that I have been, and I worked against for a leading regional bank for this, based out of Dallas. But it's just the idea that I don't care if you're wealthy or very, very low income, your finances and your health are really the major two things that impact life.
Yeah,
right.
That's great.
And so to be able to work for an organization that is committed to trying to help that and not trying to just quote make a lot of profit, especially if you're a public entity.
Yeah, right.
I get it. Those folks have got to go report every quarter. I've been in most of those.
Yeah.
I've been in huge companies that are public.
Well, we're lucky to have you, and
Thank you.
TTCU is lucky to have you as well. And we have a gift for you here. It's called the Handbook for Chief AI Officers, Leading the AI Revolution in Business. And actually, our founder and CEO of White Glove, Nick James, is a co-author. So we wanted to get you.
I love the title.
Yeah,
and that's a title that I think marketers want to aspire to.
There you go.
Right.
Absolutely.
Especially, at least some big portion of AI.
Yeah.
I know for me, it's a title I would love to have.
Yeah. Well, great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Pleasure
much
to
for
meet
your
you.
time. Yeah, great
Thank
job.
you so much. Appreciate it.
Learned a
Spend more time
ton.
with you.
Excellent. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too, sir. Thank you. Amazing. Wow. Learned a ton there. It's really cool too. Again, I think one of the things that we wanted to do today is not only meet with a ton of great people that are leaning into AI and expressing how they're using it, but also kind of mitigating or pushing down the fear of what AI can do and all these great things. Now, we did have some chats on mitigation.
Yeah,
we had
utilizing it.
They're utilizing it, and then they're also using it for, we heard about decarbonization, we heard about the sustainability, we heard about giving back to your community. We spoke with Ben earlier, and he did bring up the risk mitigation, right, to offer some skepticism and discernment. So I think that's important too. But I think a large majority of what we've heard today is, here's the good that it can do. Here are the productivity gains. Here are the
Here's the value
customer
that it
experience
can
that
provide.
Exactly. That was awesome. Okay. I think we have another get. Oh no, that's Ben. All right, and we have some others. I see them floating around. And maybe we take this opportunity to eat this time.
Might as well.
Where are those utensils?
Well, let's see.
Can we get those smart utensils? Excellent. I'm curious if we're getting any chat. I haven't even looked at the chat, and maybe we have some stuff in there.
You just say AI Labs. Just say AI Labs.
Where is that
All
happening?
right, we got a hot mic.
Squeeze in here.
Excellent lighting.
Why does that keep popping up?
You just clicked on the Jason Albert Live right there. There you go. All right, are we
All
back?
right. I think we're back. Well, hey everybody, welcome back to the AI Executive. We're here live at the Kellogg Cox School of Business DFW Leadership Symposium. Super pumped. We got a little food in there, so thanks for bearing with us and your patience. We had a ton of amazing guests, but I'm really excited about our next guest. So we have here Tobalo, the VP of our AI Incubation Labs. Tobalo, thanks so much. You're part of White Glove AI Incubation Labs. I'm so excited to have you on and to chat through what you're working on, plus the demos that you're doing and have done today. That's exciting. And then you heard us chat about his name quite a bit, our founder and CEO of White Glove, Nick James. Gentlemen, why don't you walk us through? I know you have a lot to talk about. We've experienced a ton of energy in this event, as well as some amazing speakers out there on the lineup and here on the hot seat. But I'll let you all take it from here and walk through just what we're doing at White Glove AI. There's a lot of exciting news that we're announcing. I mean, even over the last week, AI AMF and some other things. We actually brought up some case examples today on how we use Lucidus and some others. I know you all want to chat about that some more. So over to you all.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and just give a little snippet on White Glove AI. Early on, I saw a gap for, between AI products and buyers. I think that buyers are feeling very overwhelmed. I did a lot of interviews.
Right.
And, buyers are experiencing buyer fatigue. There's too many options. There are so many options in the same category.
Someone even said buyer paralysis.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that. I think that's even better.
Yeah.
And I think that the concept of this trusted AI adoption partner is really going to help buyers navigate this ever growing landscape. Here's the sort of the root cause of all of this. AI has now enabled anybody to become a builder. So before there were barriers to entry. Now those barriers are much lower,
Right.
or pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, we were chatting with a guest earlier. He had done a startup, let's call it 5-6 years ago, and quite a large, sizable investment. And what he's saying now is AI is actually allowing the quote unquote bootstrapping to real. I mean, do you really need to go raise right away, or can you just bootstrap it with the technology at your fingertips?
Yeah. I'll cover off a little bit more about White Glove AI, what we're doing, and then just a little bit primer on Lucidus. But I want you to hear directly from the builder's mouth about how powerful Lucidus is. So White Glove AI is a managed AI service provider. So perhaps you've heard of a MSP or MSSP. These are companies that you would outsource your IT to or your security to. Now, we are the company you outsource your AI to, okay? So we are the world's first, and we actually have we own the trademark for managed AI service provider. It was granted to us December 31st, right after Christmas, and just this last year. We also do consulting. So your hosts that have been so gracious and wonderful, Albert and Jason, who I'm sitting in a spot right now, they are VCAIOs, or fractional or virtual chief AI officers. Okay, so they're fractional AI executives. So they're executives who are well versed in AI, who understand the pitfalls, the risks, and how to mitigate against those. As a part of our journey, we have understood that when we find gaps in the vendor market, we just go and build it. And that's what we did with Lucidus. In fact, Lucidus was initially created to clean data that we were getting from our customers. When I say clean, I mean highly decorative marketing PDFs, nonsensical tables. And so interpreting that, so when AI is trying to infer, right, It's making the right choices and it's delivering accurate results. But now Lucidus has turned into this basically a super AI team that works in the background. In fact, we are processing over 400,000 vital records, so birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, one of the largest counties here in Texas, through our client who holds that contract.
We already named them, by the way. So.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
Harris County. All right.
But actually, no. I brought up. No, you're right. We didn't. We brought up
so
some
you
other
tricked
ones.
me into naming.
Yeah, sorry.
them.
This is what. It's live.
Anyway,
It's live.
Anyway, I want Tabalo to cover off, what successes he's achieved using private models that are fine-tuned. And then Albert, towards the end, I know you did some CFO crunching of the numbers last night while we're sitting at my dining table. So let's let Tabalo go through the sort of the architecture and the achievements.
Yeah, sure. So Albert, you're a very good host. When I first joined and talked with Nick, there was kind of the need of understanding that a lot of these consulting engagements, there was a common issue of just messy data. When I got involved with him and I was ready to kind of take the leap of faith out of the big tech, cushy corporate world, and it was all about taking that immediate client feedback and then how do we rapidly iterate engineering-wise for reusable assets, a product that would be able to bring value to clients in their engagements. So when I first got here, kind of similar as Nick mentioned, the big challenge, and this is just how fast the AI space has evolved just within the last year, but it was all about getting data RAG ready. So a lot of that meant, as Nick mentioned, is you had complex documents, and if you're trying to ingest a document into an AI RAG system, which is a vector database and a knowledge base, that it wouldn't translate well the tables and all the icons, or if you had all these images and graphics, it basically mess up your entire vector space in terms of byte in the encoding. So we rapidly realized, okay, we have to be able to get ready to just take unstructured data or file types, whatever it is, and process them in bulk. So that was what initially led the primary architecture of it and the plumbing we needed. Now, as we've evolved and where we find immediate client success is where we're really finding value is because as we adapt with the market, as we stay tuned with what's coming out and what's getting open source, is we're helping our clients adopt the latest powers too. So as we mentioned, the vital records, these are documents that OCR used to take was not even possible 2 years ago. So this is a level of high fidelity data extraction that wasn't even in the marketplace 2 years ago. And now you're getting IT teams that didn't formally have data science departments. They didn't have any cyber labs that are able to access this in a very lean and mean way with White Glove AI and ultimately Lucidus adopting on the back end for them. So it's really cool to see these technical wins, because that's kind of the main thing I've always advised with Nick is we want to get the technical win as soon as possible, because once the client understands the technical win, it's just, it's very evident the value it adds. And not only agentically in the AI agents and how they can sort of supercharge process or supercharge an operation, but I'll be talking a little today, but it's really just about automation, just more efficient operations.
Right.
So
what I'm excited about, and you said it earlier and just finished with it too, there's so much power that AI can do, right? From productivity gains to tasks to in combo with automations, with agents pooling and doing it without human intervention. What I'm really excited about, what I've been chatting with people about, is don't disregard the power of a data repository. There's so much that could happen there. And, one of the case studies, Tabalo, you talk about not even the technical win, it was a massive win, right? When you look at some of the case studies that you have created through White Glove and Lucidus AI, I mean, they're huge, right? If you look at the math, and we went through it a little bit earlier, but let's just use the example of, because I know it's far more, but we use the number 400,000 documents, right? And what we found was the existing enterprise, in this case municipality, was using a team of 20. And they're paid, let's say, and this is not, verbatim, I'm just using the it's probably a little bit more, but they're paid $20 an hour, it takes them about 5 to 6 minutes or so to do. When you do that, when we ran the math, it to get all those documents in that example done, it took 42 weeks, $657,000, right? And that's probably not the most accurate because I'm missing some variables in there, but that's roughly what it was. To follow what you were able to do with Lucidus AI is it can do it in roughly 5 to 6 seconds. It's using the technology that doesn't have the barriers of a 40-hour work week. It's running 24/7, and it can now do it in 26 to 27 days. And by the way, that's being conservative, right? I probably should give it even more credit. It could do it even faster. I know that you probably want
No,
to
yeah, there's optimizations and architectures and orchestration that we could even probably slash that in half. But yeah,
think about that. Think about it from an enterprise, right? We have this proof of concept, right? We're helping now multiple municipalities, and more are coming to the table, which we're excited about, not just in Texas, but nationwide. And then now that the enterprise, and we have many, I mean, we had a CEO of Lennox here earlier, right? They're hearing about what this technology can do. And I could save 600 grand a year by using this technology, and this project will be done in 28 days. It's a no-brainer. These are some of the great things that we're hearing about today, including our own case studies of what AI can do for enterprise, government, and municipalities, and why we keep arguing lean in. Now, it doesn't mean go lean in alone. We have the AI AMF, right, our AI Adoption Management Framework, in partnership with Lucidus, in partnership with our VCIO managed services to help people take that next step and go through every step of the process, evaluate, governance, et cetera, down to integrate. Right. So that's what I'm fired up about. And I love meeting people that are a little unsure. Maybe they're already leaning in, but the large majority of the people just don't know what to do. And that's where we come in. And you're right. The technical wins, the proof of concept is here. We have it.
Yeah. And especially decision makers and executives now with all the, reform around Doge and government efficiency, usually with regulated industries, it's about, it's kind of an excuse not to do anything, right? Like they're like, oh, we don't want to touch anything. We don't want to update our database. We don't want to, really re-platform our COBOL code.
So are you saying Lucid is Doge's companies? I promise I wouldn't do it, but I had to.
Yeah.
I had to.
Yeah.
No, but that's so true, right? In this environment right now, first it came to, and a good example here is we're going live because a lot of the public does not trust your traditional media. Right? And a lot of public needs case study proof of concept like you just shared to lean into AI, right? A lot of the public now sees what our administration's doing to the government alone, but now we're challenging, well, then if we have this technology that can do that, why don't we do that to our enterprise, to our small, medium-sized enterprise, large businesses? And that's what we're doing, right? So it's not just to productivity gain or to solve a pain point in a project and so that we have this data repository. We're also going to clean up your books. That's what I'm excited about. We're going to clean up your books with this technology and financial tools, including Lucidus, because Lucid is multimodal. It's multifaceted. It's not just documents. It's far more than that, right? And I know, Nick, you wanted to chat about that too. The power of what Lucidus can do, right, through White Glove AI. Do you want to chat through and kind of expand on it?
Yeah, I think what's really important here is that security is job zero at White Glove AI. I famously stole that from AWS. I'm not ashamed of it.
And they're doing good. So we like
they're doing good. They're fine. But it's the first thing we do. It's our first and top priority. So that's why we built Lucidus from the ground up to be fully private, off-grid, and closed circuit. In fact, if you have a server or some computer and a power source, you can put Lucidus on that computer on an island, and it will operate on its own without the need for any internet connection or any connection to the outside world. What does that mean for you? It means your data stays safe, stays private, and you fully de-risk the use of AI as an executive. Your head's not on a chopping block because you know that there is no way for Lucidus to communicate to the internet. It just works. It grabs your data from wherever your data is. It does what you want done to your data, whether it's transformation or manipulation. If you want supplemental research, it can find other ways to get to the internet without exposing causing any risk of
And that's
exposure.
the big tension point, right? I talked to, including some executives that I was talking in the lobby. Well, we don't know yet. We don't want to be the quote unquote first mover still. Like let the rest play that game. We don't want our data leaking. We don't want to be sued. We don't need that risk right now. As we're trying to squeeze more in EBITDA with higher prices and disposable income and less traffic, right? Less disposable income, or at least the dollar not going as far. We cannot risk it. And what you're saying is we have a solution to follow. Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, another thing is also just keeping people just fact of the matter. It's funny, like you always have financial and legal minds talking about data security when it's entirely different conversation. But the main thing that is empowering and people should know immediately is so when it comes to AI agents or AI augmented labor, at the end of the day you have to have inference. So if you want inference, you're going to have to go talk to Google, Microsoft, and if you want the private way, like that is binded in legal contracts, are like, okay, our data can't share an environment with another tenant. You need to have a dedicated instance. If you want a dedicated instance from Azure or OpenAI or Google Gemini, you're gonna have to cough up $1 million and spend. So this whole mid-market space and SMB space, who it's like you're not just gonna pay $1 million for your own private chat GPT, is a very real need, and that's kind of the win we've had is the economies of scale. You have the right partners, White Glove and Lucidus. You can achieve these and rapidly than what you may preconceive, because a lot of people think you have to move on the data. If you have this data there and it gets stale and you're not really having the right sort of investments to have a data lab and a cider brew lab, then it opens up this whole thing of data integrity issues, which is actually a very common problem with very spreadsheet driven for operations,
which is most.
Coming from the finance space, right? You can make the data sing however you want, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean the data is as clean as it should be.
Yeah, at Oracle we'd call it painting the data.
Painting the data. Yeah, I see it all the time when I'm lifting up the hood of enterprises, and it's like, interesting. So I'm the type that likes to scrub line by line, and granted, now you can use the technology to do that, but
imagine you have 1 billion lines.
It's true. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. That's a lot. I'm curious, right? And we didn't prep this. I'm curious. Where would you like to see Lucidus go? Right, you are the brain and heart of Lucidus, and shoot, White Glove's so lucky to have you, and we've gotten a chance to be on certain collab calls and all of that, and you are super impressive. Where would you like to see Lucidus go?
Well, conversating with Benny, and it's clear that there's small segments of the market where we can do we found success that we'd like to be able to service more of those customers. So property management, work order documents, we've done incredibly well. You can see our official press release with Black Dome Properties. That could definitely expand broader. So doubling down on what we've done very well, and then just ensuring that success is scalable and sort of helping clients understand the value of AI in the terms of process is ultimately what matters. And not only that, the experience of how easy it is to adopt it. So when you come from these cloud services businesses, the main metric you use internally would be time to consumption. So how fast can they consume the service? And ultimately you want to make it super easy to use and values realized as fast as possible. That's also a revenue recognition trait. But yeah, so that in my point of view, that would be easier. So as Nick mentioned with AI workers and AI agents, a part of that is AI is eating the UI. So it's not even that you need a UI. With our customers, it's not even a specific interface. We just come into them. It can either be entirely backend, or AI UI can mean your AI chatbot can talk to your Slack and your WhatsApp and your Telegram. You can have your own custom chat interfaces. So in this kind of new landscape of platforms and apps and finding the right tailored niche of AI layers, you can get pretty creative as long as you have sort of a core just understanding on the plumbing on the back end.
The last question on my end, because I know our guests are starting to line up again. What where don't you want? What's the watch out for? Like, we're not going to play in this space.
I don't think it's that we're not going to play. I think the one thing that's important to be mindful of that's getting more permanent, and I'll talk in our session here about it, and it's with cognitive attrition. So because AI is getting so permeated, what it's allowing people to do is get lazy and adopt, allow, unvetted hallucinations to somehow start making its way into what you'd call the dead internet theory. So the only thing I would champion is, we're going to keep our eyes open and what works and what doesn't work. But yeah, there's going to be buzzwords that come and go, but really at the end, it's efficient operations, process-centric ontology, and then with AI AMF using the right framework of governance for an AI blueprint.
Which a lot of people are missing, and why we also wanted to solve for that, right? And should do it the right way. Where do people find you? You're about to get a ton of people.
You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on the internet, like right now.
We're live.
Yeah, we're doing it live. Yeah, just find my LinkedIn, Tavallo Tavallo Torres, Valdez, and you'll connect with me. Shoot me a message. I'm friendly. We're more than happy to talk, and we're pretty fine with trailblazing. So bring us hard, complex ideas, and we'd love to solution against it. So yeah, love it.
Sorry, I know I said last question. I'm gonna give you one more. Sorry, Kirk. Last question. Walk us through what your panel discussion and demo is all about.
Yeah, so
I'm excited about this.
Yeah, so it's interesting being at SMU because my grandfather went to law school here and got passed the bar through here. This is the farm here, and it reminds me of like tactically when I used to work with AT&T security. I remember learning when I would go on site was like the main thing is security. The bar is always raised. Like encryption standards only get bigger and harder. Security never goes down in terms of raising the bar. So we're learning all that, and we're going into the AI agent, just the core elements, the LLM tools and context, and then we're going into an AI agent integration framework that kind of ties with AI AMF, and then I'm giving a demo on an AI hedge fund. So a whole hedge fund ran by a team of AI agents, a technical analyst, a fundamentals analyst, a sentiment analyst, and you can run it on a set of tickers.
Do we have a live setup in there for that?
Yeah, it'll be on my laptop.
Okay.
And not only do we have the fundamental hedge fund agent, you can basically replicate the same strategies like Kathy Wood, Warren Buffett, Bill Ackman, and you can build agents like that too. So it's just kind of showcasing you can get really creative.
Cool. Well, we're lucky to have you, man. It's a pleasure to work alongside you, and shoot, I'm following your lead. You're doing a lot of work. So good luck on the panel. Nick, don't mess it up.
I'll break a leg.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it live and see what you have to chat about, Nick, because you're doing a ton as well.
Yeah, we will be live streaming the panel.
Doing it live.
Yeah, so make sure to check that out as well. And we'll get back in action here. I know a lot of people are doing some lunch. We're going to get Jason back in the house, and then get a new guest. And anything else?
That's all.
Thank
all
you.
right.
Yeah, thank
all right.
you.
Stay tuned. Thanks, Albert.
Oh, thank you. That was amazing. So yeah, if you didn't catch it fully, we're within White Glove AI. We offer managed services. We have a suite of services when it comes to what we're able to do with you. Obviously, through using our framework AI AMF, but think chatbot, think avatar, think voice, think text, and then you also heard about our product line, specifically Lucidus, and the proof of concept and case studies that we have with Lucidus are outstanding. So I know you were with us, but you weren't with us. You heard about it, and you're obviously behind the scenes with all of this stuff. We were talking about Lucidus. We were talking about the BCIO managed service or managed AI service provider format that we have. But you want to walk through because you've been active,
right? Yeah. So I think the VCIO service that Tavallo has created is going to really just amplify the adoption of AI. And the way that it'll work is We'll go in, we'll help understand your organization. What is your technology stack? What are you doing with it? We can put all that in together and then start utilizing all of these workers to be able to help write your education strategy, your AI strategy, how to do this, provide you all of that documentation that you need that would traditionally take months, if not almost 18 months to build.
Right.
And now you're able to have all that generated for you where you can really start making decisions and providing the actual tangible steps of what you need to do to adopt AI.
Well, it's getting loud in here. Everyone's eating some lunch, having some good conversations. I see a lot of familiar faces. So, and it looks like we got a vetting process too. So we have some people being vetted out here. And so I want to make sure that they're prepared to chat with us and what to chat about. For the most part, we keep it live though and raw and authentic. But shoot, I got a couple of notes that I had here that I wanted to go through, Jace. What's your recommendations, though? I think we can land on one of these. We were talking about like preparation for organizations. Things are moving fast. I mean, someone mentioned it earlier. I think Nick might have touched on it as well. So there's a marketplace, and it's just full with AI tools. There's just so much out there, and it's creating this almost decision paralysis. So what can organizations do to prepare themselves as they're saying, okay, I want to lean in, now what? What should they do?
So I think the first thing they've got to do is start, what is the strategy? What do you want to get out of AI? Do you want it for a competitive advantage? Do you want it for automation and improving how you're solving business problems? Is it other things that are driving your decision making? And that's where our Launchpad service really helps uncover those questions where you can do that and get a good understanding of what is the art of the possible. Because I've seen a lot of times where people have overextended what they think AI can do for them, and truthfully, the technology may not be there to do that. So they spend months trying to set that up, and it really isn't available for them yet. So having that trusted advisor that's there to tell you what is the art of the possible and which is a bit too far based on maybe your data hygiene or just the availability of the technology.
Or the risk, like you were saying earlier, right? I think one of our guests was saying, well, shoot, that could be it was for HIPAA.
Yes.
And we're talking about the minimum fine of 10
mil.
I mean, it's a game, it's over.
Yeah,
you're going bankrupt, you're done, right? And hopefully you've created your entity structure so that it doesn't impact you personally. If you didn't, something like that can really crush you and your family, home, etc. Competitive edge, competitive advantage. I think what we're finding is in past you had a lot of these large, let's talk retail, a lot of large retail players that would come in and put a lot of small businesses out, right? Or other industries, you see that too. Typically, it's the large companies that are getting most of the market share. Very hard for the small to medium-sized companies to
we can go through every case study of where that's happened.
Yeah, and so what do you recommend to the small and medium businesses? Oh, no, it's okay. We're live. Come over here. Do you want to sit? No, okay. No, we're live. Go for it. You want a book? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm Albert. Nice to meet you. Oh, good. I love it. Excellent. You want to tell everyone what your name is? Come on.
My name is Shazia Vitali. I'm here at Symposium.
Who do you work for? Cognizant, yeah.
In commercial sales for AT&T.
You want to have a seat with us? After you eat. Okay, I love it. Okay, perfect. All right, and that's the beauty of live. You just get things shooting right at you.
Yeah. It seems like 200 people just joined the room. So.
Well, the good news is she wanted a book. She saw an interesting title. Was it Nick James' name or was it a title? Oh, good. We have some more guests. All right. How are you? Albert Ramos. Joseph Spencer. Come on and have a seat with us.
Hey, Joseph.
Right.
Jason. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well,
I saw you on your inaugural about this year inaugural.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Let's restart. Doc, Dr. Dr. Joseph Spencer. Oh, correct myself.
No,
yes.
Everyone calls me Spence.
Dr. Spence. All right, Dr. Spence.
Just Spence.
Just Spence.
Just
Okay.
Spence.
You always want to throw the doctor.
I know. I do. All right. Well, if you want to come a little closer here, let me move out to the side because we got our. It's getting a little louder in here, which is lunch and everything, which I like. A lot of good chatter out there. Why don't you walk us through who you are and what brought you to this event?
I came to this event because of a LinkedIn connection with Nick, you guys. Hey, this is coming. Invite me. It's like I came, got registered, and I think this has been fantastic. It's my first time with the Kellogg SMU crew, and it's been wildly entertaining as well as knowledgeable.
So what's been the most thought-provoking thing you've heard so far?
It was the proximity conversation because it really got me thinking about the extension of today, moving towards what is happening in the future, how we can not just be happy with what today's efforts are, but look at the extension and how we can expand it, how it will expand because it's just part of the system. That's fantastic.
And so, first of all, going back to what you were saying, the power of LinkedIn. So you got the invite, you showed up, I love it. And then you're loving the events. Can you walk us through some of the different chats or maybe even some of the speakers that really impressed you today?
I would say the proximity is one that got me the most because of I think his name is Bob Wilcock.
Okay, yeah.
Professor here, and I can't wait to read his book. I have his book in my bag too to consume because I think we are at least focusing on AI, looking at AI as just being the transformative power that it has, but what we think is possible today is even exponentially further to where it can be. Right. And so how do we use the proximity theory to grow the experience? What I'm looking at is specifically for healthcare is how can we move AI to be the solution that drives the transformative effort for healthcare. Not just, hey, I want to take care of generative AI and how to improve my documentation, but how do I improve medicine? And even from a business perspective, how do I improve my AR process so that I'm not spending 60 days of AR trying to collect reimbursement?
I'd love to chat about that. That's a great topic. So earlier we chatted about documentation, right? SOAP notes, right? And we see the power of AI as described, right?
Yeah.
You bring up a great point, and having been with organizations, help organizations on the what they don't realize is it's a very tedious and at times your AR accounts receivable aging summary can be extensive with a lot of these networks, right? A lot of these insurance organizations. So having the documentation is number one. You have to have it. They tell you what it should look like, what it should be. It needs to be timely, right? What are some other ways that AI can help? Maybe even automate that process or get it to you quicker for some of these insurance providers. They don't want you, by the way.
Truly.
Sorry. If you're out there, I'm so sorry.
It's the facts.
That's the
business.
It's the facts.
Exactly.
That's the business. They don't necessarily want to spend on that too much.
They get to save them and get interest on, hey, what's has to be paid. We can delay it a few days. That's extra. So it's beneficial. To me, the power of AI agent and putting the AI agent to there's about 700 different code groups, DRG code groups, APC code groups. If we have knowledge engines that now can speak to that physician, hey, you're working on this APC. Here's how you can code this to get the best outcome and reimbursement outcome, as well as you're using your system to do generative AI to look at that particular contract and say, oh, by the way, this contract requires this prior authorization to occur. So having those things being a part of the real life experience of a doctor and make sure he or she is now using the system to its fullest to have this background computer helping you that physician make that correct support of orders and now the diagnosis.
So it's funny because it can be done. Now, Jason's far more technical than I am, and as is White Club, obviously. We can be simple but also complex in what we do, like advanced as far as what we build. But I took some of those pain points from an organization that I knew specific to, well, how do we get our receivables faster? And we knew, well, documentation takes far too long from the physician, therapist, etc. Let's automate that for them using an approved, HIPAA-approved transcriber within their conversation with their client. That data would then flow into their SOAP note GPT. So it would format their SOAP notes to meet those requirements that your insurance providers wanted it, including how much time, what are the codes, all within its knowledge base. It had the coding, it had the insurance carrier's contract requirements. It obviously had the transcription of what actually happened with the client and what was suggested and what was discussed, right? And then from there, automating the accounts receivable process, and you're cutting your 60-day down to 30 days, maybe 30 to 15. It's a much better revenue cycle.
How about you add this component? We've been doing HIPAA transactions, X12 for at least 20 years. It's all going to the clearinghouse. That data is there. You have the 837, which is the claim process, and 835 is the reimbursement process. So you know the beginning and the end result. Why don't you consume that into an AI model? So you know, here's what hospitals try to claim, here's what the insurance have accepted, rejected, denied, approved. So now you have the end result. You have a learning.
You have a predictive probability.
Exactly. So you're no longer thinking of what's out there. You now know what is actually
only thing. Because I haven't had a lot of chance about this. The only thing is, how do you ensure that what you're sending is what actually happened with the patient? Because what I found, and actually I cleaned some things up where we had a physician that was selecting a category, coding it, to benefit the practice. It's not what was actually happening. That's a little messy, right?
So that's the human hallucination.
Right. It's the human hallucination. Well, yeah, it's manipulation and insurance.
Exactly.
Right?
And it's major Medicare as well as penalties.
And they'll find out. They'll come out. They'll audit. And I've been a part of those audits where they go through every single note, signature, and they go through it, right? So it's just making sure, we've been chatting about it today, is AI ethics is so important. Governance is so important. The technology is powerful, like you're saying. Yeah, why you have this, again, back to the data repository, you can now make better. You can even, I could go even further, right? There's data out there that shows us common illnesses, common procedures throughout, let's just say, Dallas. There's data out there that tells you where that's happening. So if you're deciding where you want your practice, what you want to treat, you can get so much more precise, and it's more than from a business lens. That's what we chatted about. It's far more profitable, less expense.
To me, that's where you use healthcare. All claims are driven by the experience, episodic experience of that patient. So thus, you are building based on what has occurred in real life with that patient. So you're not dreaming up code that has no bearings on the experience of the patient. So that grounds you. And so it is with the ethics of the physician, but to me the computer is now putting the right controls in place that keeps the doctors from using cocaine. Sorry, that's not wrong. There's no documentation that supports using that code. And so the doctor can say what he wants, but the computer is balancing back.
I'll tell you, it's red flag.
Exactly. And start red flagging the claim saying this is not you setting yourself for audits. It doesn't. But the data is there. That's what the conversation with proximity and this conversation, the data is there, we're just not using it. Exactly. But that now extends it. It's going to be progressive as well as what's the right word where healthcare transcends the whole process to be something that was never thought of. But AI gives you the data, and now we have the data read into one episode so that the doctors, and now we have AI agents, so now you give the doctors the energy and the knowledge to make it right. It's transformative.
It's a win-win-win.
Exactly.
Doctor win, insurance provider win,
and the CFO wins because now he's getting his money sooner. Because hospitals are $1 billion revenue organization, which is the average hospital spends about $10 million just to make ends meet. Just because you got to wait until we get paid. It's the cost of capital.
It's an upside down.
Exactly. It's the only.
It's nuts, right? And it's a hard game to win when you're upside down from the get. So if you can figure out how to right size it, or at least make it flat, you're in better shape.
But I think that's key. That's the exciting part of what me and Nick are trying to come up with. Eric,
we can solve that ASAP. I think if we put our minds together, I mean that's a huge.
I think it's opportunity.
Yeah, let's chat. We're gonna chat, all of us. That's a good
Let's
one.
make it happen.
Well, yes, Spencer. So we wanted to give you this gift. It's the handbook of Chief AI Officers leading the AI revolution in business, and we got a co-author there. And he wanted to be right there. He's over here. So good at
Thank you.
One of my favorite conversations today. Thank you so much. This is a needed. This is pain point.
Let's make it happen because healthcare needs AI.
Yeah, for the position, right? I mean, the cost of education, the excitement of wanting to be your passion, helping people, but also realizing it is a business. Exactly. You're bogged down by a mission. It's not fun. I have an orthopedic best friend, and he's like, I'd rather, you know what, maybe I should work for a hospital. I'm a partner, and I don't do anything. I mean, they can figure it out instead of running my own practice and just knowing you have an opportunity too. Let's give them that technology that others do it. Help others do it.
It is transformative.
It is.
Thank you.
Great meeting.
Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
great.
Nice to meet you. Enjoy, guys. Thank you. This is great.
It's getting loud. It's getting loud. Loud and proud.
You may want to grab the other mic because it is
grab
so
it.
loud.
Hopefully, we had the mic facing the actual lunch, so they probably were picking up on that audio.
And all the conversations.
Okay, so we have a pain point capstone project. That is a major issue.
We have a major capstone projects all across. I think every single table can give you a use case that AI can completely transform a pain point. And this is where we've got to be able to educate, provide literacy, and enable people to do this. We've got a strategic advisor for White Glove AI. Person I met on my first day of working at White Glove AI.
The celeb. We were actually, we mentioned you earlier in the live stream. We were really looking forward to chatting with you and getting your brain. Maybe even challenging you a little bit. If that's okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Well, why don't you do this? Why don't you introduce yourself to the audience, and then we'll just have a conversation.
Sure. First of all, so excited to be here. We're talking about a very important topic, right? So very, very excited to be here. Well, my name is Bindu, and I luckily got introduced to Nick with White Glove, and I'm excited to talk all things healthcare. So, strategic advisor, I have about 27 years of healthcare experience. Run companies, been an entrepreneur, I'm also an author of a book called Flip the Switch on Leadership.
Flip the switch.
Yes,
What is
yes.
Flip the switch about?
Well, it is a guide
Take a
to
quick
sharing
pause.
stories
Sorry,
about
1 second. That thing is just shaking. Sorry, 1 second.
We're live. This is what happens when
That's
you're
what
live.
happens
I
when
love
you're
it.
live,
So a little tech difficulty. We didn't realize you guys couldn't see us.
Pull the chair up just a
Hopefully
little.
you enjoyed the conversation. Enjoyed the conversation, and we are going to fix this. Okay, so a big theme about today has been we've had a lot of people from the marketing space. We've had some people from the HVAC space.
Oh, yes, that's great.
And healthcare is a big one.
It is.
And we're excited because we know the power that AI can have in the healthcare space. And
Get that trash
see
button.
what we can do here.
It's Albert. Yeah, that's what it was. There we go. Is it refresh?
It's just lagging a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep, good.
It's
We're good.
awesome.
Why
We're
don't you
good now.
start over?
Yeah. You know what? That's a good idea, right? And so what I love about this and why we go live, we chat about this all the time. A lot of the public just has, for some reason, has developed a mistrust for recorded things, right? Or maybe just edited version of things. And what we wanted to do with White Glove, especially at this amazing event, is keep it live, authentic, and raw. And fresh. Yeah. And so what we're going to do,
Since AI, you can now just utilize Notebook LM and automatically create a podcast. It sounds like two people perfectly having a conversation, but it's all fake.
it is all fake. So why don't we do this for the audience, and just so we shake off the tech, at least I need to, shake off the tech issue there. Can you start over and do you mind reintroducing yourself? And then we can walk through?
Absolutely. So my name is Bindu Charakottu, and I'm currently a strategic advisor for White Glove, especially for the healthcare sector.
You're welcome. This also happens live. We're actually on a live stream right now.
That's
No, you're
amazing.
amazing.
We love it.
We love it, and we love to chat with you too in the future. Yes, it's okay. I love it. This is, so sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
so White Glove.
Mindy, who are you?
So
We're trying to get
I
you.
feel like you're all going to know me by the time we're done. But yes, I'm so excited to really enter the healthcare space, and healthcare is very complicated. So when I talked to Nick about this, I was like, I really want to understand how to make the lives of our providers in the healthcare space easier. Because we're, like they said today, we're in the people culture, right? We're all about people, and sometimes, most of the time, our clients, especially the healthcare space, and so
Let's talk about that. We just had Dr. Spencer on, and we were talking about the position and some of the pain points. What are some of the pain points you see from providers that they're needing support and help with?
sure. I think the biggest thing is compliance. They have to document every single interaction, every single communication, every single, any type of interaction with the patient. So if you're spending more time typing versus eye-to-eye contact or assessing a patient, there's a multitude of things happen. You miss emergency for the patient's, symptom management, medical condition. They're thinking about, I got to chart this visit now, which might take 45 minutes, sometimes even an hour and a half. And so they are cutting the visit time shorter. So they're thinking about the administrative, burden that comes along with being a provider.
It's not allowing them to be present because they're always worried about, I didn't update that last patient.
That's right. And I was actually with a client. I'm a healthcare consultant as well, and I was following one of our nurses.
One more time. The event ended on LinkedIn. It must have hit a max.
Maybe they may have just a limit of how long we can go.
Okay, this is still going.
Still going on YouTube.
Sorry, Mindy.
As I was saying, I know. As I was saying, so most recently I was talking to a client who basically the nurse was written up as a performance improvement plan because she didn't chart the entire visit per patient. And the patient was really, really sick, so it was an hour and a half visit, and she only charted maybe 10 minutes of it.
Now, in that example, rightfully so, as far as the coaching, because of the compliance issues that could occur, if that was 16 letters.
That's right. Someone actually audits that file. The nurse is not truly articulating what happened in that file.
So what are the regulations with, and I thought the ability of AI-powered transcribers were already being embedded in the physician's office and all that, or is it very hard to get that done? Is it hard to get a transcriber that's recording the entire conversation? Maybe not videotaping, but just recording, obviously with patient consent.
Sure.
Is that possible, or is there still a lot of red tape?
It's not normal. It's not normal. Okay. And I was just telling somebody the other day, there's a major EMR platform that I did a demo with, and they actually said, well, we have an AI tool now. It's an extra cost, but would you like to sign up for it? And well, no, not yet. Not yet. However,
we're going to find out who you are.
But I'm scheduled for a demo, and I was saying I want to record it because I want to see what they're promising. Because we talked about this speech to text recognition, having a provider just say, here, I'm Linda Jarabutu, I'm with Jason, and Jason's a 35-year-old male, going right into it, and it's supposed to catch up. But how do you simplify it? But from a compliance standpoint, healthcare is the most highly regulated industry, right? And especially if you're seeing Medicare patients. If you're seeing Medicare patients, there's almost like a scripted template that you need to follow in order to capture everything about that interaction. Otherwise, you can't do it.
So one of the conversations we had earlier was within marketing that are traditionally a text-based industry. It is now going into a multimodal. It sounds like healthcare is very similar, that typically all the charts are written. Now you're going to be able to take it through voice and video to be able to transcribe, to be able to completely transform how that process of engaging with your doctor.
But that risk mitigation, that loss prevention side is so important. So it's like the compliance and then making sure that data doesn't go anywhere. And actually, a lot of I know of some organizations that are actually choosing to keep it like this is not a part of our organization. This data stays over here, centralized, protected.
But that's how the technology has evolved, and I think that's why healthcare is now in an opportunity where they can transform, because it has been commoditized, and it's the bar for the regulations. The regulations haven't changed, but the technology to implement those regulations are much easier to adopt.
Well, there are some challenges. A few months ago, one of the clients I work with had a data breach. Someone actually tapped in. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. They are. And they have, right? So if they're finding a way to hack into the system, grab all that, protected health information, they can transfer. That's exactly what happened, right? But now we ask that platform, how come you don't have a factor authentication, the MFA? They didn't have it. So someone was easily able to get in. So now if we lay AI on top of it, what does that look like, right? What level of that interaction are we going to implement that? Is it a plugin? Is it a part of the software? But to that point, the big hospital systems reporting what happens to the mom and pop physician's office who doesn't have state-of-the-art, right? And they probably have a very low-cost electronic medical record system that probably doesn't offer it.
Well, we know we have a product. We were just going through it, Lucidus AI, and for large enterprises as well. But it's true. I think we're talking about decision-making paralysis. Some of these examples, including this one that we just mentioned around a data breach in the hospital. AI, I'm not ready for it. We're not ready to invest there because of that.
But that technology's been around, right? And financial institutions have implemented it.
Right, that's another, PCI and all that.
Being able to do data in transit security, data at rest security, all that's available is being able to take that first step to be able to provide that. And how to make it affordable for those smaller ones. The large hospitals, absolutely, they can afford it. How do you get the small doctors on board?
That's why people need help, right? They need help, whether it be us or some others, but vetting, right? You have to vet, the governance,
is so important. Your evaluation period, all of it. Before you integrate, we keep saying it, I'm repeating it for a reason. It's following the AMF framework, because you can't just jump in. Things like that happen. You don't vet it. You selected the wrong tool. They don't have a two-factor or some sort of blockchain security measure layer, and then now your data is breached. You get hit with a minimum $10 million HIPAA fine or more, right? And that will put out most businesses.
Absolutely. And the thing is, the whole dictation piece of charting has been around forever. If you go to a hospital, you see a physician in a corner somewhere in an office with the little dictator or the phone, and they will dictate their entire notes because they have a template, right? And then somebody overseas, whether it's India, China, Philippines, they're the ones who are accessing it and manually entering it into their notes. And it goes back to them to sign, to review and sign. So this has been around for a long time, right? But now we're going to replace it with an actual AI process where it can be real time. You're not waiting for a 24-hour, 48-hour return.
There is a tool. I mean, I know I love using Firefly, Otter, but one of my favorites now, actually I was talking with Nick about it the other day, is Claude. You're a Claude, so Claude's amazing. I mean, it's a 24-hour battery life. You can literally transcribe everything that's going on in your day, right around your day.
Yeah.
So it's called Claude AI. They just came out with some new features.
It's a device.
It's a device, yeah. You have to actually wear it as a manual.
Okay.
And I just go about my life
in your entire day.
Your entire day is being transcribed. Wow. But the power of it, I keep saying this over and over with our guests, is the data repository. I can then look and read back and ask the agent or AI, how can I be more efficient? Because this you can do something similar, right? And to your point, going back to the provider, how do we remove this administrative so you can actually improve the patient experience, right? And for hospitals, it's all about satisfaction scores.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's their bread and butter. I mean, that's what they're living by.
Well, another part of it is documentation equals revenue.
Right. We were just chatting with Dr. Spencer. Right. We were thinking about a solution in between the consulting for some healthcare providers and then for some practices. And what we would do, what we built was your transcription model. So every patient that you saw, we had the documentation. We had a SOAP note documentation format that would feed it within seconds. Then you have that, including the coding, the description, everything that your insurance carrier will require, right? And they are not great about giving you the money that is, right? And so how do we find a way to use AI to shorten your AR agent? Right. That's a huge thing. And typically what we were talking with Dr. Spencer about is typically physicians are, they're playing from behind. Your cash flow cycle is upside down. Right. So it's very hard to make it. You know, if you're just doing your own practice and you're responsible for it. A lot of physicians don't want to do that. I'd rather go work for the hospital, let them deal with that. I'm not going to start my own practice, although it may be more lucrative if it works out. The struggles, the pain of the insurance side, they are accounts receivable side. Right. But I think we will find a solution.
I believe so, because I think we already have the requirements that we need. We just have to build it. And then we have to test it, right? And I think that process and then monitoring it and seeing if it doesn't really work in every scenario and make tweaks by specialty maybe, or by the place of service, or because even right now when I do consulting with nurse practitioners and doctors, I'll say when you're sitting with a patient, save the start time and save the end time. And it's important because really what you do is minutes.
50 minutes versus 53 minutes is I've been a part of a case study where I looked up the hood. I'll come in as a CFO or actual CFO in this case. And what I noticed is, okay, well, if we know that 53 is different than 50, just change to 53. I'm like, hold on. Wait a second.
That's right.
Because Medicare, Medicaid, Cigna, they'll come and inspect. And they'll audit. And if they smell something fishy, that's a whole different ballgame. And insurance fraud.
Yeah, and
Right.
unfortunately, Texas is one of the top insurance fraud states.
So what we were chatting about is how not only AI processing the front end and supporting getting the information to the insurance carrier faster, but also if there is any funkiness where the technology can actually red flag, it will push back against you.
Right.
So that any human manipulation does not occur. It doesn't put the patient, doesn't put the physician, it doesn't put the insurance carrier at risk.
Right.
So I'm excited about that because I think there is a pain point there.
Yes. I think that's where in healthcare you decide how to build those algorithms. Again, maybe by specialty, maybe type of service, and you can test it and see does it work, truly work, because hospital versus outpatient clinic versus a hospice versus home health care versus physician house calls are all very different and different ways of charting and different ways of audit that occurs in healthcare. So very, very good.
Well, I have a book for you. So before I give it to you and gift it to you, I'd love to hear about it. We were kind of chatting about it earlier.
Yes.
We had a guest come through. I think we had something blocking our screen.
Yes.
But yeah, walk us through where we can find it and what is it about.
Absolutely. So I authored the book Flip the Switch.
Flip the Switch. I love
Unleash Your Leadership Potential.
Awesome.
It's available on Amazon. And it's a collection of stories about just, case studies and my personal stories of leadership. I have about 26 years of leadership background, so I've been in every type of industry and type of, organization that's very, very different, but they all have a very common theme. And I think that leadership stories resonate more with other leaders or folks who are looking forward to being in leadership.
Not only the successes, but some of the messiness that comes with leadership.
Without doubt. And my last chapter of my book is, okay, so now you're ready to be an entrepreneur. Because everybody wants, when they are sick of corporate America, I can do it myself, right? So
easy.
It's so easy, right? So I started talking about, I address that as well. How do you make that transition? What are some top, steps to consider? How do you write a business plan, performance? How do you market yourself? What does that look like with a team?
I love that. Yeah, so a lot of people don't have the financial literacy, but they find out real quickly, especially as an entrepreneur, how important it is that you're budgeting, you have your pro forma forecast.
Yes,
it's amazing.
It is, and I'm a business coach too. So when I coach folks, I'll say, let's work on the business plan together, and I was talking about projections. And then if I'm trying to get them a loan from the bank, like a startup loan or whatever, the first thing the bank asks is your projections, your pro forma,
due diligence,
exactly,
scrutiny over your financials, and if you don't have any of that.
Yeah, they're not going to. They don't believe in
too risky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's exciting time.
Look, we don't have the bestseller book that you have on Amazon.
No.
However, we do have the Handbook for Chief AI Officers Leading the AI Revolution in Business, co-authored by Nick James, as you know him very well, and we're so lucky to have you on the advisory board. And
so excited to be here, and I can't wait to read this book. I've been meaning to.
Well, I can't wait to read your book. I read that one already when Nick first gave it to me. But your book, that's right up my alley with leadership guides and leadership books, and I can't wait to get to know you even more. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Sorry for the tech difficulties.
That's okay.
But where can people find you?
Website-wise, I'm manifestwithbindu.com.
Manifest with Bindu.
Yeah, .com. And on Instagram, I'm also manifest.
We do like Instagram stories.
I do. You have to. My brain team told me I have to. So I guess that's where we're at right now. So
that's good.
I'm already checking.
Personal brand.
Yes.
It's
well, it's your credibility. It's your credibility.
It is.
Yeah, and the LinkedIn platform, to be very honest, has been amazing. I love the LinkedIn.
Power of LinkedIn.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Albert.
And we'll chat some more.
Yeah,
I look forward to learning.
Absolutely.
And great event.
Oh my goodness, it went very well.
Yes.
Oh, they were starting now.
Oh, I think so. Sorry, I kept you long. Yes.
Right.
I think he's live too. Oh, great.
And now we are seeing this.
You're gonna put these things on now, huh?
The market cap is around $4.1 billion last year. It's expected to be around $46 billion.
No, they're not talking. All right. I don't think these things are on yet. So, if anyone's wondering what we're doing here,
in, one out.
yeah. If y'all are wondering what we're doing here, we're actually on the stage with Tavallo, as we met earlier, and some other guest speakers on. And, we're actually going to be commenting on some of the talking points.
So you're gonna have to give me what the topics are because I won't. That's what we meant to.
All right, so let's figure out.
We're trying something new. Sorry, guys.
How are we going to hear?
You should be able to hear them.
Let me see.
Right headset. That's the right one.
This is
That's not connected. That should be connected to the.
So I'll just start by having each of you. So all of you had a very diverse background, and now you are
Really?
leaders in the respective field. I would love for you guys to give a brief intro of what got you into AI. What was your start?
How do we turn up the volume of this?
I got it.
Okay, so let me take.
And can the audience hear what Nick's saying?
I
they're live.
from the consumer.
What's that?
They're live.
Okay.
Back in
And if I'm talking, can is
I
that
was
overriding
doing
the
a study
audience hears over there?
and that's where I read this article from MD, which talks about data and analytics, the next big thing, and data is the new part. So I thought, what's being a Kellogg graduate, what should I do? Shall I get back to the technology or shall I stay in the strategy consulting side? And finally, I decided to move to the strategy consulting side. So back to 2013
What
with
we're
big data.
what we're doing
And I
here,
had background in
we
data
have some
analytics.
guest
I thought
speakers on
I
the
had
panel, including
get into get my
CEO
career.
founder Nick James from
And
AI.
but I saw that
And what I'd love to do is
technology
hopefully you
changing
all
almost every week.
can hear what they're saying.
So
And
it was a chance.
from time to time, I'll
Bet
mute
my
them,
career on that. That's how I
kind of
get
walk
into
through what they're
by
chatting about, and just go a
from
little bit
machine
deeper with
learning to
Jason.
deep
So
learning. So
just
now
bear
I
with us.
AI.
We're figuring out the tech
Today we are
items here. Good idea. Just need to execute on it, and we'll go from there.
Thank you for sharing it. Thank you, my brother.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name is Nick James. I'm the CEO and founder of White Glove AI. I got into AI before AI was a thing. I think a lot of us have similar stories. I've always been a curious person. I've been in cybersecurity for about 18 years now. And my time at AWS, where I was executive cloud security and advisor, I got into a lot of projects
Yeah,
with
for sure.
professional
We'll be
services
doing,
side.
we're doing a live stream right now. Do
Helping
you ever sit down?
clients get onto AWS.
The AI executive and White Glove AI. I'm Albert.
And I started to see that there was a big gap in knowledge. I
We should
think
chat.
as we're
We should
moving out of our data centers
yes,
into the
please
cloud,
do. I'm a big fan of the healthcare space,
but
including CVS.
the added risk of adopting AI, of not doing it correctly, not putting the right security controls in place, was very, very concerning. And I think there was such a huge knowledge gap. So once I left AWS and started White Glove AI, under the premise of being a trusted AI adoption partner and helping you through this journey from a services standpoint, and making sure that your data and your company is first on top of your priority, and to help de-risk the adoption of AI. You shouldn't be scared of it. You just need to do it with the right people.
Thanks, Nick. As you can see, I'm the only academic here. I'm different, but nobody's perfect. So, my journey started after my PhD. I have been researching about
You can't hear me?
so I know this people.
You're talking. Can you hear Nick?
Right place at the right
Oh,
time.
good. Well,
And since then, all my research is
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. I can't hear him, but you just have to.
And pretty soon.
Oh, while we're doing this, and do we
Yeah, we
lose
only have
1 hour? What if we then? Can you hear us then?
I can mute them.
Okay, good. Will the audience still hear us?
The audience will always hear us.
Okay.
Consulting executive education with companies and so on.
The audience should be hearing
My kids
whatever's in your phone. The audience.
Gizmos and devices and so on. And And I was so uncool to my kids if I didn't really be on top of things. So we used to have iPods. Remember the days iPods? Then iPads came.
Can you all hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm the only one that can hear Nick. Can the audience hear Nick?
I said, how to be on top of things, right?
All right, well, let's let them listen to Nick and the group there for a little bit, and then I'll kind of summarize what we're hearing. I'll just let you know what we do.
And so on, and discovered that, wow, there's another world out there that we have to be at the forefront of that. So that brought me to thought leadership, and today it's a blast.
Yeah,
like, working in this area.
It's so interesting to see that each of us has a different pattern in the career, but now AI is a common denominator across everything, right? And so, I mean, like looking at some of the things, like starting with data analytics, came to ML, cybersecurity came after it, and along with that, we saw the evolution of the iPods, right? iPods, and then we saw 5G coming, right? But those technology mature on top of one another. What we have seen is AI just so quickly ramping up, you know, with OpenAI coming in, these LLMs and then use cases tied to it, Gen AI, and now we are seeing this agentic AI. I mean, that's so. Let's just dive into what is this agentic AI, and maybe Nick, you can share your perspective on that.
Yeah, I think what's really unique, and we were talking about this earlier when we were recording back there. This is a true 0 to 1. This is the internet. Okay, when the internet first came out, there hasn't been a 0 to 1 since the internet. And if you know what 0 to 1 is from Peter Thiel's book. But effectively, this is an innovation that innovates itself. It's the first industrial revolution to challenge human intellect. All of the predecessors, all the other revolutions really challenged our physical abilities. And that's where a lot of labor displacement came in physical labor, if you think of the agricultural revolution and things like that. This is the first to displace intellect. So I would say that because AI can now build, it's really democratized the ability and the barrier to entry for anybody to be a builder. So now we're seeing a really huge influx and volume and rush of applications because people no longer have to go raise millions of dollars just to build an app for the phone, right? They can just do it themselves, frankly. So I'll stop there.
No, that's great. Anyone else would like to share their perspectives on?
Yeah, so let me add on top of that. So what Nick has just told, so just to think those who are around internet evolution. So when LLM came, is I would consider as the IP layer or TCP/IP stack. So Cisco was the company whose stock was getting multiplied every like 1 year or 2 years. So right now, this LLMs are the IP layer, and on top of that, what I see is lot of application will build up. So right now, disruption is happening in hardware level, like NVIDIA came up, and now software is still coming up. With the power of LLM is, it can do multiple things. Before LLM, like for every single task, you have a particular application. Now you can use the LLM to do multiple things. And that's where you'll see the evolution. And now what is happening in the agentic AI is, basically, you can define a particular persona, a particular person, tell, hey, how you are going to interact, how you want to do the particular job. And this is going to change the entire game, and as Nick told, the labor, the cost to build is going to be very, very low, especially in software industry.
Nick, I like your analogy of that 0 to 1, right? We are at that cusp, and now I'd like to ask Professor Venki, you recently authored a paper, and I have a quote. Agentic AI can make its own decision, plan actions, and even learn from its experiences. That in itself is so powerful. So, like, what does it mean for businesses? Like, we heard in the morning about AI applications across healthcare, supply chain, pharmaceuticals, you name it, every industry vertical. But what does it mean? What is it going to do for the businesses?
Now, that's a very broad question. I would say the short answer is scary. Why is it scary? Because so far we've talked about, Sanjay talked about LLMs and so on. All of that has been, what does an LLM do? If you think about it in philosophical terms, it is just a model that predicts the next word in sequence. And that's why it does it so quickly and so fast with all the training, and is able to give you answers to everything. So, but imagine that being done for the next action, predicting the next action, right? So instead of words, we are now going into actions. And that's what makes agentic AI a powerful force. And I'm a professor, so I have to use a dull and boring definition. What the heck is agentic AI, right? So if you think of it as an AI system that is autonomous, that is able to plan, as you quoted, not just plan, but also make decisions on its own and adapt dynamically to the environment. Whereas your static, unlike a chatbot assistant, which has basically limited capabilities, it can dynamically. And also minimal human intervention, right?
Right.
And what it's going to do for businesses is going to optimize all the workflows, right? So if you take the whole value chain, right? Right from the production all the way, whether it's agriculture or drugs, I mean the good drugs. All the way.
Is there such a thing?
Speak for yourself. Okay, right to the end, when actually you interact with the customers, right? So if you want to work your way back, imagine if everything is going to be on demand, like we heard Robert talk about. It's now possible through agents. Now, if you optimize all the workflows in the whole value chain, can you imagine what is the role of managers, right? Scary, right? Are managers even needed? Well, I would say they are needed, but maybe not for the conventional lots of jobs that you thought about, but it's the orchestrator, right? I would call them now the new term, orchestrator. Orchestrator of a lot of agents which will do the jobs, right? And that is the most scary part and exciting part from somebody who's like, drinking the Kool-Aid, right? From the fountain. But it is the scary part because what happens to all of us, human beings, right? As will we be really gainfully employed? Will we be in good? Well, I would argue that maybe society will figure out something that we will be able to do something. But what we have not really talked about is the consumer side of things, right? The consumers will start using the agents, right? Because as we heard from Sanjay, it is going to be so cheap now, right? Because we are going to drive down the cost that anybody and everybody can be walking with a swarm of agents. So you could have an agent who will do all your travel, agent who will give you the entire itinerary after you're waking up in the morning, an agent who will do negotiations with everybody, including your boss, who will not give you the raise that you want, right?
Yeah.
I'm speaking from experience, right? I'm just kidding. But all of these, what I'm trying to say is we're going to have a lot of capabilities, and suddenly we have to figure out, how these things all play.
So that's an interesting thing that you say, because all of these elements that you touched on involve decision making, which is the underlying factor when it comes to AI itself, right? And when you look at decision making, it's like we take an input and we know if this condition is met, we do this. But when it comes to AI, there are so many possibilities. So looking at a deterministic way for AI, do this, or if there are multiple possibilities and probabilities, this is what you would do based on probability. How are these models trained? I mean, how would a business train their model to do this trainings?
So let me take that. So if you look at the example in the real world, there are certain rule-based things, and there are certain I don't know how can I make a decision in unknown environment. So for example, let's take an example of self-driving car, which is happening in Arizona and which is going to happen in Austin also very soon. So for example, when you drive on a road, there are certain rules on the road, right? You have to follow the sign, you have to follow the speed limit. But when you drive, you don't know the guy who is driving in front of you, how he is driving. It's very unpredictable, right? So when you combine these two behavior together, it becomes a very powerful system. And this is what makes me scary. Because if a car can drive itself, then any thing happen, right? And we talked about in the morning, Professor Walker talked about the proximity and about healthcare, right? He told like all the devices will come together and it will tell you. So when you are building the planning system, the good part is it will work, it's still not there. But still some algorithms are evolving and for example, in technical terms like reinforcement-based learning and some other model. So challenges right now is the scale and how to manage this one. So that's why as a human, I would say like we have 3 to 5 years of gap, maybe less, when these things will come up at a scale and it will replace most of us, if not all of us.
There's a scared here.
Thanks, Sanjay.
It's a scary word, let me tell you that. And what I see, let me give one more example. Right? So I come from software background, and it was a very hard job for me. So right now what happened that I dream in night, and in morning I can tell GPT to, hey, write this kind of code, and it writes for me. It's very scary word.
It indeed is. I mean, and you talked about the decision making in terms of me driving the car, relying on AI to decide whether to stop or continue at what speed. That in itself is scary. So that brings a very fundamental question as businesses try to implement AI as part of their processes. Like, how should they evaluate these risks? And there are so many of them. And when we talk of value chain, I mean, you are looking at from the very first step all the way to delivering a product to a customer, there's opportunity to embed AI. How can somebody evaluate that risk?
There's so many ways to mess it up. It's very easy. So that's why me and my team put together, it's open source, it's completely free, it's available on the internet, it's no paywall, we don't collect your data. It's called the AI Adoption and Management Framework, AIAMF.ai. We just released version 1 2 days ago, and its job is to simplify and remove jargon and be able to communicate with bold leaders such as yourself to help you understand how to do this correctly. So we've gone out and amalgamated a number of different global frameworks, standards, and regulations, okay, such as the ISO 42001, NIST AI Risk Management Framework. We brought it all together in one single place, and we formatted it in a way where everybody can feel like they have a seat at the table, because you do. It's not just your CTO, it's not your CIO. I don't want to call it a problem, but it's everybody's issue. Everybody should be sitting at the table where these decisions are being made, because it will touch every single fabric of your business if you do it correctly, and it can touch it the right way. And you can also offset some of the human labor displacement that we're all sort of, we see this dark cloud over our heads. I think if it's done correctly, and it's planned correctly, and the humans focus on humans, right, we can offset this.
You mentioned open source.
Yeah.
And like, help me understand, decipher that for me. What does it mean to kind of be an open source for the particular framework that you mentioned? Can anybody, any business can just take it and fine tune and adopt that? Talk more about that.
How would I do that? It's in keeping with the culture. Okay, a lot of these models out there, if you're in this industry, you understand that a lot of these models are open source, particularly on an Apache license, which gives you commercial rights to use that without having to mention their name or give them any sort of proceeds or commissions, right? So in keeping with the culture of this, and frankly, open source used to be called, I think it's called FOSS, free and open source is a technical term, has been around for decades, right? But I think, in keeping with that, we want to make sure that you are given the right tools to make sure that you are de-risking your investment and implementation of AI. So we chose to open source it on the Creative Commons 4 license. It's a share alike and attribution license. If you remix it, which you totally can under the terms of the license, all you have to do is mention that, White Glove AI was the original author. But you can take it, you can use it, you can implement it. There's even tools, there's an AI agent on the site that if you put in, your information, don't put in confidential information, it will answer as an agent of the AI AMF. So we made a lot of resources free, and if you really need help, you can come hire us. But you may not need to, and we're okay with that. I think that there's enough business to go around where we can offer free resources with prioritizing humanity overall as a species.
Well, one other thing that to build on top of it is, as you look at these applications, obviously, the application of AI from use case to use case varies. You need to train those, and it's ultimately us as humans who are training this. So when it comes to bias, AI bias is a real thing. It's not a technical glitch, right? So how do we ensure that we mitigate intentionally this bias so that we don't get any unintended outcomes?
Okay, let me take that question. Bias, first declare as an you cannot remove 100% bias. It's going to be there. But how can you mitigate it? So we have worked with a lot of our clients and we have put a framework together. So if you took the traditional AI framework, people, process, technology and data, it has worked, right? So start from the people. So when a business comes to a technical person, hey, I want to solve this problem. Can I use AI and ML to solve the problem? So putting the right team together at that point of time is very important, right? So it should not be only business and technology people, but also from legal, security, and domain expert, right? It's very important, right? And then during entire life cycle of this product development, implementation, deployment, and monitoring, there should be a guardrail or checkpoints, right? For example, when you are defining the requirement, the bias can come from there itself, right? Or when you are collecting the data, the bias can come from there itself. That's why the data collection and what data you are using to train the model is very important. It makes sure that it should be very well diversified and it should cover all the possible corner cases. And then from the people point of view, what I have seen that a lot of organizations put a governance body and somebody should come from that governance team also, and they facilitate all the process and monitoring, right? And then once model is deployed in production, the monitoring is very crucial here. So let me give an example from zero. So for example, say like if you want to predict house prices in Dallas, so there are two phases, before pandemic and after pandemic. Say like if you have a data which you use pre-pandemic data and you want to predict the house prices in 2025, probably it's not going to work because the data is older. And what AI model doesn't know is there was a great migration in 21, 22, 23 in Dallas area, and that's why house prices have gone up, right? So it's not a one-time job, it's continuous job to make sure monitor any anomalies should be captured and investigated properly. So when you put this kind of framework, that's how you can minimize the bias, but you cannot eliminate it.
I mean, when you authored the paper, you looked at various industries, retail, healthcare, anything that you want to add?
Yeah, definitely. I want to give a researcher's kind of lens because bias is real, as Sanjay said. We can only mitigate it, we cannot eliminate it, right? We can minimize it, whatever. So some of the ways in which we can minimize bias is, for example, the training data that you talked about. Most of them are using off-the-shelf large language models and so on, which is fraught with all these data biases, right? So many times you fine tune the model with your own data, and that's what Robert talked a little bit about the small small language models and the local models, local data models, efficient models, whatever you want. And now there's also emergence of LCM, large cognitive models. So they actually go beyond, the trouble with language models is, it's basically what we call, some academics call it stochastic parrots, right? They just repeat whatever they find in the data back to you. But cognitive means you're putting some thinking layer, and that is basically very consistent with agentic, which is also learning with the data. So we've discovered that reinforcement learning, which is really the key here to really tweak and the bias away from, take the bias away. There are methods to do it, and the stronger modelers are doing it. I'm actually doing a research project with faculty from Stanford, where we are looking at biases in the banking and financial and services industry, where it's notorious for all the lending policies and other things people have. So we are actually coming up with some better models and algorithms what some of these companies can use that can minimize the biases and take away. And Sanjay's point about a lot is about rebalancing the data, right? So that is one of the things. So we talked about healthcare. Healthcare is a big area where biases count, because if you are, currently a lot of the people with pre-existing conditions still get coverage. Can you imagine when the bias gets out of control and people are using it like, black boxes, input, output, it's going to be really bad. Yeah. So that's where I think that control has to be there. There are some sensitive areas and industries where, banking, finance, healthcare, all of these things, the bias, and back to Sajid's point, there's a risk mitigation framework that a lot of companies will have to follow through. Even their own customer data, now customer data has to be really carefully analyzed, because now customer data, people are finding that there are so many holes in the customer data, right? So you have to be very, very diligent about this.
May I present just a small tweak? I want to present a contrarian view on bias. I think it gets a bad rap, and there's a stigma around that word, and I think that sometimes it's overused. My belief and understanding of bias is a representation of the data, and the data is a representation of our nature and our behaviors as people. Okay? If you are, let's say you're using a model and it's meant to serve a Christian community, you don't want it preaching a Quran to your congregation, right? You could consider that to be a biased model, but it's intentional bias, right? So I think that we need to be thoughtful about bias by implementing guardrails, but I think a very severe example of bias, like for example, last year I went to a tool called Midjourney, right? So it just takes text and it turns it into images. I said, I wasn't thinking, I was looking for an image of a boardroom full of people. And that's all I said. I didn't say anything else. I didn't define any parameters. I didn't define sexual orientations. I didn't define races that I wanted included in the picture, or ethnic backgrounds. I got a room full of white males, right? And that can be dangerous, but it can be trained out. But I think there is intentional bias and there's unintentional bias. I think what we're trying to attack and solve for is the unintentional bias, right?
Implementing guardrails. I mean, a lot of us here, could own a small business. If somebody wants to start implementing AI, where should they start from? I mean, I recently bought a tech gadget, and the first thing I did was look at the Quick Start guide. By the way, it was not the Humane AI pin. But in my world, in consumer tech, we're used to that Quick Start guide. If for AI, what is that Quick Start guide? Like, where would you start from? Like, if somebody came to you and say, I want to implement AI in my business processes, what is the starting point?
That's a really hard question to answer, because I would say talk to us, but then it sounds like I'm selling our services. So I don't want to say that, but you need to talk to a human. Like, you can go to ChatGPT, that could be an alternative, but ChatGPT is only as good as the questions you ask it, right? So if you don't know the right questions to ask, I would say do research on your industry, look at case studies and use cases that perhaps your competitors or your industry as a whole, maybe from industry associations, are publishing articles on how AI is being used, and I would say start there. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to talk to somebody who knows what they're doing.
Let me take a little bit different perspective here. So AI is huge. Like it's not a small thing, right? Starting from tech layer to all the way business and use case layer. So what I would recommend is look at from your domain, your functionality perspective, and where you are in your career journey and where you want to go, right? Because say like if you are a manager or if you are a leader, so what is your important learning point is how you can apply an AI to your business function or role or whatever the product or services you are building. So to learn what in AI shall I learn, right? Do you want to learn how to fine tune the LLM? Probably not the right thing, right? So learn from the use case point of view, which could be much more productive, and look for around what we told. Look for around like in what your competitors are doing, how people in other industry are leveraging the AI to become cheaper, faster, or better, right? So start from there, and then learn little bit like the technology, how it works, and the best thing I would recommend is use ChatGPT every day. I'm telling you, I'm very serious. Like more you use it, you will understand its power, right? And then it will trigger. Oh wow, I can do this also using AI. So that is very powerful.
So it's interesting that you're saying that use AI to learn more about AI.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So one of the other things that always comes to mind is, yes, AI can automate a lot of things for us. It can simplify, it can expedite things for us. But how do you strike that right balance, right? That as a company, you want to have a human oversight on some of these processes. At the same time, you also want to automate it so it can drive efficiency within that process. How would you strike that balance? And maybe Nick or Sanjay, you can take it.
Yeah, let me take on that. So that's a very good question. How to balance between automation and the human. So the rule number one, never ever 100% rely on AI. It's not mature right now, at this point of time, right? This is very important, right? So what I have seen at a lot of big organizations, what they have done is, you need to categorize the different kind of tasks in different level of complexity and the critical, how critical this is for your business, right? So those who are like less critical, low-hanging fruit, you can automate the AI. This is important. But the highly critical and sensitive tasks, you can do AI to make certain decisions, but final decision-making process should be in the hand of human. Human should review it, and it should allow what should do or not. Second is something called explainable AI. A lot of people don't know it's coming up. So what it does is, how AI is making decision, it looks for all the parameter and explain in the human readable form why it made decision, what it made decision. So that way it will give you as a decision maker, as a leader, a confidence that what AI is doing, this is doing the right thing. I have seen in the lending industry and credit card industry a lot. And then on top of that, something called monitoring, right? So constantly monitor it. And as I mentioned earlier, the bias is the big problem. You need to mitigate it. And that way you can keep a balance between the automation, the leverage the power of AI, and then but you cannot lose control.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I really great points. I think to summarize, start with the cost of the mistake is low. Yeah. Always start there, and always have a human in the room. There is something called observability. It's a new tech. Frankly, it's becoming an industry where startups are now coming about. just on giving humans the ability to observe what agents are doing, and inserting humans in all the right places to make sure that the agents aren't doing things that is not intended by that process. So I'll just keep it at that.
No, that's great. And Sunday, you said explainable AI?
Yeah.
So that's a new term. And see, this is the challenge that
So I call it XAI.
XAI?
Yeah.
That's a
Nowadays everything has to be access, right? Especially if you ask a lot of money, everything is access.
I mean, right.
So some of you may say it's in excess, but
No, but this is the challenge, right? I mean, we talked about the pace of AI. The innovation that's happening is so quick that by the time you learn about the technology, you try to understand the implementation, with respect to your own business, there's already another explainable AI or XAI, as you said, kind of comes into play. So what can business leaders do today to educate themselves, or like what's coming next? How can you make yourself future-proof when it comes to AI?
that's a great question. In fact, that's why I'd love to put in a plug for what we do in the business school here. We prepare leaders who are proofing themselves, because basically future-proofing. And that goes back to really understanding, right? Understanding what AI does, why it does, why did I get the results that I got, and that's all basically, even if the AI cannot explain, the human should be able to explain, right? So in other words, unless you understand the basic fundamental frameworks or the principle by which these things are done, you should be able to expect, this decision made by the AI agent, is it consistent with what I would expect? If there's a deviation, can I explain that? That's where the explanation is.
Okay.
If there is, we are all used to, in the pre-AI world, when you have exceptional reporting, right? The managers, people say, oh, why did we not hit the sales? Why did we not hit the profit targets, right? Explain what's the deviation and so on. But we should start creating that culture for understanding what you expect the decisions to result in outcomes, and be able to explain why it is. And even though explainable AI is a fancy term, XAI, and people are working on it, the hardest part is that AI it's still mysterious, even to the founder, Jeff Hinton, who's winner of the Nobel Prize. He's famous saying that the biggest thing scary about AI is we will never be able to explain everything that AI does. Even in we can get closer and closer and explain the basic fundamental why we get these responses or answers and so on, but we'll never fully explain this. Our goal is to minimize, it's almost, you have to apply the 80-20 rule here, right? I gotta focus my attention on 80% of the decisions that are material, that have the highest downsides, right? And if I can explain that, if I can understand it, then I put some guardrails around. But the trouble is, if you identify those, kind of white swan, black swan scenarios where there's some decisions which can blow up, right? So suppose you had an agent do service, right? And then somebody does an egregiously bad service that blows up, right? In this day and age of, instant travel, and how do you solve it? So you gotta put a risk mitigation framework, plan B, plan A, plan B, plan C, and that also you gotta automate doing agents, right? And then you have the supervision, and as I said, the aggregator or the orchestrator has to really intervene. But the problem is only a few people will be required for that.
Right. I mean, there's so much unknown, right? I mean, AI generally saw it's like so broad. There's so much application across different things. And I think this I would like to bring this to a close, saying it's all about, as I think Nick, you said, like start with the thing that costs least, right? Try it and then build guardrails around it. Obviously, there's going to be human intervention needed, which leads me to this next session of this workshop, which is an actual AI agent working as a hedge fund manager. Imagine that. What it took, and I won't steal the thunder from Tavallo, who's going to demonstrate this, but I want to give this panel a round of applause for sharing their insights on this thing. Thank you so much. And then I guess we'll have Bueller.
much is making me tired. Okay, well, thank you Northwest Kellogg for having us. I'm pretty honored to be here. I think in North Texas we have a very unique local leadership position that's only growing, and especially nationally as well. My grandfather went to law school here, and he passed the bar here. So in that same spirit, one thing I remember working tactically with AT&T security teams is within cybersecurity, standards only get raised. Encryption algorithms only get bigger. The math only gets harder, and it's sort of a age-old adage on life. So yeah, today I would challenge you. I was asked to synthesize this and make this as least technical as possible. I really wanted to kind of break down more of what you guys, maybe you guys are aware of, like kind of the Palantirean school of thought when it comes to data strategies. But yeah, so today we're going to be going through this demo, and I don't know how to change this slide. There's a diagram. So everyone loves boxes and squares, especially architects. And so the main thing here is what we're doing is we're going to showcase a multi-agent hedge fund team. You have kind of your standard financial analyst jobs, which is you have a technical analyst, you have a sentiment analyst, you have a fundamentals analyst, evaluation analyst that sends that to a risk manager, provides a directive, and the portfolio manager kind of decides. Even furthermore, you can actually simulate certain investing styles that investors can do too. So you could simulate Warren Buffett, Bill Ackman, and we'll actually have Kathy Woods and Bill Graham on it too. So now with that said, I'm going to go ahead and cut over to my screen. Okay, is that visible? Is that visible? Okay, I made sure to have this background for this because I came from Fort Worth today, and I've actually been spearheading at TCU to kind of raise the bar, especially with their engineering schools. It's interesting. A lot of AI with the universities is actually happening out of the business schools. So I challenge the engineering school to step up. But yeah, so today I'm going to run this Python program. It's going to simulate that workflow. This is educational, not financial advice, but I'll be doing a domestic industrial stock that they have a rare earth metal mining company or operation. So I'm going to go ahead and run it. I get to choose which analysts I want. I'm going to do all of them, okay? And then I'm going to choose my model. We're going to do O3 because I'm sure when you guys think of AI, you think of ChatGPT, and that's just what's going on. So yeah, we choose it. And then the main thing, it's going to go ahead, it already did the data collection, it already ran through the core analyst, and then it's going to simulate the style of Bill Ackman, Kathy Woods, and then Warren Buffett. So different kind of investor styles, so growth, value, etc. And then it's going to pass it to the portfolio management agent. That portfolio management agent is going to then render a decision based on all of its agentic team making a decision. And I'm going to kind of walk you through what it did. So, let me see my mouse. Okay. Yeah, so as you see here, you can see all the analysis from each signal. So each agent kind of delivers its own score, confidence, a signal, and then that gets fed to the risk management. So the trading decision was to short it. It's fairly confident. It explains why. Professor Venke mentioned up the cognitive models. Really what a lot of that's kind of adding more of this test time compute, like the R1, O1, all those models. And ultimately it made this decision, and in this demo it's just kind of benchmarking off a 10,000 share portfolio. So that's the demo, and I appreciate you all looking. I guess we'll now go to questions, and we want to see what y'all think and what y'all are.
So I have a question. So if this was not there and we had...
Why don't you keep it on?
Yeah. So if humans had to do this, how long would it have taken? How many personnel? How many man-hours?
Well, I I would love to see a show of hands how many people look through legal documents and financial statements. So you could ask how many hours they bill to go through that. Honestly, to give a confident thesis, that would probably, it takes a career of research, right? Even just the technical analyst alone is a very quant-driven discipline.
I mean,
So
it's easily couple, at least a one kind of job, which can be done in a couple of minutes. Yeah, not couple of minutes, but putting all these things together an iterative process, it will take like 1 day or 2 days. That kind of productivity enhancement we are talking about with the AI agent. And that's what I told earlier. It is scary, it will eat a lot of jobs, so we have to be very careful.
Can we ask another question? Yeah. So fascinating. Thank you very much. Before we talked a lot about the importance of human on or in the loop. So let's play this here through. This is the result of the analysis based on AI. As you pointed out, with all the quality limitations it has. Now reading the reasoning, what does a human do with it? Because it looks not obvious. When you read through it, although the fundamentals and sentiment, clearly 100% actually, confidence, are going in one direction, the AI says style of most of the investors goes in the other direction and makes a recommendation or a prediction. At the end, it's just a prediction. A prediction that it's better to short. So what is now the human in the loop doing about it?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, never rely 100%. That's the point. So what is important here, what I have seen, or even what I do into my day-to-day life, get the information using AI. So for example, whatever you have, you don't need to read 10K, 10Q and all the filing, and so much news is going on, right? So what AI is doing for me is, it synthesizing all this information in such a way that I can easily digest. For example, a couple of days back for a couple of stock, I was looking for the reasoning. Why this kind of a stock has gone up like 10 times in say like a year time. What kind of signal I should get, right? So the AI dig up the different kind of document and it give me like, okay, these are the signals happen. For example, that company was going out and doing a lot of conference presentation. They're talking about a lot of investors. So it means what they were building, they were getting confidence. Like, okay, it will scale up, right? And it was signal that the stock price is going to go up. So the research part, you make the decision. Decision equipment is money, right? In your hand. But the research part and analysis part, AI can do your 80% of the job.
Yeah, I would add is really you're trying to find the baseline and then you evaluate and you find your risk parameters and then at the end, it's decisions. So it's a feedback loop.
Yeah, I understand the abstract, but let's take this as specific. The example you gave here. What would you do with that? I mean, it's pretty extreme, the recommendations, no? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a demo.
This is a demo. I mean,
yeah, but let's stick with the demo.
Yeah,
So
this is a
you
demo.
get this here.
So if we wanted more information, because you should not trust, you should always verify, just like good old Ronald Reagan said, right? You should be able to, well, we can enable this thing to actually output a synthesized report based on all of the different trading styles of the different personalities, and then that's what you should be reading, right? So the fact that it gave a buy, no buy, or bearish, bullish signal, I think that's more sort of theatrics to show what its capability is, but at the end of the day, you should be reading the abstract that it's amalgamating.
Yeah, it's more conceptual to understand the workflow and then how you embed agents, like to think of what they can do. So again, it's all about process centric and workflow. So,
but yes, go ahead.
Sorry, were you going to say something?
Sanjay.
No, I thought you were going to say something.
No, go ahead.
So great. And to Helmut's point, this is an example where there is a human. We mentioned autonomous cars, whatnots. These agents are coming in a way that they are going to make these decisions. And now there is this whole other aspect of, the human had no part in this, but a decision got made. This happened with Air Canada, their chatbot issued refunds and whatnot. So how are we balancing responsibility here and making sure that these agents are within the guardrails of what we want?
I want to add some context. So the stock market today is highly algorithmic. High frequency trading is already most of the volume on the market. So you can kind of analyze, what was the GameStop story? So at the end of the day, humans have to be accountable for the decision. So that's more of a legal attribution, and
But what is the role of, like, for example, I saw your title is Chief AI Officer. So what is the Chief AI Officer putting in place that doesn't absolve humans or doesn't absolve the company, and just, it's a big challenge. I mean, this is, as you said, it's an example, but there
So
are.
the most important part is putting the guardrail, right? Making sure you should define the process. At what point of time a human intervention is needed, right? So that's what I talked about earlier. If there is a low-hanging fruit, the automation task, you automate completely where there is no risk, there is no issue. But there is when like highly sensitive, life-saving, for example, healthcare, you cannot let AI to make a decision for a patient, right? So what AI, think AI is your assistant. I mean, that will be more appropriate word, right? AI will assist you, it will provide all the data points, but you as a human make decision. And this is where my role comes into the picture, right? Like the people, the process, the tool, the guardrail, it should be well defined so that the probability of error should be minimized. You cannot eliminate it, but you can minimize.
what you want to build is like a grounded confidence with AI and understanding what it's doing, right?
Yeah.
So instead of having this fear of it can move and manage and analyze information and infer things faster than you, that's why I talk about the kind of cyber acumen or technical acumen. That way you just get grounded confidence and you feel
You may
better
have
with
a
it.
part two, the human element in this, right? So Professor Helmut is one of our professors. He gave us the freedom to use AI and whatnot, and I had a discussion with my teenage son, and all of us are in this human and agent era. The new generation is going to go into the agent era to begin with. Humans are going to inherently become lazy, right? Oh, I'm okay with this, even though it's 80% confident, whatnot. So then how do you manage that where?
That's actually a big new area of research. Is there's a cognitive attrition happening where you're kind of outsourcing intelligence. So yeah, you kind of have to really be reminded that being lazy is being lazy. So it's just more of a discipline.
Okay, let me add on top of that. So what I have seen, if I talk about my dad generation, right? He was building, he was a civil engineer, so he was building canal and dams and other things. So when I grew up in the internet age, right? So our kids, and I do have a teenager also, 13-year-old. So they are learning. So they are starting at the base, their baseline is aging. So hopefully, the complexity management, and we cannot put it. A lot of industry will get disrupted, right? And Usman talked about in the morning, right? What will happen from 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line? We don't know. And a lot of new business model will emerge. And a lot of the way we do the things currently, it will change. So this is where I see our future, and they will learn it. So I will not worry about that.
If I may piggyback to what you said earlier, and when it comes to AI, we have data-driven AI, which is mostly what everybody deals with, but we also have the robotics and everything that we have in our pockets, which is also fueled by information we feed AI. Not so long ago, my wife actually owns a catering business. She's doing well with it. I was watching her make up one of her recipes, and I read on the internet that there's this company in China that made this humanoid that you can give an instruction, you can upload the instruction, or they can actually just look and learn from what they see. So I mentioned that to my wife. I was like, look, they got this thing. We can actually purchase a whole bunch of this for your business, and it will make life easier for you. She turned around, she looked at me, and said, you bring this thing in the house, I leave. You leave.
So this is the bias, yeah.
So my question, as a business owner, what incentive do I have not to hire many of those machines that will automate my stuff and basically cut all my costs, my human costs, rather than, I mean, as a husband, I know why what is my incentive, but as a business owner, what is my incentive in that?
Your competitors will. So, I mean, it's a race to the bottom, and that's kind of my competitors.
What's back to the cost, right?
And the Chinese robots are really cheap. It's kind of great.
So to answer your question,
You're at time, you want to take another question?
Yeah, I think maybe one more.
I just, it's not a question. So since your analysis showed it's a 80% chance of winning if I start the stock, so I went to the options market and try to sell a call. The option market is predicting 80%, 0.45. There's a good chance I will win if I sell a call at $15 per line.
Bravo.
Wow.
One more question.
So I think just one comment. This is a tool. It's like internet. How things change, right? It doesn't take the human part away. It's basically a comment. But the question I have is, I think this is fascinating. How can a normal person like me who doesn't understand technology and algorithm can go in and dig through information so that I don't have to read for like 20 hours to figure something out. What would you say is the best way to do it if you don't have access to it?
Okay.
I mean,
I mean, to be honest, that's where all these deep research tools are coming. So Perplexity, Google Gemini, whatever it is, Gemini's, it can do like 200 citations and then tell you everything. So you can do meta-analysis really fast.
and one more thing. Use the reasoning model like Perplexity, DeepSeek, and when you do the research, use the reasoning. The reasoning is giving very, very deep analysis. So for the people like you who doesn't need to know all this technology and complexity behind that, if you use that, you will find a lot of information which is mind blowing. Even although I know AI, I have done a lot of work, but I use the reasoning model a lot. And give it a try a couple of days, and then it will start. You will start thinking, okay, let me do that.
So when you say reasoning model, you mean how you ask questions?
Yeah, asking question is one part, and you see them in the down, there's a tab called reasoning. Either you use the DeepSeek or Perplexity or Gemini, whatever the reason. So try to do the reasoning, and then you will learn like how they are searching and how they are making decisions. I mean, you along the way you get a lot of garbage also, but you will learn more than that.
I think this is an area where we can have discussion for next 5 hours and see how we optimize it. But we'd like to bring it to a close. So thank you all for joining us in this workshop.
Hey, guys, can you come in? Don't mind.
You can only use
And we're back. Hope you enjoyed the stream of the conversation. We've got Albert is out looking for additional people to discuss and interview with before people leave for the day. Hope you enjoyed so far the conversation across the board of all of the great leaders that we have brought into the AI Executive Podcast. And a great opportunity, a lot of energy, a lot of talented people talking about the future of AI and how it affects multiple markets. Have a good one. We're still live. We're just waiting. You're more than welcome to come sit down. That sounds great. Let me mute this.